The art of motorsports, drivers continuously looking for the perfect lap. Some would argue that the perfect lap is unattainable, but what is attainable is a championship. You're looking at a live shot of the Pittsburgh International Raceway. This is the 2023 National Autosport Association Ship Races. And over the course of the next 2 days, we're going to hand out a bunch of those championships. I'm Edwin Pardue. Joining me in the booth, DJ Fitzpatrick. And DJ, that quest for a championship has taken a little bit of a turn this morning with some weather.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the 17th running of the NASA National Championships. We're here at Pit Race. We have today and tomorrow, we have our time trial is out this morning for our first and second rounds of time trials. They had some rain this morning. So time trial is the setting the fastest lap of the weekend. They will have 4 chances throughout the next 2 days to put down that fastest lap of the weekend. I don't think they're going to do it this morning with some rain. However, they will be scouting out the track, prepping their cars and making sure they're good to go for the rest of the weekend.
And that's so important because if you have an opportunity, DJ, to get some dry track, you do want to go out and try to lay down, bank a good lap because you don't know what the rest of the weekend will hold. There's kind of 3 cracks at it for the championship as well. Wonderful format here. Describe what our racing format will be like. We've already had part of it yesterday. What's the rest of the weekend look like?
Yes, so yesterday, Friday, we had our qualifying. Think of this as normal qualifying you would have at a normal regional race where they are setting the fastest lap, similar to time trial, which is why it's so important to have time trial on here as well, is you have to be good at setting one lap as well in racing. So that qualifying fastest lap sets the grid today for our qualifying races. So where you placed yesterday during the 2 qualifying sessions, the fastest lap will be how you grid up in your class for the qualifying races today. Tomorrow, it's going to be a little bit different. We're going to have our championship race. How you place, that is the position in your class during today's qualifying race, is going to set the grid for tomorrow's championship race. It is so important to make sure you have a good, clean race today. You have to get up to the front if you hope to have a good chance for the championship race tomorrow.
DJ, we'll also see a lot of drivers doing double or even triple duty. We might see them time trial. Talk about that because you can be involved in more than one championship in a single weekend.
Yes, absolutely. NASA's format for the time trial and super touring group, the rules actually overlap each other. There are very minor differences. So you could run a car, let's say a Corvette C5 Z06 or as random as a Ford Focus, you can run in these time trials and super touring group with the same set of rules. So you don't need a different dyno sheet. You don't need different modifications. You can run the car as is. The only difference between those 2 groups is the safety required. So you're going to see a lot of guys that are running both super touring and time trial running both groups for 2 chances. And then you're even going to get some wild cards for drivers that are running Spec E46. They may be running time trial 4. You've got Spec Miata. 3 years ago at the Mid-Ohio National Championships, I ran both Spec Miata and Super Touring 6. And so there's multiple chances for some of these drivers in different groups. It definitely adds an additional challenge to these drivers, maintaining that focus over the entire weekend, making sure the car is ready and that the driver is ready for the amount of driving, because there is a lot of track time provided with NASA for these national championships. They already had warm-up practice qualifying yesterday. They have run groups today, and then they'll have their 45-minute race tomorrow. So it's going to be more important than just putting 1 or 2 good laps in.
Absolutely. And that track's about to get busy here in just a little bit. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, more of the 2023 NASA Championships live at Pittsburgh International Raceway.
Standard brakes are good for standard jobs. When you want absolute confidence in demanding braking applications, insist on Hawk Performance products. Proudly made in the USA, Hawk Performance far exceeds expectations, delivering clean, precise stopping power up to 40% more than original equipment brakes. So you may be asking, do I really need Hawk Performance brakes? Well, if you're into street performance and bolting on massive horsepower, the extra stopping power is a must. If you drive a truck and pull or carry heavy loads, Hawk will give you the power to safely bring your rig to a stop without breaking a sweat. And if you off-road or crawl in a Jeep, you'll get the toughness and holding power you need on extreme terrain. Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
The best way I enjoy describing driving a race car when people ask me about it is the fact that it is pretty violent. I remember early on when I first started racing, everyone told me I needed to get race wheels, and I did, and not too long after that, I broke a spoke on a race wheel, which was really hard for me to understand. The performance of cars and the level of forces that are on those wheels today are just drastically different. It is every little bit of performance has to go through that wheel. And first and foremost, you have to have a wheel that's incredibly strong.
Attention to detail, attention to engineering, attention to the optimization of wheels, but not going overboard, working with the right people, doing FEAs. I've been nothing but impressed. Taking what I believe is a superior product and making an end product that is more superior is a comfort.
I've driven some other competitors' wheels, and you can just kind of feel that they don't have the same stiffness as what they should have. And you wouldn't think you'd be able to pick that up, but you can. And you can pick it up really quick.
The lighter you can make a wheel, the faster you can accelerate. And there is an art form to making a wheel that is both strong and light.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
And welcome back to the 2023 NASA Championships at Pittsburgh International Raceway. I'm Edwin Pardue, DJ Fitzpatrick joining us here in the booth. We're going to introduce you to the third member of our broadcast team in just a little bit. But DJ, before we get into the rest of the format of this weekend, tell us, what have the drivers had to do all season long just to get here? Because you don't just roll in here and show up. There's a lot of work before you even get here. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so this is our 2023 NASA Championships. This is a culmination of the entire season. NASA has 15 regions across the country and over 20,000 members. So to qualify for these NASA Championships, they have to run in at least 2 weekends. So there's a couple fundamentals through there. You have time trials and our racing groups. They have to qualify for about 2 weekends before they're allowed to run in this race. Not only does that ensure the quality of the drivers that we're seeing at these championships, but we're making sure that these drivers and cars themselves are prepared for the highest level of competition. This is very tight groups. You have people across the country coming from each of these race groups hoping for this win. So they really need to prepare all year. I know a lot of these drivers came out before this particular weekend. NASA Great Lakes runs this particular track pit race normally in their region. So we saw drivers coming to this area before even this weekend to get some practice in.
Since 2008, Hawk Performance has supported NASA members with the best braking products in the industry, combined with a lucrative contingency program for HPDE, TT, and racers alike. Hawk Performance is dedicated to making sure drivers feel confident no matter what the road or track conditions bring. To see how Hawk supports NASA members, visit DRIVENASA.com. DJ, we're watching one of the warm-up sessions right now, some of the American Iron, the Camaro Mustang Challenge cars out there. We mentioned brakes. What other things do these drivers need to be concerned about over the weekend?
So these drivers are going to, one, be focused on their car, making sure the engine runs reliably. There's no issues with suspension parts. We've already seen a lot of drivers working on their cars in the paddock already. We've had 1 day of competition already in the books. That was practice and qualifying for our race groups. These guys are going to have to keep a strategy on their tires, not unlike we see in F1. These guys have a limited amount of tires that they can bring for this weekend in terms of their own budgets and their own preparation. So they may be managing their tires, seeing where they want the most amount of grip. Do they want to use an entire qualifying session, or do they want to put in maybe 1-2 good laps, making sure they're at the front of the field for that qualifying race and save their tires for the rest of the weekend? Yeah, this rain this morning brings in a little bit of a change for a lot of these drivers. Warm up, not going to matter as much, but we've already had 1 round of our time trial group, and we have our second round coming up. Obviously, rain is going to slow down some of these drivers in time trial versus a fully dry session. So we might not be seeing our fastest laps, but I can tell you, based off yesterday's practice and qualifying results, we're seeing some of the fastest laps we've ever seen here at Pit Race. Many records will be broken throughout this weekend.
I was chatting with Dustin's the safety coordinator here at Pitt, and I was talking with him this morning. I said, how does this track react to rain? He said, with all the elevation change and everything, the track does dry quickly. 1 or 2 spots where the water will sit, that'll happen anywhere. But if it stays like this, we get cars on track and we get a little bit breezy, you'll have a dry line come in quicker than you would think. And the more time, the longer cars are on track, we'll start to have that dry line become apparent.
Yeah, absolutely. Weather is always a factor. Pit Race, freshly repaved just a couple years ago. This is a relatively old but new facility. So this was revamped in 2017. So what you're seeing, the current course layout and the current pavement on our racetrack is from 2017. So yeah, it should dry relatively quickly, but that's actually going to add a little bit of nuance to our qualifying races. For our time trial group, they want to be on the line. They want to have maximum amount of grip throughout the entire race course. So they're typically going to be about 1 to 2 feet on either side of the ideal dry racing line. But in our qualifying races, if you want to pass somebody, you're going to have to drop into part of the line that a lot of people haven't ran before. So I really don't think it's going to be until our late afternoon that we're really going to see full dry all over the race course. So it's actually going to add a little bit of strategy for some of these drivers. As they see somebody maybe coming in on the inside into a braking zone, they're going to have to be aware that that driver is going to need a little more space. So awareness is going to be very critical at this weekend's qualifying races.
Kind of give you an update on our broadcast schedule. Here in a couple minutes, we're going to send you down to the paddock and meet some of the drivers. And then as we come back, a couple more warm-ups. You mentioned a couple time trial events prior to lunch. TT Group 2 will be here, time trial Group G and H will be here prior to lunch. After lunch, we come back, and that's when we get into those qualifying races. It'll be interesting to see. Now, here's the forecast. On and off showers, but very spotty showers. Right now, the skies are gray. So right now, you're getting a warm up in a damp track that's wet in a few areas. You come back for the qualifying race, you could have a dry line by that time. So that's something to think about as well.
Yeah, we already see some support and spectators on that front straight right now. That front straight is down. Its elevation change here at Pit Race is very dramatic throughout the entire course. So a lot of fun. You get a little bit of a roller coaster feeling as you come through 1 and 2 are line sections for these drivers coming down that front straight, entering turn 1 fairly fine. Really going to set up the car remember the track is going to go. So going to be an exciting championships here this weekend.
You mentioned tires. Broadcast and all that. So we thank you for joining us here today. Again, that gives you a good shot also kind of looking up to the sky. So it's not big thunderheads here and that type of thing. It's just a general cover. It's sprinkled this morning. Then we got a good downpour. Since then, now it's just been off and on drizzle. So this warm up is incredibly important. Again, a couple time trial sessions. We go into qualifying races this afternoon, wrap up with 2 more time trial sessions at the end of the day, and then that will set the field for the championship races tomorrow. Time trial guys will have their final shot on track, and then we go into those 45-minute championship races.
Yeah,
and that is downhill. Go ahead, TJ. I'm sorry.
Tires here. Yeah, we've got some of our spec groups out here as well. We've got Camaro Mustang Challenge. We And Camaro Mustang Challenge itself runs those Toyos as a spec tire. And what's going to be interesting with the on and off dry, wet conditions we may see today is Toyo has a wet tire that actually works really well as well in the dry. And so they may be running that instead of the pure dry tire. And as long as it has mixed conditions, that may be the tire choice to go. So you may actually see a lot of these drivers very close to grid in the pits with half their wets on the right side, half their dries on the left side, trying to decide which tire to run for that qualifying race.
Well, you see the checkered flag there wrapping up this session. And so let's introduce you now to the third member of our broadcast team. She's the busy one this weekend. Let's turn things over to Kelsey Hill.
Hey everybody, we're here in Pittsburgh for the 2023 NASHA National Championship. I am so excited to take you for the next half hour through the garages to meet different people, learn about different classes, and get a sense of what you have coming this weekend on this live stream. First up, we're going to talk with our friends here at Complete Performance Motorsports. So we've got a driver and the team manager here as well. So please introduce yourselves and tell us where you're from.
Ian Sims. I'm from 84 PA, which is approximately maybe an hour or so south of the track. And with this car, we're running in the ST1 class this weekend.
Awesome. And
my name is Victor Caldarelli. Our shop is out of Sebring, Ohio, not to get confused with Sebring, Florida, the famous racetrack down there, even though it is founded by the same family.
Very cool. Awesome. Yeah, so we're going to take you guys through some of these Vipers that are here. It is a really cool car. It's an awesome piece of performance machinery. And first up, we'll talk to Ian. Ian, tell us about your time here this weekend at Pit Race. How's it been going so far, and how are you feeling for this weekend?
Well, actually, we're struggling a little bit with the weather. Obviously, it's raining. We did not bring rain tires, so we're hoping for some sun and some dry weather. We're a little off pace. I think most of it's up here, and hopefully in the qualifying race I get my head straight and we start having some better lap times.
I'm sure you will. It's so great. And this year, running with this vehicle, have you kind of kept the same throughout the year, or do you make some changes before you came here to Nationals?
No changes for Nationals. This car's pretty much been the same for probably since 2019, other than some, I guess, minor oiling issues, minor upgrades. It's virtually a stock Viper Comp coupe, unlike the heavily modified ones over here that Victor can get into a little later down the road.
And why did you choose to go with the Viper as a platform and be part of the ST1 class?
So I guess I probably fell in love with the Viper in like '89 when the concept came out. So eventually at some point in my life I was able to buy a Viper, and then throughout the years I got into an actual race car. It's safer, and so I've always just wanted to drive that car. So I didn't start in auto racing and convert to a Viper. I just started in a Viper.
That's great. Right to the top. We like that. It's a great way to do it. All right. Well, let's talk. Victor, talk to us a little bit about these different cars that you run. As you can see here underneath the canopy, we've got an ST1, STU, and I know you do some other Vipers as well, and another STU.
Yeah, so our shop is primarily race car based. The Viper Comp Coupe, ACRX platforms, they're all factory built race cars. So the three examples we have here are all serial numbered chassis from Dodge. From roughly 2005 to 2009, the cars were built. So from a mild stock Comp Coupe in Ian Sims to a heavily modified black car over there with all modern transmission, modern motorsports stuff as we know today. So our shop builds them all in-house from the ground up. So guys will either find a car like this that needs refreshed, or in the case of the black car, that was built from a Viper chassis, and we built it from the ground up from nothing.
And so with what you do at Complete Performance Motorsports, could somebody come to you with their vehicle and just say, basically, I want to get into racing, I want to start doing NASA, I'm not sure where to go?
Yeah, so it usually starts with HPD. That's why it's so important for the racing series like NASA to have an HPD class, because then that feeds into time trial. Then that feeds into racing. You just don't start in racing. So a lot of Viper guys start with a street Viper like Ian did, and then they find a race car or will modify their street car for racing. And we always start them with safety. The Vipers are fast enough So it's safety first, it's seat belts, it's roll cage. Then it comes into car safety, oiling system, cooling system, and then we'll move into bigger performance.
And what can we expect to see from you this weekend, Ian? Let's say it dries up, sun's out, just beautiful weather. How are you feeling about your positioning?
Well, I'm confident in the car, so I hope to just stay safe. I'm in it for the long haul and the experience, so we'll just try to be survived by the end of the 45 minutes Sunday.
And would you say that within your class, your friends or foes with most of the other competitors out there?
I would say all friends. I don't know all the guys personally, but they all seem like good guys, and there's a lot of fast drivers here, so I feel safe with the guys around me. So it's just a matter of getting through the race.
And that's one point that Ian brings up. This is really cool with nationals, is that get a chance to race people outside of their local area. So for a lot of these guys and ladies that we have racing, it's the first time that they see some of the competition on track. When you're in your local area, you get to know everybody from your local events, and you kind of get to a sense of how they run, how they drive, where they pace. When you come to something like nationals, when you qualify for it, it's really cool because it's all new racing. It's kind of like starting fresh, but you know that you've got the same classing going and the same kind of performance capabilities aspects. And as you said earlier, Ian, it comes down the driver a little bit in the head and just making sure you can come out and put down your best work. I'd love to take a chance, if you want to go, Victor, over to the black Viper and just take a look at that for our friends at home and see how pretty it is. You can tell us about some of the modifications you've made. Yep. I'll kind of stalk you with the microphone here. So tell us about, obviously it looks a little bit different from the get-go. What else?
Yeah, so this is chassis 11 from Dodge. It was a very early comp coupe that we built, rebuilt from the ground up after the car had some service and years in a World Challenge. We acquired the customer acquired this and did some modifications. So the engine is a Gen 5 engine, 2016, and this car was built in 2005. So it has the modern Viper engine in it. It is a sequential transmission with paddle shift. This car is approximately 850 horsepower with paddle shift and weighs about 29 pounds. So it is absolute rocket ship. It has the modern GT3 brake system that you see on your modern GT3 cars, the big endurance calipers and rotors and everything. This was a frame-off build. Most of the Viper chassis are a gray. This was completely restored in white. At one point in time, this car was displayed at the Pittsburgh International Auto Show in a bare chassis with the suspension and engine and everything in it. And the children's hospital, all the children came and signed the chassis. So there's still, they have worn off over the years, but the whole chassis was signed by the children. There's still a lot of signatures left throughout the chassis. So it has a lot of sentimental value, not only to us as the performance shop that built it, because we get really attached to these cars. We treat them all like our own, but the customer as well. So yeah, this is definitely cream of the crop of what you could build one of these cars up to.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to show us this. I know you've got one more over here with a very famous name here at Pit Race, Jim Stout. Yes. So what's it like working with someone who is a driver's driver who also builds a racetrack and makes it great for the rest of us?
Jim Stout and Kathy Stout are absolute inspiration. Jim is 80 years old, and he's still one of the fastest guys out there. So it's an absolute honor to work on his cars and be at the track for him and work with them when we're not at the track. And to see what they've done from this amazing facility, from the humble days of Beaver Run that we all experience to this incredible facility now. They are definitely an inspiration of how to do things right and how to be kind in the process.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for your time today. And Ian, thank you as well. He's gone to get ready for their day-to-day. So we're not sure if these cars can go out, as Ian stated, and Victor said also. They've got a ton of horsepower. They don't have the rains here for them this weekend, but it is supposed to dry up, so they'll have some great times later in qualifying. And we look forward to following along all weekend. Thanks so much for having us here.
Absolutely.
Great. All right. Well, we're going to head on over to one of the garages over here and give you guys a sense of what Pit Race looks like. It's a little wet out, but it's drying up hopefully by this afternoon. And as we head over here into the garages, Pit Race is a great track. It's got lots of features for drivers. Myself, one of my favorite tracks to drive at. I just love it. There's so many different camber changes, straight so you get some speed, lots of technical turns. So it's so much fun for all of us. And as we come into this garage, we've got the Cabettos. Can I borrow you, Chris? And is Jack here? We're on the early end, yeah. So So we have got a great day here with the Cabettos. With everybody here. We're going to pull up some of our guys running in Spec E30. We have a very special race happening this weekend. Sorry, someone's using air compressors. It's a little loud. And so with our guys here, this is Chris Cabetto, who also runs NASA Mid-Atlantic, and his son Jack Cabetto, who is one of the top runners this weekend here in Spec E30. So we'd love to chat with them. I personally have been waiting for this father-son on the track moments together, and it's been wonderful to watch you, Jack, grow up, and Chris, to know you through the years. So tell the fans at home your name, where you're from, and what your relationship with NASA is.
So my name is Chris Cabetto. I originally am from Pittsburgh. Everybody's from Pittsburgh, but I am living in Richmond, Virginia now since 1991. I'm the director of the NASA Mid-Atlantic region and of Hyperfest, and that's about it. I race cars, and I'm his dad.
You don't just race cars, Chris. I feel like you've won a championship here and there, correct?
Well, in this class, I have 3 national championships in E30 from quite a while ago, and I was hoping to at least give him a run this one, but we'll see what the car does.
All right, so Jack, tell us about yourself.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jack Cabetto. I am his son. Or he's my dad, really. But yeah, I've been racing since I was 14 with NASA, or I started doing HPDs when I was 14. I started racing when I was 16 in Spec E30. Yeah, I've won a couple regional championships, but I've been chasing a national championship since I was as a kid. That's all I've wanted to do. So we're looking really good so far. The top 4 cars are all within I think like all 4 cars were within half a second of each other in qualifying. And I think I should be starting the front row today. So yeah, we're gonna see how it goes, but the car feels really good. I think rain or dry, I think the car is pretty set up. So yeah, I'm really happy.
So Chris, staying with one platform for your whole racing career, tell us about that. Why is the decision to stay with the E30? Why haven't you really moved to another platform, and why do you love driving the E30 so much?
Well, I love driving the E30s because they, for the most part, are tanks. Now, of course, the issues we've been having for the past 3 days with this car is disproving that idea. But they're tanks. They're great fun. They're very tossable. They're light. The handling characteristics are great. They don't bite you. You can get them sideways. And you know, it's a great community. The Spec E30 community in general that Carter Hunt started whenever he started this thing in 2004, who's here racing actually this weekend. It's a bunch of really, really good drivers, good fun drivers to hang out with. However, it's not my only platform. I did race a Mustang for a while, for RTR Mustang and for Celine, and which I think is still on my suit, yeah, RTR, and that shows how long I've had this. But yeah, I've had quite a few platforms, but no question about most of my racing career has been in an E30.
And then Jack, same question to you. You know, most youngsters want to get something else sexy and new and looking great. What about, I think the E30 is a great, sexy car. But what about you with a more historic car does it for you?
You know, it is kind of funny when I'm in college right now. It's kind of funny when I tell people I race cars and they're like, oh, you know, what is it? And I show them it's this literal brick. And they're like, what is that? But, you know, like I said, you know, I've been wanting to win not just a national championship, but a Spec E30 national championship since I was 4 or 5 years old. So for me, like, I kind of have a special place with these cars. I will always want one or want to own one, you know, and I think, you know, nothing's really clicked off until I can get this win, or at least a podium. That's really what I want. So.
I know you've been really close. You're in P2 going in, as far as I know, correct?
Yeah, P2 going in. Eric is first, I think, today. He got me by a little bit in the morning qualifying, but I ran the same time in qualifying the 2 that I ran in qualifying 1. So I'm feeling good because it was a lot hotter, a lot more humid. So I'm feeling pretty good about the car's capabilities, and I think that I found out where I was kind of fast and where he wasn't, you know, vice versa. So I'm going to try to play to my strengths and his weaknesses as best I can. But yeah, I think I have the in-car camera today as well, so definitely look out for that. I got the neon gloves. So yeah.
Jack is very good. Some good hand motions. He gets real excited. So great in-car camera action for us. And then Chris, being part of NASA for so long, off of running Mid-Atlantic, talk to us about NASA and just over time how people can get involved with racing and how they can really start their racing pathway?
Well, we always, say we're the race guys, not the space guys, and but we launch racing careers. And really, the nice thing about NASA is the ladder system. The ladder system allows somebody to come to the track and start with HPDE1, they can buy a car from the showroom and drive it straight to the track. We can loan you a helmet, put a certified instructor in the car with you, and you can go out there and you learn how to drive, in a controlled environment with an instructor and classroom instruction, all the great safety equipment. The nice thing is that on those weekends, there is both there's racing and time trial and the HPDEs. And of course, you start in HPDE1 as a novice, and you move your way through 1, 2, 3, and 4 to your advanced. And then if you want to become an instructor or race or go time trial, at that point you can. But you don't have to go anyplace else, where a lot of other places you have to start one place and maybe go get your competition license someplace else. You can do it all within NASA, and it's convenient. We're a family. It has been around for a long time. It's a national organization, and NASA Mid-Atlantic was actually the very first East Coast region. We like to say that we made the National Auto Sport Association national because they were California up to that point.
Well, that's awesome. I know it is a really great organization, and like Chris said, there are so many different groups and areas that you can join. So go on NASA online. Also, this weekend we have everything going with information with this weekend as far as the strategies and all of the pit schedules and the course schedules and everything as well. So you can get online tons of information there in the championship homepage. So big question ahead. How are you feeling about this weekend with Eric? Does he make it over here?
Yeah, Eric should be here.
Okay, well, he'll make it in. We're going to have some questions with Eric and Jack together. That's our P1 and P2 in Spec E30. So thank you guys for your time. We're going to keep moving along here and talk to more people in the garage. When Eric comes in, give me a holler, and we'll come over and chat with you guys about your duel to happen later today.
Awesome. Yeah,
Awesome.
thank
Well,
you.
thanks so much, Chris.
Absolutely.
See you out there for sure. Great. All right, thanks so much. We're going to head over here. As you can see in these garages, there's a different variety of vehicles. We've got a Chevy Camaro. We've got our Spec E30s here. We've got some more BMWs, E46, and some Mustangs. And then over here, we've got another great fan favorite. We did some surveys before Nationals. You came up all the time in here, so tell everyone else who doesn't know you your name, where you're from, and what your local region is for NASA.
Thanks, Kelsey. I'm Derek Fletcher. I'm from Arkansas, and we represent the Mid-South region.
Wonderful. So, beautiful car. Talk to us about this incredible Corvette that you drive.
So this is a 2023 Corvette Z06, basically right off the showroom floor, full stock production car, even has street tires on it. We wrap it and make it look like a race car, and we're competing against a lot of Corvettes and BMWs that are, real race cars built from the ground up. So just kudos to Chevrolet for producing such a great car and giving somebody like me an opportunity to come out here and represent our region and hopefully get on the podium today.
Yeah, I hope so too. So talk to us about your weekend so far. How's it been going for you?
Yesterday was largely just a test day, trying to learn the track and figure out, where our friction circles were and all that kind of stuff. And then, of course, today we're battling the rain, which is a little difficult for us because we don't have rain tires on the car. But we're hoping for some clearing later today, and we can get out there and put down some good lap times.
Absolutely. I think everyone's hoping that it gets better. It seems like it's lifting a little bit here with the rain, so the other guys can dry it up for you, have a little lunch break, and then get out there and put some good lap times down. With this Corvette, did you leave it mostly stock, or what modifications have you made?
Totally stock other than the wing. That's
Wow,
it. Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah, it is. It's an incredible car. It's faster than I am, I'll tell you that. I'm still growing, so.
That's right. It's the best part of racing. You always have something to learn.
That's
every
right.
day.
That's right.
And you mentioned this is your first time here at Pit Race?
Yes. Yeah.
And what do you think of the track so far?
It's incredible. It's beautiful. As soon as you drive in, you can see that they really take care of the place. There's a lot of workers going around making sure that everybody's happy and cleaning the place up, and it's just gorgeous. It's definitely a top-tier place to be. Love it.
I'm not sure if you know the track was built by a racer and their family, so it really truly is a driver's track. I know we feel that when we're out there driving. It's just awesome.
Yeah, Jim's a great guy. He's very personable. He came over and met us yesterday, and so we feel very welcome here.
Cool. Well, everybody has a question that's come up on social. What is the affiliation with Milwaukee? Why do you love Milwaukee so much? Tell us about your livery, just everything with you.
Well, thank you. My best friend, Matt Hathcock, works for Milwaukee Tool, and he's been a really big supporter of a Heart Like Mine Foundation, which is a foundation my wife created about 6 years ago after our daughter was born with half a heart. And so the foundation seeks to help families and kids who are suffering, who may have been in the hospital for long periods of time, having a difficult time paying bills and that kind of thing, or even just moral support, somebody to talk to that's been there. And so a Heart Like Mine Foundation, they can go to teamannabelle.org and check that out. It's a great mission. It's why we're really here, is to spread the word and to help these kids all over our country who are suffering. So.
Thank you so much. It makes me emotional.
Yes, me too.
Yes, absolutely. Well, so when you look at this weekend and you look at where you're placed, where are you right now going into the qualifying?
So I'm 10th on grid. I'm 4th in my class. So we have a chance to do this. We really, a win for us would be to get on the podium at all, especially in a stock car. So we've got our fingers crossed. We think we have all our ducks in a row, and now we're just waiting on the weather to clear up so we can go out and get after it.
And coming in from a different area here, have you met your competitors before? Or is it the first time you're seeing a lot of them?
A lot of them, it's the first time, but we've been around like Barber and places like that where we get to meet some Great Lakes and other regions. So some of them are pretty familiar and some are not. Yeah, but they're all great. It's been really competitive and really, really fun.
And how did you get into racing? Tell us a little about your past and your history. And I don't think you just woke up one day and went out and got a Corvette and came out here.
Truth. When I was 4 years old, I started racing motorcycles, and so it's just been in my blood ever since. I had to race some kids for a few years, so we took some time off. And then just about 3 years ago, we started renting Corvettes at a racetrack in Memphis. And then it just grew from there. And we got the bug, and we got hooked up with NASA, and we've been on their team ever since.
Awesome.
Yep.
Great. Well, this is so nice. Thank you so much for taking time to talk with us today.
Thank you very much.
Good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
And we'll be following you along.
Appreciate it.
Awesome.
Thank
All
you very
right.
much.
Thanks so much. All right. Well, we're going to keep strolling through here. We're going to head on over. I think Eric is here. He is the Spec E30 winner right now. So we're going to grab a little something special for you, sir. And our friends at Competition Motorsports, which is a great sponsor for us, is presenting gloves to the pole winners. So, yeah, this is great. So, one of the things that you get by being fastest in your class on the pole, you get some new amazing gloves from Alpine Stars. So, we'll have you pick out the size you want as well. But thank you so much to our friends at Competition Motorsports for giving those out to us. So, tell us your full name, where you're from, and what region you represent here at NASA.
My name's Eric Pennington. I represent Great Lakes, so hoping to use some of that experience. All my laps here. Been racing Spec E30 since 2014. Luckily in the same car the whole time, trying to keep it that way. Just looking forward to racing my friends, have a good time, and yeah, no, that's about it.
And as far as this weekend's concerned, obviously weather today is a little bit that everyone's looking at. How are you feeling about that?
I'm pretty happy either way. I did bring like 24 dry tires that I'm not getting to use, so hopefully that one set of rains does it for me for the weekend, and we'll see if I can stay ahead of Jack here.
And that is one thing I want to talk with both of you about. You know, it's hard as a racer. You always want to be P1. You want to be out the front. Being P2 is not so bad either. You guys are side by side at the start. So when you're thinking about going into this this afternoon, what is it like to say, okay, I know I'm up against someone that I'm pretty tight with. Are you thinking strategy-wise, or what types of things go through your head?
All those things really do. It's your friend, but I want to beat him. I want to rub it in his face later. So we've got a pretty good understanding of what we're willing to do. We might rub the cars together a little bit more than most, but we all get it, and that's part of the fun. That's why we choose the class. It's just real intense. Qualifying yesterday was a little bit of a preview. We were just nose to tail for the whole session, so just looking forward to more of that.
I think we all kind of know our driving styles at this point. I've been racing him since I started racing, basically. I think at least when it comes to a qualifying race, like the goal is just to make it to Sunday, right? And so I think even if you're second, third, fourth, that top four cars were all right there. It really is anybody's game. So I think just get to the first day.
Awesome, great. Well, thank you guys so much. Good luck today. We'll be watching along. Again, we'll have a live feed camera in with Jack, which basically is next to Eric. So you'll get to see a lot of action, see who stays ahead, and we'll see what happens coming into tomorrow. Awesome. Thanks. Great. Thanks so much. All right, we're going to take one more step over, and we're going to talk to Brian Fessler. And this is our last stop this morning. We're just going to cross here in the paddock. Sorry, it's a little bit loud. And he is over here. Brian is a great driver here at NASA. He is known throughout the paddocks for being one of the many, many times, having a track record at various tracks. And within this capacity, Brian and his dad, Paul, run a great shop, Paul's Automotive Engineering, out of Ohio. We're taking a little stroll. Sorry, everybody. What I want to show you guys is they build these beautiful Mustangs. Everything about them are completely custom and engineered and designed to absolutely be wonderful, and see how things are going. So as we come here, just a lot of stuff here on the ground to be careful for. So as we work through all of this, oh, hey, Brian. Is now an okay time, guys? Sorry. You are? Okay, they're actually going to go. This is very exciting. So we'll come back and talk to them at one of the other breaks. As you can see here, they're getting ready to head out. The Fesslers make the most beautiful Mustangs, I have to tell you. They have got time records. Everything on these cars are completely custom. But what it does start with is a car that you can buy on the floor of any Ford showroom. And so from that point, they take those cars and they get them totally spec'd out to do this. What's neat about Brian this weekend is he's running in 3 separate races, all with the same vehicle. So you'll be seeing it out there in different classes. We've got the TTU, the SU, and also the American Iron Unlimited. When you take a look at these vehicles, there's so much about them that is perfect for what Brian goes out there to try to do. I'm happy they're going out. I was thinking they may not, just because of the fact it's been wet and raining. And from that point, we are going to go ahead and let them keep getting prepped, and we're going to go ahead and step out of the area to let them get ready. We've got family here to watch. It's very exciting. And that's it. We'll come back later today to talk with them and get a sense of what Brian feels here in this time trial opening up today. So with everything here, we say, hi, Mom, hi, wife, everybody else. It's great. All right, well, we're going to go ahead and keep strutting around here. And we're going to walk through the paddock. We're just going to take a lap through and get a sense of some other groups. I'm sorry, it's quite loud. But what you can see at a NASA paddock every time you come to a race weekend is just a lot of different vehicles that are out here. And so we're just going to walk through, check in with some people, see who is prepping their vehicles and getting ready for this weekend, and the different classes and what's going to be happening on track. We actually can take a stop over here. We'll stop by our friends at AIM. They are a great partner with many of the racers and many of the NASA groups. As you can see, they're here actively on track. That's one thing NASA does do, is make sure that we have a full paddock of support for racers on big weekends like this. So if they have any issues, they can get cleared up pretty quick. John, what's happening? Good. We're just walking the paddock, saying hi to people. Actually, what we're doing right now, we've got a live stream camera that just went into John's car. So we're going to say hi real quick. We're going to come back and do a full interview later.
Okay.
But give folks a hello and who you are and where you're from.
Morning for a slightly soppy Saturday here at the championships. Trying to work with the nice folks here at AIM, make sure I can get my laptop set up and have an idea of what the hell I did yesterday. Today is, I think, going to dry out for us. I don't think it'll be sunny, but my bet is that we'll go dry tire. And, we'll see what happens. A good hot day out here might be 9 or 10 PSI. I bet you we're going to be 5 to 7 maybe. So it'll be interesting.
Great. And so I was saying earlier, we're walking over, having AIM here, full support. That's a great thing that we have here at NASA, is that if you have an issue, someone's on hand just to kind of help you out with that.
Yeah, I take it a step further. Forget having an issue, just somebody trying to tell you how to use their technology better. This is a hobby for all of us, and with careers and kids and all the rest, the tools are available, but we don't know how to use them perfectly. And to have this on site, hey, you can segment this a little better, and here's a better way to figure out our tool, it's invaluable.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So Spec 3, talk to us about this amazing class. We're going to do a full little interview later, but what are you looking forward to today going into qualifying?
Looking forward to probably just keeping it together, right? If you can start front row tomorrow, that's a great place to be. Work class that does standing starts. So for the production crew up there, make sure you catch us on the green flag tomorrow. That's where a lot of fun happens. And just having that line of sight up to the lights when they go out and a clear turn 1, it will be a real nice thing. Spec 3 in general, great class. Cars are sort of $18,000 to $20,000 for a front-running car, a little less if you want to do more work yourself. And they run like tops. So just looking forward to being out there having fun today.
Thanks so much. And as far as Spec 3 goes, how many people do you have right now in that class running this weekend?
We started out with 12. Unfortunately, we had a couple of mechanical issues that weren't able to be fixed on site. So I think we're down to 9 or 10 at this point.
Awesome. Very cool. And with Spec 3 in particular, it's a growing class. Everyone's seeing it going. wild on the internet. I have to say, if
Appreciate
you're
it. Appreciate it.
interested in Spec 3, they do have an incredible Facebook group going, and everybody's very helpful as far as sourcing cars, parts, advice, how to get your car set up right to come do NASA and do Spec 3. As far as you're concerned, when you are at the head of the group and helping to lead that way here, what's some great advice you could give people at home as they're thinking about watching this race coming up, and also things to look for that separate you from other BMWs out on the track?
Yeah, a couple of guys to watch today coming off of second and third row. Sean O'Hara, which is car 19 right there. I see it sitting in front. He is a real fast car coming out of fourth place starting position today. I just think he had a bad qual session yesterday, so it'll be interesting to see. Sean's an aggressive driver in a safe way, but a guy who really wants to try to get up to the front row for tomorrow's race. That'll be fun. In terms of answering your question about getting involved, you're absolutely right. The online presence is tremendous, and the groups here, people helping one another out. I had 3 wheel studs yesterday fail on me right before qual 1. 4 guys around my car helping to change tires, help me out to get it out on grid. That type of camaraderie, it's just incredible. So love the people involved here.
As far as other BMWs, I think people, if they're not into cars, say, oh, I see the front grille, it's a BMW, big deal. There's so many differences between the BMWs you'll see out here this weekend. We've lots of different classes. If you have information, you're curious to learn more, check out the NASA website. It's all on there. But in a quick summary, what's your biggest thing you would say the differences between the BMWs people will see?
Yeah, so E30s, your late 80s cars, those cars are a little bit looser. You'll see guys really driving with the gas pedal in order to get those cars to rotate, a lot of understeer. In terms of the E46s, far more dialed in, a little more of an expensive platform, a great suspension package that you're paying for, but at the same time, those guys who are going to be running at probably about 2 seconds a lap faster than we are. We split the difference. Cost benefit of these cars is tremendous. How close our rule set is tremendous. A lot less variability in the equipment, and it's really down to driver.
Well, thank you so much for your time, John. We'll be seeing you later today, and good luck out there.
Appreciate it.
Look forward to watching your success this weekend.
Thanks for stopping by.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Well, we're going to take a quick look back up, and we're closing out here in the paddocks. We're going to go up to the booth to Edwin. And with that in mind, he's going to give you great coverage here on the upcoming races at 11:20. Thanks so much for joining us in the paddock.
Pittsburgh International Race Complex opened in 2002 with a 2.78-mile-long configuration and 36-foot track width. With 4 long straights, drivers have ample opportunities to make passes on one of the most challenging and engaging tracks you'll ever take on. Complete with 19 turns, pit race flows wonderfully and is as well suited to time trial as it is for racing. Turns 3 and 4 will remind you of the corkscrew at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Turn 5 is a tight downhill bowl with a tricky entry and a steep uphill exit. Turns 7 through 11 are some of the finest S's in the country. Turns 12 and 13 are essential to get right because they lead to the blind turn 14, which feels a bit like turn 8 at Sonoma Raceway, and it empties onto the long back straight with high-speed turns 15 and 16. The circuit features a peak elevation drop of 82 feet in turns 3 and 5, and a peak elevation climb of 85 feet through turns 5 and 6, with blind rises and exciting elevation changes. Reconfigured in 2017, the long straights will give drivers multiple opportunities for passes during a lap, and with the high and low speed technical elements, pit race will test the balance of car and driver. And welcome back to the 2023 NASA Championships at Pittsburgh International Raceway. Kelsey, excellent job. I told you she would be busy this weekend, and she indeed is busy. Back in the booth here with DJ Fitzpatrick. And DJ, it's great to hear from these drivers to kind of get an idea of what they're thinking about going into today's event.
Yeah, we saw a mix of drivers in that interview. You saw the high-powered Fassler's Mustang. He's a perennial favorite for NASA, been to many of these past championships. We look forward to seeing him run in all three classes. He's one of two that we see running three different classes throughout the weekend. He will be very busy. We see out on track right now, this looks like our time trial G group. So we have 43 drivers running in our time trial group this weekend. This split right now is time trial 2, 4, 5, and 6. So you see a big mix, and this is one of the fun things about time trial is it is not just one car out there. You can pretty much fit any car you would like to drive within this group, and the rule set is so flexible that you can make a car that you would not think capable as being a front runner in this pack, so drivers get to really choose what they love.
Kelsey was talking, you may have noticed that there was no rain. So that was nice. As Kelsey's walking around, there was no rain coming down. I just looked at radar for what that is worth, but it looks like it wants to stay cloudy, but maybe those heavy downpours are over. The one driver she talked to, he said, yep, it looks like dry tires. Because of the cool temperature, they're going to adjust PSI. And we're just wrapping up there the Group F warm-up. So final warm-up of the morning there. We'll go to a quick course check and then back to our first time trial event of the day. But again, he's talked a little bit about, yes, we should be able to go to dry tires. We'll adjust PSI, and that way he'll be set for the day. But that's a good sign. And again, the radar looks sort of promising. And like I say, all the Kelsey stuff you just saw was live in the paddock, and she didn't have an umbrella over her head. Speaking of tires, Track Day Tire is proud to be the official tire supplier of NASA. NASA members are able to take advantage of TrackDayTire.com's enormous inventory and technical support team focused solely on helping members extract the most from their competition tires on the track. For more information, visit DRIVENASA.com. DJ, she also talked to some of the drivers who will have the in-car cameras. Have you ever had one in the car, and does it make the driver more nervous knowing that camera's in there and everybody's watching what they're doing?
So as a driver at the National Championships in the past with an in-car video before, I will say you notice it when they put it in on grid, and then you forget all about it as soon as you're on your warm-up lap. All these drivers are going to be so hyper-focused on preparing their cars and getting ready during these races and time trial groups. They definitely do not notice during the race, so I think that's going to be really cool because they're just going to be so focused ahead that we're going to see that first-person view of what's happening within these races. These races are the championship, so we are going to see very tight racing, the best of the best coming from around the country.
And so that is the final warm-up. That everything else from here on out counts. Not that qualifying and some of the other time trial yesterday didn't count, but that's your final warm-up. Everything that we're going to see now goes into the record books. Let's jump ahead a little bit to after lunch. We're going to have 2 time trial sessions, take a lunch break, and then come back for qualifying races. We mentioned it in the opening of the show, DJ. If you're up front, you want to protect that position because any car you start in front of is one less car you have to pass on Sunday. But if you're back in the pack a little bit, especially some of these groups with the larger fields, how aggressive do you want to be today? How many cars are you trying to get by to set you up for a decent start tomorrow? And in these conditions, how aggressive can you be?
Yeah, this is such a cool format. Qualifying yesterday, fastest lap, just one lap that you're really going for. Today is that qualifying race, so it matters where you finish. So if you started at the back, didn't get in a good lap, had a mechanical, you have a chance to make up a couple positions during this qualifying race. It's 30 minutes long. A lot can happen in 30 minutes, as any racer can attest. But more importantly, you have to get that car across the finish line. You know, the old age saying of to finish first, you first have to finish. These drivers need to make sure that they don't take any undue risks that might put them at the back of the field for tomorrow. But again, from the same point is you got to be up front if you want to have a good chance of winning. So you're going to see a mix of strategy, mix of risk here, depending on the driver and how comfortable they feel being at the front of that pack. Yeah, I saw.
We heard in Kelsey's interview earlier. You know, Kelsey was talking about you know, how tight some of the qualifying was in these groups. So your ability to make up some time there is difficult. But again, you've got to do it if you're way back in the pack, trying to make up some of those spots today to make your task on Sunday a little bit easier.
Yeah, we saw the discussion with our Spec E30 drivers. You saw Eric Pennington grabbing that pole in Spec E30 over Jack Cabetto. You know, the top four in Spec E30 were separated by less than a quarter of a second. So you can see how difficult that's going to be. Let's say you drop 2 tires off or 4 tires off during this championship qualifying race. Yeah, that's going to mean you're going to be starting the back of the pack. You might have to work your way through 20, maybe even 30 cars to get to the front of the pack. Meanwhile, the rest of those top pack are getting away. So you really got to focus on having a good, smart race today. You know, more than just pure aggression today is going to be smart. And that Spec E30 race is going to be fantastic. That's our Group B race. So those Spec E30s, we also talked during interviews with John McAvoy at that AIM van. John McAvoy is the regional leader for our Spec 3 group, and he's been very fast in Spec 3. He's been running that almost 10 years in that Spec 3 group. So we expect him to be fast at the front of the pack, but he was noting that the Spec E30 and the Spec E46 groups were going to be running as well in his group. And so that might come into strategy for John McAvoy and the leaders of that Spec 3 group, as they will most likely have to work through some of the slower Spec E46 pack. So they are going to be dealing with out-of-class traffic, and you can use that to your advantage or get punished and blocked out from a couple positions.
So rolling on the track now is Group G, a time trial. Broken up into 2 groups. This is TT2, 4, 5, and 6. And then coming up behind that is TTU, TT1, and 3. And that's going to be the quick group. DJ, tell us, in TTU, what does that U stand for?
That U stands for unlimited. This is a no hold back group. This is anything you want to put to the car. You want to throw 1,000 horsepower at it. You want to throw 13-inch wide slicks on the back of your car with a wing 3 feet up in the air. That is what that time trial unlimited group is for. You see some really cool cars in that unlimited group. Paul Fassler, who was interviewed earlier today, he will actually be running in that time trial unlimited group. Our car makes mega horsepower. You know, and this track, it's got a mix of both straights and very technical sections. And I think that's where Fassler's car so well set up. You know, they've been running that car for years. That's where it's really going to pay dividends. And looking out on track, we don't see a lot of spray coming off the back of these cars with those wings. Typically, the wings help bring up some air off the track, that aero helping suck the moisture up into the air. Don't see a ton of spray, just a little bit of spray behind those tires. So hopefully the track is going to dry very quickly for these drivers.
So we'll see those fast TTU cars coming up in the next session. Right now, the 38X Team ST Edge on the track. Eric Lanin in the 219. Those are your TT4 cars. Tim Roberts, Eric Nimitz, Jeff Stutler, and there's Stutler right there. the 00 car, Stuttler in the TT5. He's out of the Great Lakes region, the 371 Nathan Young. Let me give you who's in TT6 real quick. The team Mick Blue Racing in the 76, Jason Bleak the 81, Team Davis in the 56, and then the 925 team. So those are the cars on track right now, but that silver machine, that is Jeff Stuttler in TT5. And kind of take us for a lap around here. So what you're doing now, just so people watch at home, this is not about who crosses the finish line first. It's who has the best and the quickest lap in this session. As DJ told you, there's multiple sessions. They're going to take the best session from the weekend. But DJ, at first we didn't think like this would be a good session to set a lap. That track looks pretty good to me right now.
Yeah, the track's drying up, and you're going to see these lap times drop significantly as they start pouring heat into the track. The track dries out, but you're also trying to build heat and rubber onto the track. So hard rain in the morning will wash away some of that rubber. So they've got to put down that rubber, get the tires hot. But what it's great is you've got this nice cool weather right after the rain, pick up maybe a couple horsepower. And if they can get that track grooved in, their track, the car's hot, working in the right direction, we may see some fast laps. This is the second round of the weekend for these time trial groups. They're going to have 5 rounds between today and tomorrow. This morning was wet, completely rained out, so I'm expecting these lap times to drop as we see number 38 getting a little wide through the back section of the pit race course. So it's still slippery out there for those drivers. We're going to see probably the next round this afternoon, if it stays clear, seeing some of the fastest laps. In practice and warm-ups, we were seeing some lap times that were faster than prior lap track records. So we're definitely going to see a lot of track records fall today.
Well, that team right there out of the NorCal region has set the quick lap again in this session. That's a 209.497. So quickest, there comes over the hill and that downhill straightaway. Again, that's the 38X, the Team ST, and they're right now, and they go a little bit quicker now. 205.144. So they lead the way in TT4. Tim Roberts in the number 43 is leading in TT5, or has the fastest lap in TT5. And then it's the team Mick Blue in TT6. But the fastest lap overall, 205.144. Now, I keep stressing that that's the fastest lap in this session, because remember, these time trial drivers are going to have 3 cracks at it over the course of the weekend. It's going to be the fastest lap that they have all weekend long. There's a good shot of the 925 car. That's in TT6. And right now, they are, let's see, right now the 228 right now for that team, Team Force Racing. This is a home track for them out of the Great Lakes region, but their last lap was their quickest. Again, that's a 228.734 for car number 925, the Team Force Racing machine. Hey, DJ, in one of these sessions, are you going to get your best laps in the first couple times out, though, where everything's fresh, or does it matter how the track is coming in? Should we expect to see the fastest laps in the very first, the lap right after the out lap?
Yeah, so that's tricky. For our time trial, this group, which is our time trial 2, 4, 5, and 6, these are not super high horsepower cars. So typically these cars are going to be putting in their fastest lap within the first couple laps. Obviously in this session, the track is drying out. So I expect each lap to be getting faster and faster for these drivers as they pump heat into the track. What we're going to see in our unlimited and time trial 1 and 3 group is that they're typically going to be fastest on the second, third, and maybe even the 4th lap. They've got big, wide, massive slicks that take some time to put heat into those. We saw the Viper group up there earlier. I've actually raced with those guys as well. And those guys need 2 or 3 laps to put all that temperature into these huge tires. I mean, you've just got so much mass to heat up that they typically take between 2 and 3 laps to even get heat into the tires. So exciting in this time trial group, as these guys are going to put down laps. You don't have any guarantee of the rest of the sessions being dry. You know, we look at the weather, we hope for the best that there won't be rain, but it could rain all the rest of the weekend. This might be, you know, the driest it gets. You just don't know. We're predicting it to be nicer tomorrow, but you know, all bets are off. Anything can happen with the weather. So it's important for some of these drivers to at least bank in a good couple laps, make sure that they're there. You know, I see some drivers that are missing, aren't running this session, and they're taking that risk not running, hoping that the rest of the sessions will be dry.
There's a good look at Nathan Young, TT5 out of the Northeast region. Now, his quickest lap right now, 207.349, and these laps are getting faster. Everybody just turned their fastest lap on lap 3, which means the track is really starting to come in and get quicker as we go. So let's pick up Nathan. There he is again, the yellow 371 car, and we'll follow him around. His best lap was lap number 3, a 207.349. And we'll see, can he improve on that? If he improves on that, that's going to tell us that this track is drying up, this track is getting quicker, and a dry line's coming in. So the guys that set this session out, they might end up regretting that. This will be the last lap. When they come by, they'll be putting in their best lap of the day. And yeah, everybody's improving on this last lap. Let's see what Young can do. And I believe he may have stepped off the pace a little bit there, so he may not improve his lap. But the 38X Team ST Edge, their best lap you see on the board there, 202.313, and they did it on their final lap. Same thing in TT5. Tim Roberts puts in a 207.915, again, in his fourth and final lap. And then in TT6, the 76 team, they put in a lap of 210.522. So, DJ, of the 3 groups, 2 of the leaders put in their fast lap the last lap, and that tells us all the time this track is getting better and better, and that should be very promising as the day goes by, because, again, not only is it not raining, but the cloud ceiling is starting to lift a little bit. That's good news.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Mick Blue Racing right now, fastest lap in time trial 6. He is one of the 2 drivers that is running 3 classes this weekend. So that team's going to be very busy. We saw Nathan Young in that yellow S2000 on the back straight, lifting, letting some drivers by. He was stuck behind about 2 or 3 other time trial cars. And in these time trial sessions, you're going for the fastest lap. Position doesn't matter. So Nathan Young may have decided that it is better to let a couple cars go by, get some clear track so he can try to put down his fastest lap of the session. So some strategy happening in time trial already during a slightly damp session. Yeah, Nathan Young already back at it, but he's already on the back of that silver S2000 of Jeff Stutler. So we'll see if he's trying to get a good lap or if he's just trying to maybe get in the mind of Jeff Stutler, look at his line, see what he's doing, maybe pick up a couple tricks for the rest of the weekend.
Well, and you touched on it well. Sometimes you need to back out a lap so that you can find some clear racing. There's Team Mick Blue, the 76 car. We'll follow him around. Their best lap right now, a 210.522. And as the track gets better, let's see if they can improve. Right now, they're the fastest in this session for TT6. And let's see if he can improve here as the track starting to look really, really good. Down on that far end, he'll head down towards that final corner before they come back uphill and then downhill on the front straightaway. All right, let's watch. 210.522 is the best lap. Let's see if he can improve here. Off that final corner
right now.
Let's see, here he is. That's the pit entrance right there on the left, you see. Trying to beat 210.522 down the front straightaway. Not going to do it. That lap actually a little bit slower, 211.395. So he'll log his best lap right now as 210. So, again, there is some strategy. When do you run and finding some clean space on the track. Now, not a huge field out there in this session. So you should be able to find some pretty decent open track as we pick up the number 81 car now on track. And let's see what his best lap is. And that's Jason Bleak right now, as we should see some of the final timed laps coming in right now. What did Bleak do? Bleak goes fastest on that lap. For him, his fastest of the session, 2:16.787. That'll still put him third fastest in this session for TT6, but Bleak did his best lap that last time by, as you see him working through the course there. And one end of this racetrack, it's fun to watch them because you really get an appreciation for the elevation change at this Pittsburgh International Raceway. And here's where you really see it, DJ. They come down into that area, the fishbowl, and that's where you have all that elevation change. You dive down into the corner and then back up the hill. That driver out of Utah here and making the most of it here. The lap right now, as we said, for Bleak is a 2:16.787. But that fishbowl area, that's a blast, DJ.
Yeah, absolutely. You're diving down. A lot of elevation change down. You've got a tight corner to get turned around, and it's not on camber as you come back up that hill. So you'll see those drivers struggling to try to put down that power on the exit of the corner to get up that hill. And you know, that's so tough as a driver. You see this big uphill right in your face trying to get up, but you can't quite put the power down with that off camber on the exit. So these drivers doing a really good job putting in some good laps. I suspect we'll see a couple more names pop up in the next session, the third session of the day for these drivers. Yeah, this was the second session for time trial Group G. So really they only have one more session today to get it done. So we'll be watching each of these drivers. There's Nathan Young. He was not able to improve that last lap. So his strategy of holding back, letting a couple drivers go by did not work out for him on that lap.
Great job by the 38X. They made their fastest lap, the final, 2:01.423. You see that on your board, just about getting into that 159 bracket. The 43, Tim Roberts, fastest TT5 for the session, and then the 56, T. Davis, fastest in the TT6 for this session. Car on the track there, the Zero machine. Nope, excuse me, let me see, double check that. Can't quite see. Oh, yes, it is the Zero. Eric Nemich, and their fast lap was 2:06.693. That put him second fastest in TT5. Eric Nemich in the Zero machine. Beautiful looking car. You see the checkered flag has waved, so all running laps will count. If you got by before the checkered came out, you can finish it. So let's see what Eric can do. 2:06.693 is his best. Tim Roberts clocks in a 2:06.313 to improve his best TT5 times. And there is the Zero car. And he's going to say, nope, I'm done. I'm happy with my 2:06.693 as he jumps down onto pit road. DJ, that was good. What was fun there for me was watching the track improve as we worked through the session. And let me real quick before I throw it to you, the 38X car just about got there. That final lap, 2:00.479. So just about into that 1:59 session as these are the final flying laps. The 43 car, Eric, going to finish up there, and
the number 43, Tim Roberts, right there, leading time trial 5 with a 2:06.313. His last lap was his fastest. That E46 sedan of Tim Roberts over Eric Nemich in 2:06.693 for time trial 5.
Good session. Yeah, great to watch it get faster, and we'll see it as, again, we turn things over here in just a little bit to our next group. We're going to see those numbers really come down, and you'll start to understand the difference in horsepower and the way those cars are on track. And I'm not sure if Tim is still on a flying lap or this may be his pit-in lap, because I believe Tim already took the checkered flag, so this should be a pit-in lap for Tim Roberts, so that'll give him a 2:06 for the session.
Yeah, that's a good-looking BMW. We're going to see a lot of these E30, E36, and E46 generation BMWs out on track. Sedans, good platform to build as well. Spec E46 has both coupes and sedans on the same platform. So really it's your preference what you like out there. And that's a sharp looking black sedan out there of Tim Roberts. But in Time Trial 5, you'll also see not that E46 sedan, but you saw the yellow S2000 and silver S2000 of Jeff Stutler and Nathan Young out there. So good mix of cars out in Time Trial today.
Well, you saw his hand out the window, so he rolls in. A good roll-on, roll-off session here. So we're going to turn things over now to Group H. As these guys come out for their out lap as the official motorsports safety supplier of NASA, Competition Motorsports has the largest inventory of auto racing safety equipment and accessories in the nation, with an exclusive discount only available to NASA members. Competition Motorsport can get you what you need, when you need it. No excuses. Visit DRIVENASA.com for more information. Well, you see that car leading them out onto pit road. That's where Kelsey was in the paddock as those guys were getting ready to roll out. So this is Group H, and we're going to see some faster laps here. They divide the time trial group into two, and these we'll see some fast laps, and they're going to have a great track to roll out on. And DJ, I didn't see their times from yesterday, but where do these fast guys get here in this session?
Yeah, we're expecting a little bit of a damp track, so we'll expect him to be probably in the 50s, but ultimately these guys up front are going to be in the 40s by the end of the weekend. That Mustang you see right there of Fassler makes over 900 wheel horsepower, and he's got to be able to maneuver it on a slightly tight track during our technical sections. Putting down 900 horsepower through those 13-inch slicks on the back of that car is going to be very difficult for Fassler. We're going to definitely see some sideways action from him. Good mix of cars you see right there. We've got an open cockpit car right behind Fassler's Mustang. We've got a 430, what looks like a 430 challenge car behind him as well. Fassler getting prepared for his first lap.
DJ Fassler in that car right now with, not a perfect track, but how patient does he need to be? You talked about all the horsepower. He wants to get it coming off the corners. But right now, I would say in this particular session, patience might be an important part for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Those 13-inch slicks will take a little bit of time. You see Fassler taking a very conservative line through turn 1 and 2. Those are blind corners, and especially on a damp track, you're unsure of the conditions. This more looks like a scouting lap for him. As you see some spray come off the diffuser, there's definitely some damp parts of this track still. So Fassler taking it easy, good conservative line through there. He's very experienced in NASA championships. We're going to see a cool head on Fassler as he comes through, builds up that speed throughout this session.
And DJ, as he comes out of the fishbowl there, you talked about some of the lower horsepower cars. That's where you really appreciate that 900 horsepower. You're down at the bottom of the racetrack, being able to use all of that to pull you up out of the bowl, and that's where you get the most out of that machine. Where other cars are, you're like, come on, keep rolling. That car really pulls you up out of the corner. You still need to be patient right now as you work through the S's here, but when to use that horsepower is key to a good lap. And it's funny, this end of the racetrack looks a little bit drier than the other end of the racetrack, and this track sprawls out. You could have a wet section and a dry section all at the same time.
Yeah, we've got 6 drivers in this unlimited group, all with different cars we're seeing throughout this unlimited group. We also have Time Trial 3 and Time Trial 1 out there right now. We saw briefly, the Phoenix yellow Mustang of Eric Magnuson, the Corvette of John Heyer in Time Trial 3, Derek Fletcher and Rob Turksony in Time Trial 1 out there as well. We're focused on Brian Fassler's first lap through here already, a scouting lap with conservative lines, he is already at a 52.563.
Well, you said you thought he'd get down into the 150s, but maybe not right out of the box. So sets a good fast lap to get us rolling. 154 for the 27 car, and across the line. Let's pick up this machine. Coming right here.
This is Eric Magnuson in time trial 3. That looks like a 458 challenge car, Ferrari challenge car.
Yeah, that's Chris Carey in the 21 car. So the first lap, 2:08. So the Ferrari 488 into the fishbowl. His first lap was, again, a 2:08, so he wants to make up some ground here. That first lap for this driver, Carey might have been doing more of a sighting lap all the way down at the bottom of the racetrack, and now begins to climb nearly 90 feet going down, another 90 feet coming back up, and then starts to work the S's. And this car, again, a 2:08 on lap number 1. We'll see what he can do to improve. And again, you've got 6 cars out right now in TTU. And DJ, let's pick up this Ferrari. Take us through the final half of this lap, as he's going to pop up around that corner here in just a second. But there you are. Put us in the driver's seat, DJ.
So we're on the back half of the track right here. We have just gone through the uphill. We're in the S's section. This section right here that we just went through was the X's. S's, they reward patience. You really got to be patient with it. If you get too eager with the throttle, it's going to push you wide. As he comes over a blind crest here, this is the turn 13-14 section. He's going to go through a kink on the back straight, turn 15. On this back straight, he's got the pedal down, trying to make his way down that back straight. Very important. It can be a little nerve-wracking going through the kink. Hard braking into 16, 17, and 18. He's working his way out, getting on that throttle. This is very important. This is the second straight, the front straight of pit race. So you got to get a good exit out of that corner. And a downhill section, you see a slight rise into turn 1. You can use that elevation change as it goes up into braking into turn 1, as these are our higher horsepower cars. You have to brake into turn 1 before setting the car and going through that high-speed blind section, turn 1. Again, another blind section, turn 2 to the left there. These are very difficult corners at pit race. A lot of elevation change, blind corners, as we said.
So lap number 2, Carey did improve 2:06.372, but Fassler bested his best 1:49.299. Take a look at car number 3 now on the racetrack. He'll be headed down. There's through turn number 4. There's Derek Fletcher in TT1. Now, he did a 2:05.451. This is TT1 Derek Fletcher down at the bottom end of the racetrack. So you can see sort of the differences in the 3 groups. A 149 for TTU, a 2:05 TT1, a 1:53 in TT3. But let's get through the session and let it all sort out here, as we're going to see the track get quicker and quicker, just like we did in that last session. This part of the track here, you're moving in every direction, DJ. You mentioned it earlier, because you're through the S's, you're left, right, and elevation change. It challenges driver and machine.
Yeah, we see Derek Fletcher with that C806. This is a relatively new car. We saw in the interview, this is a bone stock, aside from the wing that got changed out. Bone stock Z06. So we know it's got plenty of horsepower in that flat plane V8. But the question here is it going to be able to take advantage of all those advanced electronics in that car? You see Kyle Carrick coming by in that G80 M3. That car is very impressive. We saw him up at Virginia International Raceway earlier. It's got a couple tunes, couple modifications on that car. So that car's making a lot more horsepower than stock, and he has been doing a great job of hustling it around in the NASA Mid-Atlantic region.
Well, he just did a great, yeah, I was just going to say, he just improved his lap, DJ. 2 minutes, .433. Fassler has gone even quicker now, 1:48.193. But Carrick doing an excellent job, just just barely missing out on that 159 bracket as you see the car now headed up the hill. The 00 car again, that is Kyle Carrick. Let me give you everybody who's on top in their respective classes here. Right now, we saw Derek Fletcher in the 3 car, TT1 at a 203.647. Eric Magnuson in the 330 leads TT3 with a 153. And then we mentioned Fassler in the TTU car, a 148.193. So that's the fastest in each group right now in this session.
Yeah, that 148, to put into perspective, is so quick from Fassler. That 148.193, that may be as fast as this time trial 3 group goes all weekend, and he's doing it on a damp track. So very, very impressive already from Fassler. He's being kept honest, however, by Kalegi in that open top roadster. So we'll have to keep an eye throughout the weekend on those two. It might be at a battle to the end between those two.
Yeah, you mentioned Kalegi. He's right there nipping at his heels, a 149.741. So action all over. It's tight up front. Again, these guys will get to be on track later to try to best their times. But right now, those are the guys that are on top of the podium. The 126, that's John Heyer we just got to look at. And Heyer so far, let's see, 155.765. There's that car. Just went by, timing and scoring. Car number 126, John Heyer, 155.765. That puts him second fastest right now in TT3. And again, talked about it a couple times. It's one of my favorite parts of the racetrack right here. You're going to be uphill, downhill, and then use every bit of power that the car has to pull you up out of the bowl. John Heyer on track in the car number 126.
Yeah, we're seeing these guys take a conservative line through T1. They're not running all the way out. As you enter T1, it's a slight uphill into the braking. You set the corner, blind corner, and then you're using that throttle to come out of turn 1. There's an access road right where you are tracking out, and I have not seen these higher horsepower cars tracking out there yet. We'll probably see that during the rest of the weekend, trying to put down that power, get as much racetrack as possible to drive out. So these higher horsepower cars in time trial 1, 2, 3, and unlimited, not quite using all the track yet, but we will see that throughout the weekend.
So there's Heyer following him around, trying to beat his 155.765 in the car number 126. Let's see, everybody. Yeah, last couple guys there for the most recent lap is the best. So they're still getting some tire temperature and track temperature as well. It is amazingly cool here today with the overcast and cool temperatures. So it is taking a little bit for these guys to get some tire temps in. We heard some of them guys are going to play with some tire pressures and all when we go racing. So that's why you're seeing the speeds come down, or excuse me, the times come down. The track has kind of gotten steady and in good shape. So let's see. And nope, Heyer says, I am happy with my 155.765, and I will go to pit road. So nice job there. Puts him second fastest in this session for TT3. And I guess, DJ, you can sort of feel with the car when you've gotten the best. You're like, okay, I've gotten the best out of that car as we take a look at the Viper out of the Great Lakes region. But you can sort of feel when you've gotten the most out of that car.
Yeah, this is so tricky right now with the damp track. So these drivers probably picked a setup where they're coming in early. They're running typically Hoosier A7s at the front here. They might be running slicks. They might be running Toyos. There's modifications for all these tires depending on how much horsepower to weight you want to run. That's what's really cool in this time trial group is you can have things such as Kyle Carrick's non-aero G80 M3 up against Paul Fassler's massive wing and diffuser Mustang. And you have those modifications can give you a better power to weight ratio depending on what you do. So you see a lot of different cars out there. Heyer may have determined, okay, I ran a little bit higher starting pressures. My tires are starting to fall off. I need to come in. Some of the other guys may be staying out. They started at lower pressures, and now they're finally really getting some good heat into the tire, and those pressures are come up. So, yeah, we see right there, the 192 of Rob Turksony. He ran all the way out to that access road. So it's definitely getting drier. These cars are pushing a bit harder.
Yeah, he just ran 2:11.307. So this will be a flying lap for Turkanzi in the 192. He's currently second TT1. He's got a bit of a gap he's trying to make up right now, about 11 seconds behind Fletcher in the 3 car. But let's see what he can do. These are still flying laps. We've not seen the checkered yet. So if you're on track, you are still under the clock. You see that 148 at the top of the list. But let's see what Turkanzi can do here. The Derek Fletcher car was right about a 2 flat. And also there's Michael Rupp. He's still making a hot lap here. Now Rupp is second in TT3, and he's got a little ground he's trying to make up. He's chasing Eric Magnuson, but Rupp, I believe they said Great Lakes region for Rupp in the 013. His last fastest lap, a 206.296. Let's see what he can do. Final stage is here. Several cars have already headed into the pit area. Is Rupp going to make one more flying lap? Yes, he will. Off the final corner, he goes by the entrance to pit road. Can he improve that 206? He does. He goes 205.040. That'll put him second quick in TT3. And DJ, you love banking a fast lap right at the end of the session.
Yeah, absolutely. We're still green, so looks like he's still going for another flyer. He's still moving at a quick pace. So he still feels like the car is under him and that he can improve his pace.
What can I learn if I'm a driver? We talked about the drivers who are doing multiple, they're doing TT and in a race session as the checker is out. So these flying laps will count. But DJ, what can I learn here that I can apply maybe later to my qualifying race if I'm doing double duty?
Well, it's great because you're getting a preview of what the track is. All the rest of the racers, if they're not running time trial, they're going to have no idea of a true grip into the first few corners. And what you're going to see, and this is where racecraft really comes into play for a lot of these drivers, is getting a feel for the grip in the first few corners. The faster you come to terms with what grip is out there on track, the better you're going to do. So if you're running this time trial group, you're going, okay, this is the limit of what I can do for the track as it is. We're seeing those dry sections. You can see the lighter portions of that track underneath those Corvette tires. Where online, you can especially see it right here as we go through this corner. Dry sections are appearing. You're able to put down the power. We're going to lay down some rubber, and it's going to get faster. I suspect over lunch that this track is going to be almost completely dry on the racing line. Those times are going to drop, especially in that braking zone. You see all that heat building into the track, into a braking zone, putting as much grip into that braking zone as possible, compress that braking zone as he launches on this final flyer to the checkered flag. Let's see if he can improve.
Indeed, he does. 204.050. Well, guys, coming up later this afternoon, we're going to do our qualifying races. And on behalf of our official motorsports equipment supplier, Competition Motorsports, we're going to award each pole-winning driver with a pair of Alpine Stars Nomex gloves. It's a $210 value. Awards are based on the qualifying race results later today and verified by NASA. And if you're the winner, you're going to get an email sent to the pole position winners post-event, letting you know how to claim your award for those Nomex gloves. And thank you so much to Competition Motorsports for handing out those awards for our qualifying races coming up a little bit later today. Well, there's some drivers who have made their way into the paddock area after two fantastic time trial sessions. Again, Brian Fassler, fastest overall, down in 148.193. Absolutely amazing. Those guys have made their way down into the paddock area. So let's go down there and let's check in on the busiest girl in racing. Take it away, Kelsey Hill.
We're here in the paddock, and we have our pole position winner here, Mike Kanazak. So excited to see you. Congratulations.
Thank you. It was an interesting day yesterday. Weather conditions were a
let's say, not consistent, to say the least. So glad we're in a good spot today.
Awesome. Well, our friends at Competition Motorsport have a great gift for you. You get a brand new pair of Alpine Star gloves for being on pole to help you have grip on the wheel as you go out there in the championships this weekend.
Sprinkles in these things, right?
All the sprinkles.
Something in here. Thank you.
So talk to us about getting on pole. What was it like to get there, and how's your weekend been so far?
Yeah, so I came out here for a test day, right? It's a newer track for me, right? So I think in a tight field like Spec 46, knowing the track, knowing the setup is going to be just give that little bit of a competitive edge to make a difference in a class like this.
Yeah. As far as the competition goes, how many other racers have you seen throughout this year? Is this the first time you're seeing a lot of them here at the Nationals?
Most of them are pretty local, but I know there's a couple from the West Coast as well. So a couple I think probably know the track very well. But I think everybody's adapting to it just given the conditions. So I think we're all probably in a pretty similar playing field.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And talk to us about Spec 46. What about it is the platform for you? Why did you choose this? You're obviously a great driver.
Yeah. So I started in a couple other classes and was looking for something that had just high levels of competition where you don't have to really play with the rule book a ton, right? Where like every year you've got to spend more money on a different part and sort of start from scratch again. This is great because, again, the rule book's consistent. You can park the car for a year, come back, get into it again, and you are just competitive with an even bigger field.
Great. And for this car that you have here, talk about the build for it. Is this where you started with this? Have you been making modifications throughout the year, getting ready for Nationals?
Yeah, so this one was built by Pete over at Autosport, and the idea was let's do it right from the very beginning. Let's not mess with it going through the season. Let's just do it correctly from the start, and let's just work on the car throughout the season.
So yeah, you've just been using the same car, getting to know it, learning the tracks, just improving every way.
Exactly.
Great. And what can everyone at home see from you when you go into qualifying this afternoon?
Hopefully a P1 finish.
That's right.
Right?
That would be great. So we're actually going to talk with Pete, and we're also going to talk with Andrew. And these are two gentlemen that are very well known in the NASA community. Come on in, guys. And as Mike mentioned, Pete here is the builder of this car. Pete also races as well, so it's kind of interesting when you're somebody who's behind the machines that you're also going up against. We'll talk about that in a second. Andrew here on the end also is a very well-known person here in the NASA paddock. He helps with coaching, setup, a lot of things that I've leaned on him before in my own cars. So each of you tell us about yourselves, where you're from.
Oh, I'm from Milford, Connecticut, and I spend my time wandering all around the country chasing my clients to, help them go faster.
I'm also from Avon, Connecticut. I build a lot of cars. I'm 22 years in, so more than half my life building cars.
Great. So questions we have from some of the people with the mixed conditions today. You guys can just be so excited to talk about it. When we talk about mixed conditions today, it's been raining, it's kind of drying up, it's still a little bit misty. We set up on a car. What would you think about doing with something to help have some advantage?
So ordinarily we put the stickiest tires that we have that are working at the lowest temperature. Will usually increase tire pressure, and we soften the car.
And Drew, when we talk about mindset, it's so much of racing. Talk to us about how you help people get their mind right for this type of big competition.
Well, for a big competition like this, the thing to remember is this race is just like any other race. It's not different than the one you did a month ago and your local regional. People put too much pressure on themselves and they forget why they're here. Get in the car, drive the racetrack, and don't worry about anything else.
So exciting. So, Pete and Mike, question for you guys. You've got your racer, you've got your builder. What's it like being out there against the person you know knows literally everything about your
Standard brakes are good for standard jobs. When you want absolute confidence in demanding braking applications, insist on Hawk Performance products. Proudly made in the USA, Hawk Performance far exceeds expectations, delivering clean, precise stopping power up to 40% more than original equipment brakes. So you may be asking, do I really need Hawk Performance brakes? Well, if you're into street performance and bolting on massive horsepower, the extra stopping power is a must. If you drive a truck and pull or carry heavy loads, Hawk will give you the power to safely bring your rig to a stop without breaking a sweat. And if you off-road or crawl in a Jeep, you'll get the toughness and holding power you need on extreme terrain. Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
You've heard it before. Strong, light, or cheap. Pick two. There's actually a pretty simple explanation for this, even when it comes to wheels. Be a pretty easy deal to make a wheel that's strong and cheap. Just throw a lot of material at it. But what you get, if it's strong enough, it's going to be extremely heavy. It's a much more difficult proposition to make a wheel that's strong and light. Wheels available for your performance car are typically made in one of three ways: cast, flow-formed, and traditionally forged. There are variations of these processes, as well as the names used for them, which are mainly used as marketing buzzwords, but we'll focus on these three main types. A cast wheel is just that. Aluminum is melted, poured into the void of a mold, where it solidifies while cooling. This is a pretty quick, easy, and inexpensive process. Strength can be added by simply adding material. The drawback to this, besides being heavy, is the porosity of the material is high. This leads to poor strength for a given weight and potentially even air leak issues. Flow formed takes the cast wheel process one step further by drawing and spinning the barrel to desired width. You'll often see this referred to as rotary forging or flow forging. But remember, you are still dealing with a cast wheel in the critical areas of the wheel, and as such, the same basic drawbacks. A traditionally forged monoblock wheel starts life as a proprietary alloy billet tube before it's pressed at up to 4,800 tons of pressure into a raw forging. This process compresses the material and realigns the grain structure, removing virtually all of the porosity. The takeaway from this initial process is the raw material ends up being expensive, typically more expensive than a finished, inexpensive cast wheel. Beyond this, you are basically taking a 130-pound forging and removing roughly 85% of the material, which is inherently wasteful and requires a lot of machining runtime. That said, what you are left with is the strongest and lightest option available. Top-tier circuit racing motorsports uses traditionally forged monoblock wheels exclusively. They are the only appropriate solution as the teams and manufacturers demand strength and low mass for performance. Today's sports cars have got way more capability than they had 15 years ago. The race car versions are slower than street cars are now. They've got way more power, much stickier tires, real aerodynamic downforce, and a lot more weight. Because of that, a traditionally forged monoblock wheel is the only appropriate choice for today's high-performance cars. Light, strong, and cheap? Pick two.
best way I enjoy describing driving a race car when people ask me about it is the fact that it is pretty violent. I remember early on when I first started racing, everyone told me I needed to get race wheels, and I did, and not too long after that, I broke a spoke on a race wheel, which was really hard for me to understand. The performance of cars and the level of forces that are on those wheels today are just drastically different. It is every little bit of performance has to go through that wheel. And first and foremost, you have to have a wheel that's incredibly strong.
Attention to detail, attention to engineering, attention to the optimization of wheels, but not going overboard, working with the right people, doing FEAs. I've been nothing but impressed, taking what I believe is a superior product and making an end product that is more superior is a comfort.
I've driven some other competitors' wheels, and you can just kind of feel that they don't have the same stiffness as what they should have. And you wouldn't think you'd be able to pick that up, but you can. And you can pick it up really quick.
The lighter you can make a wheel, the faster you can accelerate. And there is an art form to making a wheel that is both strong and light.
We're here at Thunderhill Raceway Park in Willows, California for a NASA event. When you buy a GR family car, you get a 1-year NASA membership along with a complimentary HPD driving experience. So when you get a car, you come to the track, you've never been on track before, NASA's gonna pair you up with an instructor so that you can learn the line, learn your braking zones, and really see what your car is capable of on track.
I think I found out about the track day after I'd already purchased the car and brought it home, and then I received like a packet in the mail, and I was like, what's this?
Literally, like, as I was walking out the door, they were like, oh, sweet, you get a free track day. I was pretty surprised. So I was like, oh, wow, like, that's basically a free $500. So, you know, that's the best part. You know, I'm here for free.
Honestly, like, I thought it was missing something because it was so easy. It was all, like, guided experience. Toyota reached out quite a few times and made sure that I had everything right, and yeah, it's perfect.
It's performed really well, so I'm kind of excited to see what it can do here on the track.
I've always been in love with cars. I'm pretty damn excited. I can't wait to get out on the track. I think it's going to be pretty cool.
The first thing they do is they have a group download meeting where they are introduced to the safety flags, the general procedures for the day. Remember, we're out here to have fun. We're out here to go fast and learn. But number one, we're out here to be safe.
A driver's meeting this morning kind of spelled things out a little bit, and I'm more excited now.
Probably equal amount excitement and nervous, more nervous in the beginning, but kind of as the day gets on and gets closer, the excitement overtakes it, and you know, I think the adrenaline, once you get out there, immediately wipes out any kind of nervousness or anxiety. The second you pull out on the track and you just see, oh my God, everything just kind of melts away. You're like, wow, this is what this car is meant to do. Like, it's so hard driving it on the streets because you feel so limited. I'm happy to be somewhere where I can just have fun and not worry about anything.
Good speed, good line. Smooth hands as we come over the top. Good, that was your best one yet. Stay on the gas, stay on the gas, stay on.
It was pretty fun. Pretty fun. I loved it.
I think, honestly, it exceeded my expectations because I thought I was going to come out here and feel super slow and feel like I was in the way, but with the instructor and the car, you know, being so forgiving, like, had more fun than I expected.
Everything kind of fell into place for the most part.
Everyone here was super nice. Sort of like download sessions after each track session was very helpful.
So when you're coming into a corner, the last thing you want to do is start putting steering input in while you're still asking the car to stop.
My instructor was really, really good. We had a meeting afterwards, talking about the corners. He told me some things I can improve on.
NASA was awesome. The experience was so seamless. Just a sense of community and like the new friends that it made today was awesome. I think everyone was even more excited than I imagined of being here and just being a part of this.
I'm definitely going to come back eventually.
When I think about car brands and I think about sports cars, no one's doing it better than Toyota.
I will absolutely be bringing my Supra back to the track. It was one of the best experiences that I've had, and I just can't wait to do it again.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all.
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Haggerty. Let's drive together.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high performance driver education coverage through Haggerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Standard brakes are good for standard jobs. When you want absolute confidence in demanding braking applications, insist on Hawk Performance products. Proudly made in the USA, Hawk Performance far exceeds expectations, delivering clean, precise stopping power up to 40% more than original equipment brakes. So you may be asking, do I really need Hawk Performance brakes? Well, if you're into street performance and bolting on massive horsepower, the extra stopping power is a must. If you drive a truck and pull or carry heavy loads, Hawk will give you the power to safely bring your rig to a stop without breaking a sweat. And if you off-road or crawl in a Jeep, you'll get the toughness and holding power you need on extreme terrain. Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
You've heard it before. Strong, light, or cheap. Pick two. There's actually a pretty simple explanation for this, even when it comes to wheels. Be a pretty easy deal to make a wheel that's strong and cheap. Just throw a lot of material at it. But what you get, if it's strong enough, it's going to be extremely heavy. It's a much more difficult proposition to make a wheel that's strong and light. Wheels available for your performance car are typically made in one of three ways: cast, flow-formed, and traditionally forged. There are variations of these processes, as well as the names used for them, which are mainly used as marketing buzzwords, but we'll focus on these three main types. A cast wheel is just that. Aluminum is melted, poured into the void of a mold, where it solidifies while cooling. This is a pretty quick, easy, and inexpensive process. Strength can be added by simply adding material. The drawback to this, besides being heavy, is the porosity of the material is high. This leads to poor strength for a given weight and potentially even air leak issues. Flow formed takes the cast wheel process one step further by drawing and spinning the barrel to desired width. You'll often see this referred to as rotary forging or flow forging. But remember, you are still dealing with a cast wheel in the critical areas of the wheel, and as such, the same basic drawbacks. A traditionally forged monoblock wheel starts life as a proprietary alloy billet tube before it's pressed at up to 4,800 tons of pressure into a raw forging. This process compresses the material and realigns the grain structure, removing virtually all of the porosity. The takeaway from this initial process is the raw material ends up being expensive, typically more expensive than a finished, inexpensive cast wheel. Beyond this, you are basically taking a 130-pound forging and removing roughly 85% of the material, which is inherently wasteful and requires a lot of machining runtime. That said, what you are left with is the strongest and lightest option available. Top-tier circuit racing motorsports uses traditionally forged monoblock wheels exclusively. They are the only appropriate solution as the teams and manufacturers demand strength and low mass for performance. Today's sports cars have got way more capability than they had 15 years ago. The race car versions are slower than street cars are now. They've got way more power, much stickier tires, real aerodynamic downforce, and a lot more weight. Because of that, a traditionally forged monoblock wheel is the only appropriate choice for today's high-performance cars. Light, strong, and cheap? Pick two.
best way I enjoy describing driving a race car when people ask me about it is the fact that it is pretty violent. I remember early on when I first started racing, everyone told me I needed to get race wheels, and I did, and not too long after that, I broke a spoke on a race wheel, which was really hard for me to understand. The performance of cars and the level of forces that are on those wheels today are just drastically different. It is every little bit of performance has to go through that wheel. And first and foremost, you have to have a wheel that's incredibly strong.
Attention to detail, attention to engineering, attention to the optimization of wheels, but not going overboard, working with the right people, doing FEAs. I've been nothing but impressed. Taking what I believe is a superior product and making an end product that is more superior is a comfort.
I've driven some other competitors' wheels, and you can just kind of feel that they don't have the same stiffness as what they should have. And you wouldn't think you'd be able to pick that up, but you can. And you can pick it up really quick.
The lighter you can make a wheel, the faster you can accelerate. And there is an art form to making a wheel that is both strong and light.
We're here at Thunderhill Raceway Park in Willows, California for a NASA event. When you buy a GR family car, you get a 1-year NASA membership along with a complimentary HPD driving experience. So when you get a car, you come to the track, you've never been on track before, NASA's gonna pair you up with an instructor so that you can learn the line, learn your braking zones, and really see what your car is capable of on track.
I think I found out about the track day after I'd already purchased the car and brought it home, and then I received like a packet in the mail, and I was like, what's this?
Literally, like, as I was walking out the door, they're like, oh, sweet, you get a free track day.
I was pretty surprised. So I was like, oh, wow, like, that's basically a free $500. So, you know, that's the best part. You know, I'm here for free.
Honestly, like, I thought it was missing something because it was so easy. It was all like guided experience. Toyota reached out quite a few times and made sure that I had everything right, and yeah, it's perfect.
It's performed really well, so I'm kind of excited to see what it can do here on the track.
I've always been in love with cars. I'm pretty damn excited. I can't wait to get out on the track. I think it's going to be pretty cool.
The first thing they do is they have a group download meeting where they are introduced to the safety flags, the general procedures for the day. Remember, we're out here to have fun. We're out here to go fast and learn. But number one, we're out here to be safe.
A driver's meeting this morning kind of spelled things out a little bit, and I'm more excited now.
Probably equal amount excitement and nervous, more nervous in the beginning, but kind of as the day gets on and gets closer, the excitement overtakes it, and you know, I think the adrenaline, once you get out there, immediately wipes out any kind of nervousness or anxiety. The second you pull out on the track and you just see, oh my God, everything just kind of melts away. You're like, wow, this is what this car is meant to do. Like, it's so hard driving it on the streets because you feel so limited. I'm happy to be somewhere where I can just have fun and not worry about anything.
Good speed, good line. Smooth hands as we come over the top. Good, that was your best one yet. Stay on the gas, stay on the gas, stay on.
It was pretty fun. Pretty fun. I loved it.
I think, honestly, it exceeded my expectations because I thought I was going to come out here and feel super slow and feel like I was in the way, but with the instructor and the car, you know, being so forgiving, like, I had more fun than I expected.
Everything kind of fell into place for the most part.
Everyone here was super nice. The sort of like download sessions after each track session was very helpful.
So when you're coming into a corner, the last thing you want to do is start putting steering input in while you're still asking the car to stop.
My instructor was really, really good. We had a meeting afterwards, talking about the corners. He told me some things I can improve on.
NASA was awesome. The experience was so seamless. Just the sense of community and like the new friends that it made today was awesome. I think everyone was even more excited than I imagined of being here and just being a part of this.
I'm definitely gonna come back eventually.
When I think about car brands and I think about sports cars, no one's doing it better than Toyota.
I will absolutely be bringing my Supra back to the track. It was one of the best experiences that I've had, and I just can't wait to do it again.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road. These initiatives move the needle, like, at all? Well, let's shift gears a minute. We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Haggerty. Let's drive together.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Haggerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Standard brakes are good for standard jobs. When you want absolute confidence in demanding braking applications, insist on Hawk Performance products. Proudly made in the USA, Hawk Performance far exceeds expectations, delivering clean, precise stopping power up to 40% more than original equipment brakes. So you may be asking, do I really need Hawk Performance brakes? Well, if you're into street performance and bolting on massive horsepower, the extra stopping power is a must. If you drive a truck and pull or carry heavy loads, Hawk will give you the power to safely bring your rig to a stop without breaking a sweat. And if you off-road or crawl in a Jeep, you'll get the toughness and holding power you need on extreme terrain. Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
You've heard it before. Strong, light, or cheap. Pick two. There's actually a pretty simple explanation for this, even when it comes to wheels. It'd be a pretty easy deal to make a wheel that's strong and cheap. Just throw a lot of material at it. But what you get, if it's strong enough, it's going to be extremely heavy. It's a much more difficult proposition to make a wheel that's strong and light. Wheels available for your performance car are typically made in one of three ways: cast, flow-formed, and traditionally forged. There are variations of these processes, as well as the names used for them, which are mainly used as marketing buzzwords, but we'll focus on these three main types. A cast wheel is just that. Aluminum is melted, poured into the void of a mold, where it solidifies while cooling. This is a pretty quick, easy, and inexpensive process. Strength can be added by simply adding material. The drawback to this, besides being heavy, is the porosity of the material is high. This leads to poor strength for a given weight and potentially even air leak issues. Flow formed takes the cast wheel process one step further by drawing and spinning the barrel to desired width. You'll often see this referred to as rotary forging or flow forging. But remember, you are still dealing with a cast wheel in the critical areas of the wheel, and as such, the same basic drawbacks. A traditionally forged monoblock wheel starts life as a proprietary alloy billet tube before it's pressed at up to 4,800 tons of pressure into a raw forging. This process compresses the material and realigns the grain structure, removing virtually all of the porosity. The takeaway from this initial process is the raw material ends up being expensive, typically more expensive than a finished, inexpensive cast wheel. Beyond this, you are basically taking a 130-pound forging and removing roughly 85% of the material, which is inherently wasteful and requires a lot of machining runtime. That said, what you are left with is the strongest and lightest option available. Top-tier circuit racing motorsports uses traditionally forged monoblock wheels exclusively. They are the only appropriate solution as the teams and manufacturers demand strength and low mass for performance. Today's sports cars have got way more capability than they had 15 years ago. The race car versions are slower than street cars are now. They've got way more power, much stickier tires, real aerodynamic downforce, and a lot more weight. Because of that, a traditionally forged monoblock wheel is the only appropriate choice for today's high-performance cars. Light, strong, and cheap? Pick two.
best way I enjoy describing driving a race car when people ask me about it is the fact that it is pretty violent. I remember early on when I first started racing, everyone told me I needed to get race wheels, and I did, and not too long after that, I broke a spoke on a race wheel, which was really hard for me to understand. The performance of cars and the level of forces that are on those wheels today are just drastically different. It is every little bit of performance has to go through that wheel. And first and foremost, you have to have a wheel that's incredibly strong.
Attention to detail, attention to engineering, attention to the optimization of wheels, but not going overboard, working with the right people, doing FEAs. I've been nothing but impressed. Taking what I believe is a superior product and making an end product that is more superior is a comfort.
I've driven some other competitors' wheels, and you can just kind of feel that they don't have the same stiffness as what they should have. And you wouldn't think you'd be able to pick that up, but you can. And you can pick it up really quick.
The lighter you can make a wheel, the faster you can accelerate. And there is an art form to making a wheel that is both strong and light.
We're here at Thunderhill Raceway Park in Willows, California for a NASA event. When you buy a GR family car, you get a 1-year NASA membership along with a complimentary HPD driving experience. So when you get a car, you come to the track, you've never been on track before, NASA's gonna pair you up with an instructor so that you can learn the line, learn your braking zones, and really see what your car is capable of on track.
I think I found out about the track day after I'd already purchased the car and brought it home, and then I received like a packet in the mail, and I was like, what's this?
Literally, like, as I was walking out the door, they were like, oh, sweet, you get a free track day. I was pretty surprised. So I was like, oh, wow, like, that's basically a free $500. So, you know, that's the best part. You know, I'm here for free.
Honestly, like, I thought I was missing something because it was so easy. It was all, like, guided experience. Toyota reached out quite a few times and made sure that I had everything right, and yeah, it's perfect.
It's performed really well, so I'm kind of excited to see what it can do here on the track.
I've always been in love with cars. I'm pretty damn excited. I can't wait to get out on the track. I think it's going to be pretty cool.
The first thing they do is they have a group download meeting where they are introduced to the safety flags, the general procedures for the day. Remember, we're out here to have fun. We're out here to go fast and learn. But number one, we're out here to be safe.
A driver's meeting this morning kind of spelled things out a little bit, and I'm more excited now.
Probably equal amount excitement and nervous, more nervous in the beginning, but kind of as the day gets on and gets closer, the excitement overtakes it, and you know, I think the adrenaline, once you get out there, immediately wipes out any kind of nervousness or anxiety. The second you pull out on the track and you just see, oh my God, everything just kind of melts away. You're like, wow, this is what this car is meant to do. Like, it's so hard driving it on the streets because you feel so limited. I'm happy to be somewhere where I can just have fun and not worry about anything.
Good speed, good line. Smooth hands as we come over the top. Good, that was your best one yet. Stay on the gas, stay on the gas, stay on.
It was pretty fun. Pretty fun. I loved it.
I think, honestly, it exceeded my expectations, because I thought I was going to come out here
DJ
and
will be
feel
hot in
super
about
slow
3
and
minutes.
I feel like I was in the way, but with the instructor and the car, you know, being so forgiving, like, had more fun than I expected.
Everything kind of fell into place for the most part.
Everyone here was super nice. The sort of like download sessions after each track session was very helpful.
So when you're coming into a corner, the last thing you want to do is start putting steering input in while you're still asking the car to stop.
My instructor was really good. We had a meeting afterwards, talking about the corners. He told me some things I can improve on.
NASA was awesome. The experience was so seamless. Just the sense of community and like the new friends that it made today was awesome. I think everyone was even more excited than I imagined of being here and just being a part of this.
I'm definitely going to come back eventually.
When I think about car brands and I think about sports cars, no one's doing it better than Toyota.
I will absolutely be bringing my Supra back to the track. It was one of the best experiences that I've had, and I just can't wait to do it again.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road. These initiatives move the needle, like, at all? Well, let's shift gears a minute. We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Haggerty. Let's drive together.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Haggerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Haggerty, let's drive together.
And good afternoon and welcome back to the 2023 National Autosport Association Championships at Pittsburgh International Raceway. I'm Edwin Pardue. DJ Fitzpatrick's going to join us a little bit. Kelsey Hill will be down in the grid area talking to some of the drivers as we get ready for qualifying races. And you can see, if you were with us earlier in the day, those are dry patches on the racetrack where you see the lighter gray. That's where it's completely dry. And the rest of the track is damp, but no standing water, so should make for some challenges. Let's set the scene for you yesterday in qualifying. That set the way the cars will start in this race. The way they finish this race is the way they go into the championship tomorrow. I want to say on behalf of our official motorsports equipment supplier, Competition Motorsport, we'd like to award each pole-winning driver with a pair of Alpine Stars Nomex gloves, a $210 value. Those will be based on these qualifying race results and will be verified by NASA. If you win, they're going to send you an email and let you know how to claim the award. Thank you to Competition Motorsport. So the first group coming up will be Spec Miata and 944 Spec. And DJ, this one's going to be interesting because those guys who maybe didn't have as good a qualifying session yesterday as they wanted, this is a chance to improve their starting position for the championship tomorrow. And we'll check DJ having a little audio issue there. The thing about the Miatas, and we mentioned this before, the Mazda Miata, the most popular car for NASA championships once again. In fact, this year even increased the number of Miatas, and we're going to see the Spec Miata in just a little bit. But also those Mazdas are running in some of the other classes as well. They're affordable cars, first and second generation Miatas. You can purchase one of these cars for $10,000, get it as a race car, $20,000 to $25,000. You've got yourself a top line prepared Miata race car. And there's tons of them on the street. So you can find them parts cars and those things as you put them together. And there's a lot of places that shops that cater specifically to the Spec Miata racer. So you can go to a shop. They can, maybe you don't have a big knowledge on working on cars, but you want to drive one. You don't have a garage. You live in an apartment somewhere or a townhouse. There are tons of places around the country, usually located near racetracks, who will take that car for you. They'll maintain the car. So don't think to get into this you're going to need a huge garage and all that stuff. You can find some of these shops that are located close to a racetrack near you. And there's some of the prep shops and builders that can help you get racing in this Spec Miata series. It's a great way to get into it. From there, you might decide you want to go drive something else. Or there's a lot of drivers who say, no, I love the competition level. I love the camaraderie. I love all the things about racing in this Spec Miata series. And once they get into the series, they just stay into it. You see a course check going on right now. We're a few minutes away from having these cars roll out onto the course. Again, I'll say it. I don't want to jinx it, but I looked at radar during our lunch break, and everything looks pretty good. We're going to stay overcast and cool. That's one thing the drivers are surprised with right now is it's overcast, the temperature's low, so even though this track is drying out, there's not a lot of track temperature there, and we heard a couple of guys talking earlier. You're going to see drivers going out with some lower tire pressures are changing up their tire pressures because of this cold racetrack. So we'll watch that as well. Now, these qualifying races, each one of these are 30-minute races to start the field for tomorrow, which those are 45-minute championship races. So a lot going on here as we close in on this first qualifying race. Gives me an opportunity to let you know that the Hagerty Drivers Club makes the experience of owning, driving, and loving cars better. Enjoy exclusive offers from brands you love, like Michelin, Sawbelt, Brembo, and Extreme Experience. Members-only track events, roadside for trailers, unlimited classified listings on Marketplace, and more. Are you ready to ride? Join the club at Hagerty.com. So many of the sponsors and folks that put these races together, and without their support, huge events like this would not be possible. In just a little bit, you'll see that the all-new GR Corolla is the official pace car for the 2023 NASA Championships. This car is perfectly at home on a road course, and it's great to see it lead all the classes onto the track this weekend. Toyota and NASA first partnered in 2019 to give all GR Supra owners a complimentary one-year NASA membership, as well as a complimentary day of instruction on a track. The program expanded to include all GR sports cars, including the GR86 and the all-new GR Corolla, so owners can learn precision driving skills from expert instructors in a track environment. For more information, you can visit gr.drivenasa.com. The pace car has started to roll, and in just a few moments, we'll give you the starting lineup and let you know who's in here. So the cars are rolling off the grid right now. Again, these positions were determined by qualifying sessions yesterday. How they finish today is how they will start tomorrow. So important. And we mentioned it earlier in the broadcast that if you're up front, you're in those first one or two rows, your thing is, I just don't want to mess up and give up this great starting position I have for tomorrow. You need to push because the cars behind you, they want to improve their starting position for tomorrow. If you had a bad day yesterday, maybe a mechanical, you didn't get the qualifying lap you want, you've got an opportunity now to improve that position and make that that chance for tomorrow a bit more reasonable. And I'm sure guys have an idea in their head. Hey, if I'm going to get up front or if I'm going to get a podium on championship day, and so if I can get to maybe 10th, everybody's got a number in their head on where they want to go to start for tomorrow. It's dumb to say, but obviously the further towards the front, the better. So you're going to watch a couple things here. Are the drivers up front doing all they can to protect that position? And who is a hard charger coming up through the field? And we'll take a look at our timing and scoring. You will see some timing and scoring on screen, but you can also go to the DRIVENASA.com and find live timing and scoring as well. So if you're looking for a particular driver and we maybe didn't see him on screen, you can actually follow your driver there with live timing and scoring. But we're going to try to tell you where everybody is on the racetrack here today. And as we sit here, that dry spot has gotten even bigger on the racetrack. We've got a second to tell you about 812 Wheels. They strive for excellence with every wheel they produce, including road racing, drift, street, and autocross wheels. They continually analyze parts and procedures, looking for areas to improve. Every wheel is engineered specifically for the vehicle it will be mounted to, allowing for minimal weight with maximal strength and performance you simply can't get anywhere else. Visit 812wheels.com today to build your own custom wheels, and most wheels ship in just 2 to 3 weeks. Got one more second. You see the yellow there out for that first pace lap. I want to thank Downforce Media. Make sure to visit Downforce Media located in the Track Day Tire tent this weekend and order your on-track images. What time to get serious now? Hit all the sponsors. We've explained the procedure. This is the penultimate step to your championship right here. And the weather just keeps getting better. Now we'll have to wait and see what we're looking at for tomorrow, but let's get through today. And you can see how beautiful this facility is. They've obviously had some nice steady rain through this late summer period. So beautiful green grass. This place is absolutely excellently manicured. It looks like a golf course when you roll in. From a spectator standpoint, there's several spectator mounds where some great viewing areas. And not only do spectators, the fans love it, but the drivers love it as well. DJ, you've said before that this is one of your favorite circuits to drive. Why is that?
Yeah, that's because it combines both high and low speed technical sections. So you've got some brave corners, turn 1, turn 2, completely blind, into 3 long straights as well. 3 and 4, you're going downhill as you work through that S, and then you've got an off camber uphill through 6. You've got S's, you got another blind corner at the end of the S's to the right. You've got a high-speed kink. It has everything here that you could really want in a racetrack, combined with that beautiful green grass, a good crew, and a good big paddock so everybody has space for all their trailers, which is really important. Great racetrack here for 2023.
Oh yeah, I was going to say, to get this track right, do you have to, if you have it perfect for one part of the track, do you have to sacrifice for another part of the track? Where's that balance of the fastest lap and where you set your car up?
Yeah, this track with those, they're medium speed S's. So it's so important to have mechanical grip here at Pit Race. You look across some of our classes that have different modifications, and you're seeing some of these cars with higher mechanical grip with bigger tires on them doing well, combined with low weight. I know in speaking with some of our super touring competitors, the guys who are used to tracks that are like Virginia International Raceway, which is just such a long back straight. They've focused more on higher horsepower setups to try to get less drag down the straights as well. They're suffering a little here compared to the low weight, big tire cars here at Pit Race.
Well, there is the pace car and there is the field. And you'll see a ton of these Spec Miatas and then also the 944 Spec. If you're new to road racing in general or to NASA racing in particular, each one of our race groups will have at least 2, some of them up to 3 or 4 different races within a race. And in some situations, especially tomorrow, you can get into some lap traffic, so you need to manage that as well. There you see the field. As they come down to take the green flag, we'll set the running order for you as it'll reset our timing and scoring. But DJ had said a moment ago, if you're up front, you just want to do everything you can not to mess up your good starting position for tomorrow. And if you're seeing some of those cars at the tail end, you're saying, hey, I want to pick up at least 5 or 6 positions. You've probably got an idea already in your head. I know I want to pick up at least 5 or 6 spots today to be in a spot to win for tomorrow.
Yeah, this Spec Miata class, this race is probably one of the most, will be one of the most watched here today. Spec Miata is so tight. We've got 33 cars here alone in Spec Miata. We have Spec 944 here as well. But signups for the championships, 1 out of 5 cars registered here for the championships is actually a Miata. Now they're spread across different classes, but Spec Miata here is our largest field with 33 cars entered for pit race. And there is also a nuance that a lot of drivers, spectators may not know with Spec Miata, but you also have Teen Mazda Challenge built into here as well. And this offers young drivers the chance to develop their skills as they climb the motorsports ladder. You know, some of these Teen Mazda Challenge drivers have become professional drivers in their own right. So we'll really be wanting to not only watch the overall in Spec Miata, but also looking down the field for these Team Mazda Challenge drivers. We even have a Team Mazda Challenge driver in second, starting second in this race. As they're getting onto the back of the field, starting to bunch up, they'll be 2 by 2. So we'll turn it over to you to give our lineup.
We've got a second. Let me give you your 944 spec cars. The 171, John Corto, Matt Giffray in the 152, Todd Checkley the 82, Sean Taylor in the 47, and Bart Welty in the 33. Those are your 944 cars. And as the Miatas come by, we're going to let them sort out a lap here, and then we'll give you the running order. It is a 30-minute qualifying race. There they are. Through the final corners, you'll see that pace car, the GR Corolla pace car, kind of stay to the left onto pit road. Then we'll put it in the hands of the starter. In fact, there you see pace car on pit road. There's your front row coming down. They're looking for a green and holding, and we are. Wait for it. Green flag racing as they come down the front straightaway. Michael Carter in the 08 car. He led them to the line, but the starter wanted to see that big pack of cars all on the front straightaway before he dropped that green, and a crowded field goes through turns 1 and 2. And DJ, this is where it gets interesting here. The track kind of tightens up on you here as the field comes up the hill.
Yeah, with this damp track, we saw turn 1 is a blind corner for the first corner. Also, the drivers don't know what to expect of the track. This is their first lap at speed. We have a bit of a breakaway for those top 2 drivers. They're going to get away. And in Spec Miata, it is so important to have a drafting partner, have partners working with you. You'll see them touch lightly their front and rear bumpers to try to give them a little bit of a draft down the straight. As we go for a Spec 944 coming down the front straight, they'll be approaching this blind turn 1. You can see some mud already thrown up at the exit of turn 1 from those Spec Miatas. They were so tight through there, such a competitive field.
And there
turn
are the
2 here
for spec cars. And they are, let's see, started 5 of them there. So it was Sean Taylor. In fact, there you see leading them up the hill. That is the 33 car now. Bart Welty has taken over that spot, so he's going to lead them as they head for turn 4 and down into the fishbowl. They'll get pretty much single file as they come down the hill, but it's the 33 car leading the way right now. He started on the front row, and now the 82 car. That is Todd Checkley. Checkley up to 3rd. And now we pick up the Miatas here. Again, Travis Wiley leading the way. And that's still a tight pack. You know, they've gotten single file, DJ, but nobody really gets away from anybody else here.
No, we saw those first 2 get away. Travis Wiley working with Mark Cephalo to try to get away. Cephalo getting a little bit of a bobble out of turn 6 has allowed Michael Carter and Aaron Grimm to get back up. Mark Cephalo up 2 positions. Michael Carter dropping a third. We're going to our in-car view right now. This is the Spec Miata crowd. You can see how blind it is coming up over turn 2. So those drivers stay in line. You're full throttle through this section with the Spec Miata. It is so key here to line up and make sure to get a good run out of these corners. If you make a bobble out of a corner, you might have 2-3 guys working together in a field go by you during this race. See a little bit of bump drafting. That's kind of normal for Spec Miata as we approach the bottom of that wall of turn 6. It's kind of a little bit off camber. Spec Miata able to put down their power coming up over this hill. This is a blind crest as we enter our S's.
Vinny Barato right in the middle of the pack. He is 15th, and you see a issue there for one of our 944 cars. In fact, we've got a yellow.
That's
he is
number
headed for
47. Yeah, number 47 of Sean Taylor. He looks like he has an issue on the bottom of his car, but luckily he is able to pull into the pits. This should be very quick with our yellow and will allow us to resume racing.
Well, one thing,
I don't
DJ,
see anything on.
I was going to say, yeah, the question becomes, was that fire, did he put something down on the track? And in a 30-minute session, if you're hoping to make up some ground, you don't want to see these extended yellows because they lock the field. 2 things. They lock the field, but the clock keeps ticking. Let's go through. Let me just give you your top 5 in Spec Miata. The 177, Travis Wiley. Then Mark Cephalo in the 00. Michael Carter, the 08, Ayrton Grimm in the 21, and Daniel Williams in the 38. But if you're back there, DJ, trying to make up some ground, this is absolutely what you don't want to see. It can be very frustrating.
Yeah, Travis Wiley led from the start in this race. He had a little bit of an edge due to that damp track. He was able to stay on his line. He got a little bit of a run on that first lap, but Mark Cephalo jumping up 2 positions went right onto his bumper as we get through here. Michael Carter in 3rd dropped from that 2nd position, but Aaron Grimm, one of our Team Mazda Challenge drivers, he is up 2 positions into 4th. In Spec Miata, unless you're the leader, you are very much hoping for some of these restarts. It's so tight that each of these restarts can prove to gain you 2 or 3 positions, if not more. So we'll see a lot of position changes as we go through. Yeah, we saw David CFO up 3 positions in. He started 19th. He's already up into 6th place. We see Wyatt Wood gaining 3 positions, and that's only 2 laps in. John Allen, this is a driver if you're familiar with NASA Speed News, familiar with Spec Miata, he's a name you should recognize. He's in the Great Lakes region, very good in Spec Miata. He started way back. We're showing him up already 10 positions into 20th place. So he's really made up some ground in that Spec Miata field.
You see the pace car has picked up the field, and I did not hear anything. I don't know if there's any safety equipment out or any cleanup to be done. So let's hope that this is a quick one. They'll gather the field back up, and you see them snaking their way through those S's. If you're up front, you don't mind this at all. If you are trying to make up ground, you're hoping that you see the lights go off on that pace car, because talk again, DJ, it's a 30-minute race, but behind that pace car, you're going to eat up almost 4 or 5 minutes a lap?
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully this will be a quick yellow due to that driver able to pull off. These guys, the safety crew is going to check to make sure that there's nothing on the pavement. It looked like a fire underneath that Spec 944. I didn't see any obvious oil being dropped. Of course, on the ground, our safety crews will be checking that out. When we resume, it will be a rolling start. Yeah, Bart Welty right there in Spec 944. This is a very tight class in Spec 944. Bart Welty seems to have a really good sense of this track while it's drying. You can still see that there are wet sections on the track. He was able to pull out a 1.5 seconds on that first lap. And that gave him a little bit of a gap, but guess what? This double yellow is going to bring Matt Giffrey back into play. He will be right on his bumper, and Bart is going to have to deal with out-of-class traffic with Spec Miata. You know, his fastest lap was a 2:12.483 on the first lap, and if we look at the Spec Miata field, a 2:12 wasn't done by any Spec Miata until you get all the way up into 12th place. And so Bart is definitely going to have to fight his way through the back of some of that Spec Miata class right at the restart.
We'll keep an eye on that pace car and see if we see the lights go out or if they end up with another. And it looks like, DJ, it looks like they're going to take another pace lap. So we, we look at the clock about 8 minutes into this one. They're going to do another lap behind the pace car. So we may be, as far as the timed portion of the race, maybe somewhere about halfway when we go back to green, which presents the question of how aggressive will these drivers be on the restart, knowing they're somewhere right around the halfway point of the race.
Well, these drivers have now had an opportunity to go around the track at speed. So I think we're going to see a lot more aggression on this restart than we saw in the initial start. Yeah, these Spec Miata drivers kept it very clean. You have to remember, these are 33 identical cars going into turn one together. All aggressive drivers, all want to win. So it's all the more impressive that they kept it clean on that first lap that we had green. So we'll be looking forward to this restart. Yeah, they will be going single file on this restart, so that should give 177 a little bit of room. But we know in Spec Miata, if Mark Cefalo and Michael Carter and Ayrton Grimm work together on that front straight, they may be able to work together as a pack to get by Travis Wiley. They definitely don't want anybody getting away in front.
Let's ride again with Vinny Barata. I see his good luck charm swinging in front of him there. So Vinny, as we mentioned, right in the middle of the pack. So he's somebody, he's picked up one position so far in this race. But in his mind, man, if I can get a few more, now I'm starting top 10 tomorrow. As you see, they go by. Oh, let me update Wyatt Wood in this in-car. We've got a couple in-cars for you. So Wyatt Wood here, as you see, the pace car stayed on the track. So Wood is in 14th spot. Now, Wood's had a good race. He's picked up 3 positions, and he may have an opportunity, hopefully, to pick up a few more. As you see the cars down the front straightaway, at least another lap. But Wyatt Wood picked up 3 spots. He's gone from 17th up to 14th. He's thinking, get me some green flag laps here. I'm on a roll. And I'd love to pick up a few extra spots before this was over, but at least, DJ, one more lap behind the pace car.
Yeah, and these drivers are going to be anxious sitting in this car doing these yellow flag laps, but they really need to keep their heads about them. This is the qualifying race. This is not the end-all be-all. If you win this race, you get some great kudos, but you are not winning that championship race. So you need to keep your wits about you, make smart moves. We talked about the nuance of qualifying. John Allen, obviously starting from the back here, he had a rough qualifying. He is now all the way up into 20th, up 10 spots. I expect we'll see John Allen pick up another couple spots at least. He's going to try to work his way to the top 10. Vinny Barata, Wyatt Wood. We see some very familiar names within this field of Spec Miata.
Now, you will get kudos if you win the race, and you will get pole tomorrow, but you'll also get Alpine Stars Nomex gloves, courtesy of Competition Motorsport. So there's a few things. So there's Wood. These in-car cameras really give you an appreciation for the elevation change here as you go down into the bowl there. And the camera shot from outside the car, you don't really appreciate how much you're going up and down. But that shot as you go down the hill, you really, really appreciate how much elevation change. There's Wood's car and there's Vinny Barato's car. And now you see even more of a dry line there, DJ. This is getting better and better all the time.
Yeah, I think we're going to see by the end of this race that it does not matter what happened earlier this morning with the weather. We've got a dry track passing opportunities are going to increase as even offline is starting to dry. So we're going to start to see a bit more passing. Obviously, we're only one green flag lap into this race. We're going to get going here shortly. This is going to be a great battle of these top 5. At least Daniel Williams qualified really well. He's dropped 2 spots, so he'll definitely be looking to make it back up in the rest of this race when we go live.
Yeah, we mentioned Wood had picked up 3 spots. Let's see, the 07 car, he's picked up 3. Jamie Kloss in the 41 has picked up 3. And you mentioned John Allen, he's the big climber, up 10 spots. So we, like I say, want to take a look at the front of the field, but also the top 10. Good news now, though, is pace car lights are out, which means that machine will make a turn onto pit road. You mentioned single file restart, but let's see how quickly they're going to fan out on that front straightaway. And you mentioned before, DJ, you can fan out, but it's hard to do it on your own. A little bit of drafting goes a long way in the Spec Miata class.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to probably see the guys in 3rd, 4th, 5th place working together. They're going to push each other down that front straight. So they're going to divide that drag by 3 down the front straight, and are going to try to probably make a move into turn 1 is the best spot. Obviously, Travis Wiley in the best position to approach turn 1. Blind corner, but he is going to have a clear track unless we're able to see on this restart.
You see that one area still showing a debris flag, so they'll want to tiptoe when they come back to there. Let's watch the restart from inside of the car with Murata. Let's see what he can do as we get the green flag. We're just shy of halfway. Where will you start tomorrow in the championship race? That will be determined in about the next 15 minutes. And Vinny Murata going to take us for a ride. There's the green flag. Vinny's already side by side. You see the lead pack ahead. They're single file, but here back about 9th, 10th, 12th place, already side by side over the hill into that blind left-hander you see, and a couple cars immediately picking up some spots as they're through turn number 1. And that's everything we thought it would be, DJ. Exciting restart.
Yeah, absolutely. Vinny Murata taking care of a little bit of a burp by Wyatt Wood at the start there. Vinny Murata getting by. Then he's already able to make up time to Jason Bleak in 13th because he had that clear run into blind turn 1 and 2. Seeing these drivers staying very clean, working together right now, side by side through turn 3 and 4. That's a sketchy section to go side by side. They're keeping it clean through there. As we see John Allen pass by in that silver Spec Miata.
Let's jump back inside and go for a ride. Here we are with Vinny Murata. Murata now trailing that number 247 machine. As you said, that's Jason Bleak. Here he takes a peek to the inside of Bleak, and everywhere you see single file in front of them, just in front of Bleak, that's Chris Kufo in the 34 machine. This is the battle right now. Murata in 14. Again, it's just an idea in your head, but you think if I can get to the top 10, I got a real shot of winning this thing tomorrow. Murata has a few more that he needs to get by. As you see outside the car, great racing going on here. And remember, folks, this is just the qualifier to set things up for tomorrow. And there he is in that black 5-8 car again. We're following that because that's a good race right now. 13, 14, 15 all together as they come back towards the final corner and put another lap on the board. About 16 minutes on the clock. Just to let you know, Bart Welty is leading in Spec 944, and Max Jeffrey and Todd Checkley. That's 1, 2, and 3. And
12th, 13th, and 12th, 13th, and 14th battling out right there. You see them all together. They really want to get by each other. You see a little bit of that bump draft into turn 1. We've got a standing yellow at the outside of turn 1, not able to make that pass. Oh, some wheels dropped off the exit of turn 1 as they go over turn 2, another blind section. Travis Wiley still up front. Mark Cefalo keeping him honest, only 4/10 behind, but those two have developed a 1-second gap to Michael Carter in 3rd. Ayrton Grimm right behind in 4th in that Team Mazda Challenge car.
again inside, and this shows you all the elevation change around this course. And this is a group of cars back somewhere around 12, 13, 14. These are cars just outside of the top 10. Now your top 3, as you mentioned, Wiley in the 177, Cephalo in the 00, Michael Carter in the 08. If this was tomorrow, those are the guys battling for the podium. You see a pass right there, took a peek to the inside, going to lose a spot.
Yeah, Chris Ciafo
Good race.
really, Chris Ciafo really taking advantage of this restart. He is up a couple positions. He got in front of Jason Bleak, but Jason Bleak following him through, getting into 11th place. So he is up 3 positions already in the Spec Miata race. Just 5 positions. You'll notice that we have 247 Jason Bleak going wide in his NA Miata, in that purple Miata. That's going to allow Chris Ciafo to not have as much pressure on his back. Caper Zentmeyer moving up his position. Vinny Barata catching another position as well. As we look to our Spec 9 4-field.
And now we got a problem with Wood's car. Wyatt Wood off the pace there. He's lost a couple of spots and still going backwards. Let's see if he can gather it back in. And, you know, it takes a while. These are momentum cars, so, you know, Wood goes off track, but it takes you a little bit to build that momentum back up. Looks like he's back to speed now, DJ.
Yeah, you go 4 wheels off or 2 wheels off here in Spec Miata, you're guaranteed to not only lose 1 position, but probably multiple positions. As we see White go to the inside there into turn 1. He saw that yellow standing flag. That yellow standing flag means you may not pass in that particular corner. It does not apply to the entire track. So you saw Wyatt check up when he saw that standing yellow, did not finish his pass.
Yeah, and that's such a great place to pass there. That standing yellow, if I can just caught it a second, there's a car off to the right, so that's why the yellow's there. But that's such a good opportunity. Now he's got some challenges as we're down in the bowl at the bottom of the hill. That's a good battle. He's going to hang on to the spot. But guess what? We've got a white flag, I believe. We're down to 1 lap to go here. As you see, Wood loses a spot. Wiley going to try to hang on up front. There's Wood losing a spot here. Closing stages of this race. In fact, now he's going to lose another spot to the number 88 car as Wood has his hands full, or that might have been the 48 sneaking by. So Wood not ending this one the way he wanted, but guess what? Lick his wounds and come back tomorrow for the championship round. Meanwhile, Travis Wiley sets another fast lap here. Lap of 2:05, so Wiley leading the way and fast, and that it was the 88 car that got by. That car has made up some ground here today.
Yeah, Travis Wiley over 0.3 of a second faster on that last lap. That's a smoking lap compared to the rest of the Spec Miata field. They are so close together. What is interesting with Spec Miata here is you're seeing a couple different generations of Miata out there. As we have our waving white flag, this is the last lap for Spec Miata and Spec 944. Bart Welty doing a good job in 944 Spec. He's in the middle of the back of that Spec Miata class. He's able to use that traffic. He has Matt Giffrey still on his tail, less than a second back, so that battle is not over in Spec 944.
Let's ride with Travis Wiley, his final lap here in the qualifying session at turn 4. Down the hill he goes, used a bunch of curbing there. He's got a gap now of about 5 car lengths. This is where he will start tomorrow if he can hang on. At the bottom of the racetrack, now foot to the floor as the Miata begins to climb out of the hole. He's been perfect and quick as well. In fact, has almost 0.8 of a second fast lap gap between himself. Now, the battle for second, third, and fourth is good as well. We'd be talking about a podium battle there. Carter, Cephalo, and Grimm all running for second, third, and fourth place, but it's Wiley right now who leads the way, and there's no better place to start tomorrow for a championship than on the pole. There's your leader, Wiley. He's got a gap. He could rest a little bit. Those guys are still coming. Oh, he doesn't rest at all. Look at him through that corner. Look at a little bit of body roll on the car there, DJ.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got a good gap, but he's not going to take that for granted. He's pushing very hard. It's very impressive that he has this sort of gap in Spec Miata that might be helped out between the battle between Cephalo, Carter, and Grimm. Dan Williams not too far back there. He will be starting in 5th as we see them going down that back straight. This battle is not over for 2nd. We'll see if Carter goes for a last-minute pass on Cephalo. Cephalo defends the inside into turn 16 and 17. They're coming out of that hole out of 17. This is going to be tight right across the line for Cephalo, Carter, and Grimm getting a run. We really want to see as they come across here. This is going to be so tight. I can't even tell as Carter is able to grab 2nd from Cephalo right at the end there. That was neck and neck for Carter and Cephalo. Grimm getting a good run right there. He will be starting 4th tomorrow. These guys picked up a couple of positions in that Spec Miata race.
Yeah, let's give you the top 10. Travis Wiley in the 177, and Michael Carter in the 08. Mark Cephalo in the 00, your top 3. Ayrton Grimm, the 21 car, 4th, and Daniel Williams, the 38 car, 5th. Williams making up 2 spots in the race. 6th, the Team Davis car, number 16, Clayton Cavill in the 80 car was 7th. Maximilian Oplaski then is in 8th. Sean Noonan, the 0 car, 9th, and Chris Cufo in the 34 car, he is 10th. He made up 4 positions there at the end. Wyatt Wood is coming around. He still has see if he made the top 12. He, I don't think, is going to finish in the top 10 there, but had a good race nonetheless. So that's your top 10 for tomorrow's championship race, assuming everything goes well when they go to see the scrutineers at the end of the race. Max Straffi in the 152 car will take the win in Spec 944, and they had a good race there. Unfortunately, like I said, we lost 1 car, Sean Taylor, with a little bit of fire burning, but all fine. So more show than it was anything else. We're going to get down and talk to these guys in just a little bit. DJ, I'm kind of like you. That was sort of surprising how far Wiley was able to get away. You see Vinny Barada there. Usually these cars don't have much gap. He had a nice gap between himself and 2nd place.
Yeah, I think this track with those blind corners, it's a huge advantage to be up front in Spec Miata here. If you're packed up behind about 10 cars in Spec Miata and trying to go through a blind corner, you may just hesitate off the throttle just a millisecond later than you would normally. And so I think Travis Wiley obviously put on a great show, great driving from him today. He will have that advantage going into tomorrow, so he'll be very happy winning that set from Alpine Stars. Matt Giffrey picking up first over Bart Welty. Bart Welty dropping a couple positions, so he may have had an issue on that last lap. Matt Giffrey, Todd Checkley, and John Corto finishing out the podium for this qualifying race in 944 Spec.
Well, and it comes fast and furious because now we're going to go right in to our next event, the Spec E46, Spec E30, and Spec 3. That race is going to roll on in just a moment. Again, qualifying for Group B. So they're getting ready to roll in just a little bit. Our second qualifying race is coming up here in just a moment as the track continues to dry. Let's go down to the grid and let's check in with the folks who are getting ready to race. Kelsey Hill, tell us what's going on.
Hey everybody, we're back here at the NASA Championships and we've got our Spec 3 leaders here going into qualifying. Tell us your name and where you're from.
Charles Ford from Richmond, Virginia.
Awesome, and?
John McAvoy from Washington, D.C.
Great, and what we have here are 2 very experienced Spec 3 runners and also our friends at Championship Motorsport. They are doing pole position awards. We wear a pair of gloves. You guys excited to get some brand new gloves here from Alpine Stars on pole? So. Yeah. Excellent. So talk to us about being on pole going to qualifying. What does that look like for you?
Today, it's more of a management day rather than trying to go out and be a hero today. It's getting to tomorrow. That's the plan.
Great. And do you feel about the weather today with it being a little bit rainy earlier? You think it's dried up enough today?
Yeah, we got lucky. Spec Miata just rolled through. They had roughly 40 cars in that run group. They literally just finished. So they're usually running 2-3 wide throughout the race. They cleaned that track up for us. We're good. Awesome.
And as far as your competition goes here at the rest of this class, a lot of friends out here that you see throughout the year?
Absolutely. We race with a lot of these guys that are on grid right now. So it's a close group.
That's awesome. And talking about friendship, what kind of fun things do you do in the paddock when people sleep at night?
I heard a rumor. It definitively couldn't have been me. I was gone. But these characters, Australian cartoon characters, appeared on Bubba's car here overnight. I just don't get it. But you know what? It is a blue car. It is a bluey cartoon, so it kind of makes sense in that respect.
We love it. Well, Bluey's very hot right now, so hopefully that fan favorites out there with all the kids carries forth and gets you up there on pole today.
Let's see.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. We're going to come down here, talk to a couple more Spec 3 racers, and as you can see, all the cars are exactly the same here in Spec 3. Different liveries to represent the people and who they are. And speaking of our friends, we've got some great guys here, Sean O'Hara and Taylor Johnson, two people that a lot of folks want to see when we ask for some fan favorites. So give us a little more information where you're from and what your local region is.
So Mid-Atlantic is the local region, and I'm from just outside Richmond, Virginia.
Wonderful. And yourself, Taylor?
I live in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and my home region is NASA Northeast.
All right. So as a local, do you feel like I have a little bit of an advantage knowing this track?
Absolutely not.
And why is that, sir?
I only come here when NASA's here, so we've all been here the same amount.
Awesome. And Sean, what does it mean for you qualifying for the championships? Is it a big thing?
Yeah, I mean, this is an event everybody looks forward to every year. It's a big deal. The tire budget's never been bigger than for this event, so, you know, it means a lot if you end up on that podium.
Awesome. Very exciting. And so since you're here in Pittsburgh, do you feel like a lot of the other racers that you've talked throughout NASA on social have come to you for information, local stuff, track knowledge, things like that?
Yeah, a lot of people have asked me about local eats here, and I'm the worst person to ask. I go to the same 3 places, but I did work with Brett on publishing that article about good places to eat, so go check out Mad Mex, get a gobblerito.
Oh, awesome. Yeah. Very, very cool. So one other thing I want to talk to you guys about is getting your car set up here for the weather today. We know it's been raining this morning, and now it's drying up a little bit. Concerns with the track conditions?
Not really. I think it's pretty dry by now. Obviously, grass is going to be a bad idea, but this is a loose track, so I'm dialing in, trying to reduce that understeer.
Awesome. Cool. And Tanner, anything on your end for setup today for the race?
I've changed nothing. I'm just going to roll the dice.
Love it. Just run what you brought. So good. So for Spec 3 for both of you, is this a class you both have always run in, or something you've kind of gotten into over time?
This has been my one and only class. I think will be my one and only class. I can't beat the racing. I can't beat the price to race as often as we do. So I'm here for the long haul.
All right, you guys heard it here forever. That's Sean's way to go. And you, Taylor, you think you'll be here for a long time?
I think a lot of people will be upset if I bailed. So yeah, Spec 3 until there's no Spec 3 to race. And objectively, it made the most sense for me to race. And the people is what sold it.
That is so great. Well, thanks so much, guys. I know you got to get ready to get out there. Seems like you'll be heading out. I believe you go off at 1:19, I would think. Yep. So we'll just kind of keep talking a little bit here on Spec 3 as you guys get ready. Here from the grid, we're going to be reporting some throughout the weekend, and then we're also going to go talk to other people at their cars. Our purpose today is to bring you all the action and get you some information on the different classes running here this weekend at the NASA Championships, and also make sure that you understand the different setups and the ways that people are looking at. We've got in-car cameras today also, which is really exciting. So make sure that you're tuned in for that. John McAvoy, which we spoke to earlier, we'll have an in-car camera running, so we'll be able to see the action there. Our great team here doing the live broadcast is going to try and make sure things correlate for you there. A fun story about Charles, also known as Bubba Ford, and his beautiful livery is that he, ironically, that car is not the first time that's happened, I learned. So before he woke up to a frozen livery, this weekend he's got a bluey livery, so it's pretty exciting that way. All right, we're going to keep walking up the grid here and see some of the other cars that are on track. What's cool about the Spec E46 class, which is the next group up here on grid, is that you do have a lot of representation from different companies that also run in things like IMSA and some of the professional series. So Turner Motorsports is one of them. Turner's great over there. They also have prep these cars. Bemerald's another great group that works with everybody to get their cars ready. And we have amazing part suppliers here this weekend. Hawk Brake Pads is one that we look forward to seeing on these cars as well. So as you can see, lots of friends and faces here. We're going to keep broadcasting from the grid and also from the paddocks, and we're going to throw it back up to the booth soon. And hope that you guys have a great time watching this very exciting qualifying for Group B. So with that in mind, we're going to have some words from our sponsors and partners that we couldn't do it without here at the NASA Championships, and we will talk to you soon about this. So stay with us here. We're going to get these guys up. It's going to get nice and loud here on the grid. So once it gets loud, we're going to send you a commercial. Thanks so much, and Edwin's going to take it from here.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
And welcome back to the 2023 NASA Championships at Pittsburgh International Raceway. Kelsey, thanks for covering all those guys getting ready to go racing. Now, I've got to tell a funny story. The motorsports world is a small world. She was standing there talking with Charles Ford, who had his car secretly decorated overnight. If you go back about 40 years ago, Charles's dad, who is here this weekend, and my dad spent a lot of Saturday nights doing some short track stock car racing together. So here it is, several decades and a generation later, and Charles is out here doing some road racing, and quite successfully, I might add. As you see, he's got a good starting position for today. DJ, we talked about one of the unique things in the NASA world is the combination of rolling starts and standing starts. In this race, we're going to see a rolling start and then 2 standing starts. Explain that to folks who may be new to NASA racing.
Yeah, so in this Group B, we're going to have Spec E46, Spec E30, and Spec 3. These are all 3 different generations of BMW 3 Series. So you're really seeing a strong presence from BMW and Mazda here this weekend. Spec E46 is our fastest class of these 3 groups. That is made up of the E46 330i generation. They will be doing a rolling start. So you're going to see that 2x2 start that we saw in Spec Miata. Then you're going to see Spec E30 and Spec 3 rolling to the line behind the rolling start. So they're going to come to a stop at the start stand. The start stand will slowly raise their green flag. And when the green flag drops, not when the green flag comes up, but when the green flag drops, that is when these drivers will drop the clutch and try to get a good start in first. And not only is that first gear so important, but that first to second transition catches out so many drivers. And if you just take 2 seconds to get right back into second gear after a misshift, you may lose your entire field. So these guys will be starting from a stop, and it's one of the most exciting racing we see doing those standing starts.
We have a second. We'll thank Hawk Performance. They've been around since 2008 as a supporter of NASA members with the best braking products in the industry, combined with a lucrative contingency program for HPDE, TT, and racers alike. Hawk Performance is dedicated to making sure drivers feel confident no matter what the road or track conditions bring. To see how Hawk supports NASA members, visit DRIVENASA.com. So the cars are all gridded up. We should see that pace car rolling here in just a moment, the GR Corolla pace car. And DJ's described the start to us. It's quite a thing to see, and it's something that takes quite a bit of orchestration. But when it all goes well, it does give you a very different look at the way it starts. And drivers don't know from week to week, DJ. It's up to the individual race directors to kind of decide, okay, how do we want to do this? It keeps the drivers and their crews on their toes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such exciting. I think it's fun for both the drivers and the spectators to see those standing starts. Yeah, we've seen Spec E46 grow over the past 5 to 6 years. Coming from the Mid-Atlantic, it has crossed all across the nation. We see 20, 30, 40 car fields in Spec E46 across NASA regions. We also have Spec E30. In those interviews earlier, you could hear Chris Cabetto has won 3 national championships in Spec E30 over a decade ago. So you're talking about a class that's long lived, and a lot of people thought as those cars become became a little older, it might be tougher, but we're seeing these fields still growing and still some of the tightest competition Spec E30. What is a relative newcomer in growth here is Spec 3. You had that interview with Taylor Johnson and John McAvoy. John McAvoy leading up that series in Spec 3. Taylor Johnson being a big proponent of Spec 3. He's going across all the regions on the East Coast, doing every region, trying to grow the Spec 3 field, and it's working. And that's one of the things we love about NASA is more of a family. You've got a lot of friends and family running these races, and Taylor Johnson putting out that word and working and making a positive environment in Spec 3. We're seeing builds all across the nation in Spec 3. And, you know, looking at one of our sponsors, Hawk Racing, Spec 3 has a specified brake pad, and that is the Hawk Performance race pad. So you'll see them being put to good use in that field. Now, remember, this is multi-class racing. Spec E46, Spec E30, and Spec 3 will each have their own wave. So you'll see them bunched up right now. That's just under the pace car. They will be breaking out in each wave. Michael Koenigsegg up front there in Spec E46. That car is built by Autosport Fab. Another competitor actually owns Autosport Fab, and we'll see him in a super touring race. That's Peter Gottblue. He built that race car for Koenigsegg, supports it. Koenigsegg being very good across the East Coast. He's been winning a lot of races, but Spec E46 is very tight up front, so do not expect a runaway from him. In Spec E30, the battle is going to be super tight there up front. Eric Pennington, a Great Lakes region, he was able to get that qualifying pole for the start of this race, but he has Jack Cabetto and Robert Grace right behind them. Robert Grace winning a couple national championships himself, and Jack Cabetto very, very hungry to make his impression on his first national championship, try to get that win.
As we get ready to go racing, I do want to keep an eye on that 07 of McAvoy. He does have the current track record here in that class. So we'll take a look at him, and the pace car lights now are out, and you'll see again something that is unique to NASA. You'll see a rolling start and 2 standing starts. So there you see the pace car to the left and green flag racing there in our first wave. They'll head off to turn number 1. They come down the hill. They'll look for the green. There's the green. And there is the Spec E46. That is wave number 1. Now watch wave number 2. They'll come to a complete stop. It's a standing start. As DJ said, you've got to be sure that you've got that first to second gear is so important. So we wait for the second one to go through. You see somebody taking a cone. Here's the standing start. We'll look for the green. And again, first gear, but it's that first to second gear that becomes so important. They're letting the first group get a gap. Let's watch the starter here, and you'll see those cars roll. And again, the launch is important, and there we are. There's the launch. You see one car jump out. In fact, they're going to be 4 wide as they come down. Now here is the third wave. So the third.
So Taylor Johnson going wide in that green Spec 3 car. He's able to pick up a position. Charles Ford under attack from John McAvoy going through turn 2. John McAvoy, regional leader, done very well throughout the field. He's giving a tight battle to Charles Ford on this beginning lap as we go overhead to our start of our Spec E30 standing start.
Ready to go. Good shot there. The drone will follow him down the front straightaway. So there is our third wave. So again, a rolling start, a standing start, a standing start. This shows you how things really can tighten up there. Into that blind left-hander of turn number 1. They're still double wide back there, about third place. There's Jack Cabetto in second spot, and everybody is away. So now you have, DJ, you've got 3 packs of car spread out all the way around the track. You've got a battle for the lead, a battle for 4th place there as they come to the downhill section, and that is a great race for 3rd spot right behind Cabetto as we are racing all around the track. This is what makes this type of NASA racing so exciting.
Yeah, Pennington. Oh, we've got a Spec E46 slow on the inside of 6, but Pennington able to hold on to that initial initial lead. We're in car with Jack Cabetto right now in second. Robert Grace right behind Jason Griskovich, right behind as well as they enter into these S's. Looks like Cabetto has a little bit of speed entering the S's, and Pennington gets a little out of shape in the middle of that S. These cars, as we talked about in those interviews, these Spec E30s move around a lot. You see, they may seem way wide, sliding all over the place. That's where the grip is on these cars. That's how you have to drive these cars. So you're going to see a lot of that car moving around with Eric Pennington up front, Jack Cabetto not letting him get away right on the back of his bumper. Robert Grace
today. Oh, yeah, I was just saying earlier today when Kelsey was interviewing Jack, Jack says he puts on those neon gloves so nobody misses how busy he is behind the wheel. So if you're behind the wheel with Jack Cabetto, that's first and second spot as they work around the racetrack. You see how busy his hands are, tucks in right in behind that car number 52 of Pennington as they come back up the hill. We've got multiple ways for you to watch the race today here. Cameras all around the track, and as you see now, overhead, and we can follow that battle of Pennington and Cabetto down the front straightaway. And DJ, the top 3 or 4 are still packed pretty close together. That is the Spec E30 battle.
Yeah, you saw Eric Pennington actually defending on the inside going into turn 1. He went into the inside. Jack Cabetto didn't look like he was making the move. He moved right back out. So Eric Pennington already driving in his mirrors. This is going to help Jack Cabetto a little bit. If Eric's paying attention to what's behind him, he's going to have a tough battle ahead trying to get away from Jack Cabetto. But, yeah, that local knowledge here with Eric Pennington, he's doing a great job. He handled the start of that race very well. As we tune into our Spec E46, you see that Turner Motorsports liveried car of Bill Griffin. He runs all over the nation in that Griffin racing car. But Michael Kanicak is the one currently leading in Spec E46 as we see some guys getting wide at the mud exit there of turn 1. Very good race. Griffin racing as we're seeing over Steve Mashore into turn 3 and 4. Seeing a lot of neon yellow this year across the Spec E46 fields.
There was Griffin making a move. Let me give you the top 3 real quick. In Spec E46, Michael Kanicak, the 282 car leads. Eric Higginson, the 72 car second. And Rich Brainerd, the 183 is third. That's your top 3 right now in Spec E46. And very, very early in this one. So we've taken a look at E46. We've looking at Spec E30. Let's go now to Spec 3, where John McAvoy leads the way. And we mentioned that McAvoy, current track record holder. So the Spec 3 is McAvoy in the 07. In fact, let's go for a ride with John McAvoy. That's in car with McAvoy. A little good luck picture taped on the dashboard. That is your leader in Spec 3, the 07 of McAvoy, leading over Charles Ford right now. About a 2-second gap as he comes over the hill. Again, McAvoy, current track record holder. And DJ talking to his lap. He looks like he's hitting his marks perfectly right now.
Yeah, John McAvoy has been running this car for over a decade. He's very familiar with this car. Look how patient he is through these S's. And that patience is really rewarded with these S's. You know, we can already see that it starts to get a little bit hot. He's a little wide for the S, but he nails the exit there. And that's what's so important at pit race, going over using a little bit of curve. Spec 3 is softly sprung for a race car, and we say for a race car. But what that does is it really lets them use that curving without upsetting the grip of the car. Look how smooth he is through that section. John McAvoy definitely knows these cars. But that is a surprise that he's able to pull away from Charles Ford. Charles Ford maybe had a bit of maybe 2 wheels off during that last lap. Hopefully he'll be able to catch back up. But that means Andreas Schmidt and Taylor Johnson are now right on the back of Charles Ford. So Charles Ford might have been aiming for that first place, but now he's battling out for second, third, and fourth with those guys. This is a tight battle. You know, third, fourth, fifth. They're all within about a second of each other. So that's a tight battle for the podium in Spec 3.
See one car off the pace there, just went out of camera view, so hopefully that car can keep running. One more quick point on McAvoy. You know, in less than perfect track conditions, McAvoy, looking at timing and scoring, only about 0.5 of a second off that track record. And again, you've got a track that still may be damp in a few spots and has no track temperature at all. So McAvoy laying down some good laps as now he's extended that lead over Ford to about 5.5 seconds. So that's the story. In Spec 3, McAvoy leads the way. Let's visit the guys at Spec E46 for a moment. As we said, Michael Kanasak was leading the way there. His gap's about 4.3 seconds in that class. But you see there, those cars battling for position. That is a nose-to-tail battle right there. And is that the 527? I believe it is. Battle for position. In fact, side by side, they'll take a look. Great racing there. And now I am seeing a yellow flag, and I wonder, DJ, if it was for that one car that had pulled off just a moment ago. So,
well, we see the exit of 17. There was a Spec E46 off. We saw Ruben actually very heads-up driving. So you may be side by side with the driver, and you see that double yellow come out. Ruben very heads-up, able to back out, even though he was side by side, focused on his race. This is one of the, big abilities that NASA has. Is not only do you grow up in NASA, where you're going from HPD 1 to 4, you can go time trial, you can go racing, but you're working through the same safety rule set all the way through. And this is one of the strengths of National Autosport Association is they're heads up. Our drivers are heads up. We've already had extremely clean racing in these qualifying races. We saw Spec Miata, known for a little bumping and grinding, very clean in that race. We're seeing, again, another 3 intense Spec battles in this race, and guys are keeping it very clean, very heads up by Michael Rubin on that yellow flag. But this is not going to play in Michael Koenigseck's favor. He was able to make up a little gap, and that's going to bring these guys back together.
Hey, let me look at Spec E30 for a second, because we'll double check time and scoring. But Eric Pennington, now they're showing him off the pace back in 11th spot. So Pennington, who had led, and again, we'll double check timing and scoring. Let's take a second right now. Let's give you top 5 in all 3 of our classes. Good time to do a reset. We'll start with Spec E30. Jack Cabetto in the 14, the 74 of Robert Grace, the 73, Jason Griscavage, Cameron Beatty in the 120, and Chris Cabetto, the 78. That's your top 5. In fact, they just go by timing and scoring now. Spec E46, the 282, Michael Kanasak, Eric Hagginson, the 72, Casey Mayshore, the 615, Rich Brainerd, 183, and Jason Rickey in the 775. That's Spec E46 and top 5 as we ride along with Jack Cabetto. And then Spec 3, we mentioned McAvoy, the 07, Charles Ford in the 1, Andreas Schmidt, the 23, Taylor Johnson in the 216, and Sean O'Hara in the 19 as you ride with Jack Cabetto. And DJ will have to take a look and see what happened to Pennington. In fact, he may even be off the track right now, but we'll ride with the leader of Spec E30. And then we jump in with McAvoy with, like I say, that good luck charm picture on the dashboard. So there in just a brief second, you got to ride along with the Spec E30 leader and the Spec 3 leader. And a real quick tip of the cap to the technical crew. If we get busy this afternoon or tomorrow, but DJ, the technical crew here is giving us some great pictures to look at, and always in the right place at the right time, as again, this field's going to bunch up. This will make for an interesting restart as we're about 11 minutes into this race.
Yeah, we're going to see some of our leaders. They were able to make a breakaway. John McAvoy able to make that breakaway at Spec 3. He was able to get past Charles Ford at the start there, and he was able to build a gap of about 5.5 seconds. So Charles Ford has another chance to get back to the front of this race. But, Charles Ford, he's also going to be knowing that he has an additional chance tomorrow. So we'll see how that battle shapes up on our restart. In Spec E46, Michael Koenigseck able to make a gap in Spec E46 as well over Eric Hagginson. So that will tighten back up with Casey Mashore in third. In Spec E30, this was a big change. Eric Pennington leading over the class. Jack Cabetto now inheriting the lead in Spec E30. Jack Cabetto always right there on the back of Pennington. Just a small mistake can make the difference in these spec classes. These guys are really pushing it to the limit. And you see Robert Grace now in second with Jason Griskovich in third. Jack Cabetto, Robert Grace, and Jason Griskovich all run in the Mid-Atlantic region together a lot. So you see them in very tight battles. They're used to battling each other. So that's actually going to give them some advantages and disadvantages where they know where each other are good at. They know where they can poke and get into their mind, because at the end of the day, in these spec classes, you don't have any difference between the cars. So it might be more strategy that get it done than superior driving.
And there you see the 33 car, Matthew Diagimarino. That's the reason we're under this caution, and that's the car we saw slow down, so getting the push back into the paddock area. So the 33 car, the Spec E46 machine, I believe getting the push back on to pit road. So shouldn't be too much longer before we go back to green flag racing.
Yeah, you're going to see these drivers using some curb. They seem to be accelerating, with some gusto. Even when you're under a double yellow, you are supposed to catch the leader. Obviously, you need to use caution. You should be driving at 8 or 9/10 versus flat out, but you are expected to catch the leader. You're not supposed to dawdle around. So we're seeing some good driving by these drivers. They're trying to catch the pace car. The sooner that all these cars can catch the pack and the pace car, the sooner we can get restarted. So good heads up driving by these drivers in the championships.
We're closing in on about halfway. If you're just joining the broadcast, what you're watching now are the qualifying races. So yesterday they set qualifying laps. So the fastest car starting up front. Today then into the qualifying race. The way you finish the race is the way you start the championship race tomorrow. So there's 3 legs to getting this championship. Qualifying, your best lap, qualifying race where you finish, and then into the championship. So probably going to be another lap or 2 behind the pace car, because they're going to let some of the cars unlap themselves, come back around behind the pace car and tag in at the back. And that's just occasionally, DJ, you know this from racing, where the pace car comes up, it might pick up a lap car as opposed to the leader. They want to let those cars go past the pace car and tag in at the end of the field.
Yeah, this is definitely going to add a interesting restart to this race. So we have 3 classes out there. So it looks like our pace car has picked up our leader, Michael Koenigsegg, overall in Spec E46. But you're noticing that there seems to be an older 3 Series in between those 2 Spec E46s. This is part of multi-class racing right there. So Michael Koenigsegg have a little bit of an advantage of an out-of-class car between him and second place in Spec E46. So that's going to help him on the restart a little bit. But further down the field, we're really going to see a big mix of the Spec E30s, Spec 3s, and Spec E46s. So it's going to be an interesting restart here.
Lights are still on the pace car, so we'll follow and see what happens there. And look in the field. The field seems to all be in tow properly. And like you said, they've picked up the leader, not the lap car. So we'll see next time by, will we see the lights go out on that pace car? Quick second to tell you that since 2002, Toyo Tires has been the official tire of NASA. Season after season, NASA competitors are rewarded with generous contingency awards and unparalleled support. Toyo Tires is committed to supporting NASA competitors for all their tire needs. Visit DRIVENASA.com for more information. And right now, they're not punishing those Toyo Tires too hard because they're behind the pace car.
Yeah, all 3 of these classes are on Toyos. Spec E46 and Spec 3 on those Toyos this weekend. Chris Cabetto able to make up 3 positions during this Spec E30 race. He is now up to 5th. Chris Cabetto battles it out with his son, Jack Cabetto, in the Mid-Atlantic region. Jack Cabetto's age gap has helped him be up front in Spec E30. Chris Cabetto, though, able to make up that gap. We were talking to him before this weekend, and Chris Cabetto already has won 3 national championships. This is a very seasoned driver already in Spec E30. Now, every driver has their excuses. Says Jack Cabetto has the better car of the two. We'll see how this shakes out. So there's a little bit of rivalry between that son and father relationship, but the smiles we see on Chris Cabetto when his son is doing so well regionally and today here so far in this championship race, it will be all smiles for Chris Cabetto no matter where he ends up during this race.
So at least another lap here behind the pace car. Hopefully we'll get him back for some more green flag racing. So you get there, double yellow there at turn 4. A little bit earlier, if we get that shot again, there is a great spot. There's a spectator hill that's kind of positioned, I guess, in between like turns 3 and 4, and you're up on a rise, and what a great spot to sit and watch. You can park your car up there. They've got a bunch of picnic tables, and then the hillside is actually terraced, where you can come and, bring your setup and sit on the terraced hill overlooking. And it's right in there, kind of between turns 3 and 4, and what a great place if you're coming out here just for a spectator event to sit and watch. That is some prime viewing of the racetrack. I was over there yesterday chatting with a couple folks who were watching during some of the warm-up sessions. Double yellow is still all the way around the racetrack. I'd love to see this one get back green because I think there's still some good racing to go here, especially as you mentioned a minute ago, DJ. Cabetto, Grace, Chris Gavage, those guys race together a lot. Those are 3 names that we're used to seeing together, at least in this part of the country, when it comes to Spec E30 racing. So I'd love to see those guys get a chance to duke it out a little bit, but they're not going to push too hard. If I'm sitting there in 3rd place, the final lap or 2 of this qualifying race, I'm probably not going to do anything real dumb to mess my chances up for tomorrow. But I also have a helmet on and I'm in a race car, so maybe I do.
One thing is we saw Eric Pennington drop a lot of places out of 1st place. We still show him on timing and scoring as running, so he's dropped down to 11th place. We know he's fast, so he's hoping this goes green as soon as possible. He can make up a couple positions. He's got his work cut out for him. But this is a tough class. You look through this field, you got Robert Grace. He has multiple Spec E30 national championships. Chris Cabetto, he has multiple national championships. Carter Hunt, who started Spec E30 over a decade ago, is out here in Spec E30. You've got some serious competition here in Spec E30. So all the better for the winner of the Spec E30 race, but it's going to be a battle not only today, but tomorrow.
I think we may be setting ourselves up for something pretty fun here. You see the lights just went out on the pace car, and with timing, DJ, it looks like we're going to come by. We're going to get a green flag and a white flag. So it will be a 1-lap race to the finish. So let me give you something to think about. And let's just remember at the end, you mentioned it. Right now, Pennington is in 11th place. Let's pay attention and see how many spots Pennington can make up here on this last lap. The pace car will pull to the left. The leaders will come by. This will be a single file rolling restart as we are ready to go here. And there is a green flag. And indeed, it is green and white. The look from overhead. A 1-lap shootout. We want to see where Pennington comes. From 11th, where can he end the race up? As the field passes by, if you're up front, you don't want to do anything dumb.
Casey Mashore and Eric Hagginson side by side through turn 1 and 2. This is a big change. Eric Hagginson might have been held up by his Spec E30 at the start of that race. So it's Casey Mashore and Eric Hagginson battle. Casey looks like he has the lead over Eric Hagginson. That's a position change in Spec E46 right up front. Very well taken care of by Mashore. That is a big position change. We saw Spec E30 go by as well. Robert Grace pushing the back of Griskovich and Cabetto. So we would love to see when they come around how that turns out. John McAvoy going to be under attack by Charles Ford. He is not, John McAvoy, able to build a little bit of a gap. He is now side by side entering the S's by a Spec E46 car. There's our leader in Spec E46 and overall, Michael Koenigsegg. He was able to build a gap, but it looks like Casey Mashore is actually catching up right there. 6:15 of Casey Mashore. He's quick. He is now right on the back of Michael Koenigsegg, getting a little wide. This battle is not over in Spec E46. This is overall lead and in class for Spec E46. They're coming down that back straight. Casey right on the bumper, taking advantage of that draft. They're down to the last two corners. Remember, they still have a championship race to go. Casey Mashore just being behind him, coming out of 16 and 17. Wow, this is an impressive drive by Casey Mashore, who is in third, moved his way up into second, and right behind Michael Koenigsegg for tomorrow's race.
So there is your overall winners. Let's take you class by class here to let you know where everybody finishes. We want to see, did Pennington able to make up some ground? And we'll let you know, because as they finish today, that is how they will start tomorrow. So we'll let timing and scoring reset as you see cars side by side coming across the line. But you wanted an interesting finish? You got it. And where am I seeing?
Yeah, this is a big change.
Well, I'm not seeing Jack Cabetto. Jack
Yeah.
Cabetto is now, Cabetto went from the lead to 11th. So I don't know what happened to Jack Cabetto on that final lap. We're going to try to go in car. There's McAvoy's in car, but Cabetto went from leading to finishing in 11th spot. Pennington, we mentioned, made it up to 8th place, but Robert Griskavage, and here we are on board with Jack Cabetto. And Jack Cabetto, again, was leading as they threw the white flag, will come home 11th. DJ, that's a dagger.
Yeah, that's absolutely brutal. Eric Pennington did the exact same thing right before the double yellow flag. He was able to make it back up to 8th place. But Jack Cabetto currently sitting 11th. That is going to be a brutal blow to him. Robert Grace up front, Jason Griskovich. Robert Grace, multi-time national winner. Jason Griskovich always winning within the Mid-Atlantic region, battling it out with Jack Cabetto. Cabetto has put him at good battle between those two.
Yeah, let me give you real quick an unofficial here. Spec E30, the top three, 74 of Robert Grace, Grayson Griskovich, the 73, and then the 120 of Cameron Beatty. And then Spec E46, Koenigsegg in the 282, Casey Mashore, the 615, and Eric Higginson, the 72. That's Spec E46. And then Spec 3, McAvoy, Charles Ford, and the 19 of Sean O'Hara. So there's your top three. We'll try to catch up with Jack Cabetto to see what happened. Well, we keep rolling on. We're ready now for Group C, and we'll see some fast laps here. In fact, those cars are sitting on the grid right now, ready to go out. Let's meet some of the drivers and turn things over to Kelsey Hill. Kelsey?
Hey there, we're here in the paddock with Dan Williams from the Rocky Mountain chapter of NASA, and very excited to announce to you we've got one of our pole sitters going into qualifying. So talk to us, Dan. How's that feel?
It feels actually amazing. Dan and I had zero expectations of coming here and being on pole. This car was designed to be run at home and to show everybody what's the cheapest way you can build a car that's competitive, and we were not expecting to come here and be fast, so we're ecstatic.
Well, I have to say, some of the credit goes to the driver as well, so great job out there. As far as the weekend with the championships and the weather changes, how's that affected your thoughts here?
It makes us pretty much crazy, especially us guys from the West where it never rains.
That's so true. I forget about that. So in GTS3, talk to me. How did you get into GTS3 and racing in particular this class?
Actually at home, I'm the regional director of the NASA Rocky Mountain region, and we just have a lot of really nice professional guys that are super fun people, and I just really wanted to join them and race with them. And I've always seen them in their fancy BMWs, and I'm running around in my little Miata, and I kind of just always wanted one. And so when all my buddies decided to do it, I jumped in too, and it's been a lot of fun.
It's very cool. I'm a Miata BMW girl as well. Got both of them going. So
the two greatest.
They really are. I think they're easy to drive. They're great to adapt as well for your classes. So it's a pretty great car to work with as a platform. When we look at your car and how you have it set up, talk to us about the differences. We just got done watching E30s, E46s, and some Spec 3s out there on track. So could you talk about how you went from that class up here to GTS3?
You know what I'm going to have to do is Dan Goodman built this car. Yeah. He needs to be standing here with us.
All right.
He's the one that knows about it. Can I run grab him?
Yeah, you run and grab him. So what we'll show you guys here with this car, as you saw on grid just a little bit ago and as you've seen out on track, this is the basis of a BMW, just like other ones. But they do some modifications to it. They've got different things they've done to the exterior to make more aerodynamics. They've widened their base so they can have wider tires and done some other great things. So we've got another Dan here. I'm so lucky. So Dan, not only a builder, also a racer.
I am.
Yes, excellent. So talk to us, how do you take these cars from being a basic stock car and turning it into a GTS3 vehicle?
Well, basically what you do is you take your basic stock car and you take everything out of it you would normally consider a comfort thing. Yeah. So you take the seats out, you take the carpets out, all the way down to like clips and things that you just don't need, and try to get it as light as possible. And from there, then you put in a safety cage, all your safety equipment, and then build it up from there with all the suspension and all the go fast parts that you can go get from all your suppliers.
Awesome. And I see also you got some aerodynamics on this vehicle. Talk to us about that.
We do. We have a front splitter from Zebulon and a rear wing from Bimmerworld. And
those are also go fast parts.
And those are definitely go fast parts made out of carbon fiber, and they definitely provide a ton of downforce and help us specifically at this racetrack and all the twisty bits. So it's really great.
Absolutely. And talk to us about what kind of rubber you're running here. I know you use Track Day Tires, one of our great sponsors here at the championships. So what kind of wheels and tires are you running here?
So Track Day Tire supplies this particular car with the tires from Hoosier. We're running 315s on this car, and they're set on Forge Line wheels, which Steve is a great local company to here over in Ohio, and we really like him. And,
Thanks,
and
Steve.
Yeah, and those guys are great, and so they've provided us with a super lightweight set of wheels.
Awesome, very cool. So as a builder of a car, how proud are you of the other Dan here for getting on pole? Do you feel like that's an accomplishment for you as well?
It's a giant accomplishment. So it's been a labor of love. We've been working at it pretty hard, and to kind of culminate that whole business from going from I hate the car, it stinks.
I did actually say that.
Yeah, it doesn't. He didn't like it. To a point where he came back and said, I really like it, this is really great, and now it's to a point where it's really off the hook. It's really working well.
Awesome. And Dan, do you feel like having a builder that's also a racer helps you communicate with him?
I was about ready to just give him a big hug right now. Dan runs 5-6 Motorsports out in Colorado, and it's just been a super fun year. 2 years we've been working on this car, 2 years, meeting, hours on the phone. What do you like? What do you not like? What are we going to do next? And it's just a super fun part of this whole car racing process. You know, you think a lot of times you just think, oh, wheeling around and getting the adrenaline up is where the fun is, but there's also just the hard work, grind, and seeing it get better and better. And our friendship has grown tremendously. It's just been fantastic. Great times.
Yeah, you can really see it here, and that's one thing other people touched on is the friendships here at NASA, the championships, only from your own chapters, your builders, your drivers, but also when you're here in the paddocks, meeting other people from other areas of NASA. Have you guys met some other folks that you normally wouldn't see?
Absolutely. The big competition this weekend is basically it's us against Mid-Atlantic.
Yes.
So there's a bunch of guys that you've emailed over time, and you're like, oh, you actually meet them face to face, and they're great guys, just like all racers, and it's a fantastic thing, and everybody's great. So
come to NASA Nationals if you want to have fun. Championships.
Vegas, right? It's a championships. Well, thank you guys so much. Yes.
We need to take the time to thank Pitt Raceway for having us here. It's an incredible facility, and also Jeremy, our fearless leader at NASA, for helping us do this whole program, and Marie for busting it to make this thing happen.
Absolutely. They've been wonderful to work with as well, with everybody here who feels the same way. Any sponsors you want to give a shout out to while we have you here?
Well, I think the big ones for us are Bimmerworld and the guys back there providing us with most of our suspension parts and things like that. We've got obviously Track Day Tire and Hoosiers. We have the fine folks at Hawk for the brakes, and then VAC for all our motor parts.
And they really do. I mean, it makes a huge difference for us, and it's been great to work with them. a great product. And competition motorsport.
Right, Competition Motorsport. Hopefully, Dan, you stay on pole, get yourself some new amazing gloves from them. Thanks so much to them for that sponsorship and that exciting award for our drivers here. I want to thank you guys again for spending time with us here. It was so nice to meet both of you. Good luck today. Good luck tomorrow. Awesome job building these cars. Just you should be really, really proud of your accomplishment as well. Thank you. It's not just what's under this hood, but also under that hood that makes a big difference for us here. So thank you guys so much, and we look forward to watching you out there, and we'll send it back up to the booth.
All righty. Thank you so much, Kelsey. Great job. Kelsey Hill doing a
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road. These initiatives move the needle, like, at all? Well, let's shift gears a minute. We're really kind of at the apex here. We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Haggerty. Let's drive together.
And welcome back to the 2023 NASA Championships at Pittsburgh International Raceway. You know, any track is only as good as the crew that maintains it. And you see those guys going to work right now, doing a little bit of work there. Whoever got into the wall there, that car was able to continue, came on into the paddock. So nobody worse for the wear there, but it's going to take a little bit of hands-on work. You see a few bits and pieces there as they're cleaning up. So the crew will get that cleaned up, and we will go here in just a moment to the Group C qualifying race. Big thank you to Track Day Tire, proud to be the official tire supplier of NASA. NASA members are able to take advantage of TrackDayTires.com's enormous inventory and technical support team, and they're focused solely on helping members extract the most from their competition tires on the track. For more information, visit DriveNASA.com. DJ, we knew that one-lap shootout was going to be interesting, but it was almost devastating for a couple of drivers.
I think this is going to take some people by surprise. We had some favorites that we expected to be up front that are going to be running from the back of the field. We look at Spec E30, Eric Pennington putting it on pole earlier today. He ran off earlier in the race. He was able to make it back up to 8th, but Jack Cabetto dropping 10 places. He was in first on that restart. He dropped back 10 places. So he has his work cut out for him tomorrow. That is going to be an interesting race tomorrow in Spec E30. In Spec E46, we did see a little bit of a change. We saw Michael Kanisak and Casey Mashore going into turn 1 together at the start of the green. Casey Mashore going a bit wide, rejoining the track. So he rejoined back a couple positions back on that restart. Casey Mashore was so strong, got by Eric Hagginson quickly and right on the tail of Michael Kanisak at the end of that race. So I really think we're going to see a battle that Michael Kanisak hasn't had to see at the rest of this weekend. He's going to be under pressure from Casey Mashore tomorrow.
I'll tell you what, I was talking earlier about that spectating hill, and there it is. Good group of folks. Oh, look, hey, they're waving. Hi, guys. That's a great spot to sit and watch. You see the hills terrace, so you could be down on the lower level. But is it a perfect day to be at the racetrack? No, it is not. But we welcome those folks here to the 2023 NASA Championships. And like DJ was just telling you, they saw a wild one here to finish up that Group B race. We're going on to Group C. And DJ, these should be some fast laps here. We've got some of the quick cars coming up in the Group C qualifying race. What should we look for?
Yeah, so this is Super Unlimited, Super Touring 1, 2, and 3, and our NPO 1 class. So these Super Touring classes, some of these guys are double dipping into time trial. So some of these guys were out earlier, they got a view of a slightly damp track, but now the track looks to be completely dry. We saw some good side-by-side battles in the prior 2 races. So it's going to be on for this race. There's no going to be managing a damp track on the outside. Super Unlimited is going to be our fastest group out here this weekend. We're going to see in Super Unlimited ST1, 2, 3, we're going to see BMWs, we're going to see Corvettes, we're going to see Vipers, we're going to see Mustangs, we're going to see open top prototypes. So a huge mix of cars. What we're kind of seeing shaking out between warm-up and qualifying is those wider tires and lower horsepower but lower weight cars seem to be doing really well here at Pit Race for mechanical grip. So we had that interview earlier with a wide body E36. So he's going to be, he's in GTS3, but we're going to be looking for those wide body cars, big tire cars in this race group.
So they're just about done with the cleanup over there. So in just a little bit, we should see the all-new GR Corolla rolling out. It's been selected as the official pace car for the 2023 NASA Championships. The car is perfect at home on the road course, and great to see it lead all the classes onto the track as they'll be leading out Group C in just a moment. You know, the history goes back to 2019. That's when Toyota and NASA first partnered to give all GR Supra owners a complimentary 1-year NASA membership, as well as a complimentary day of instruction on a track. The program expanded to include all GR sports cars, including the GR86 and the all-new GR Corolla. So owners can learn precision driving skills from expert instructors in a track environment. For more information, visit gr.drivenasa.com. And we might, while this race is going on, if she can track him down, we might see if Kelsey can just get over to Jack Cabetto, see what happened there at the end of that race, so we can pass that along to you. And again, a big kind of up and down race. We mentioned Eric Pennington. He was leading, then fell to 11th, ended up 8th. So that'll give him a decent starting spot. Chris Cabetto, he ended up in 4th place, and now you see the pace car is beginning to roll. And what's so interesting about this group, DJ, is the mix of vehicles in this thing. You've got, you know, there's the race prepared Mustang. There is the Silver Crown car, which is amazing. Then we've got a Ferrari, and we've got a open prototype. It is just such a mix of cars here.
Yeah, absolutely. Fassler, you know, doing a really good job in the damp this morning, being able to throw down some good laps. So, he's, I would probably say, a fan favorite, at least here in the booth. We've seen him win multiple national championships. Looking forward to watching him race. But, we're really hoping this is a close battle out there. Jim Stout out in qualifying yesterday did very well in that Dodge Viper. So we expect that to be really good. Super Touring 3, I think this is going to be a close battle between Eric Magnussen and his, you're going to see this greenish yellow E46 M3 with a wide body, and Mark Burns. So Eric Magnussen, very fast, setting a lot of track records in the Northeast. Mark Burns has a couple championships himself. Usually he's in a swap car at 7 in a Corvette, so I think that's going to be a tight battle for the second Super Touring 3. But don't count out John Heyer. John Heyer is very fast in the Southeast with his C5 Z06, so don't count out him as well.
Couple in-cars for you. This one, there's Brian Fessler in the Mustang. He's in one of our in-car cameras. And then the other one will be, I believe, Jake Latham. And so we'll see in-car with Jake Latham and ride along with Jake. So 2 in-car cameras, and here's the look out of Jake Latham's machine. I kind of like this angle here. You kind of get a shot out the right side window, a nice wide view. And it gives you an idea of kind of so much of this track is very wide open. You got a couple of those tight areas, but very wide open, and it gives you a great view of this. So you see off to the right there, that's back for start ratio. So you're going to go down this long straightaway, the final couple of corners in the complex, which turns you around uphill and back to the start finish line. So great in-car looks here for this, which will be Group C qualifying, ST1, 2, and 3. And Super Unlimited. What was our fast lap this morning? Super Unlimited, I think we were down to about a 148 in time trial earlier today. Let's see what we will do under qualifying race conditions. Pace car is on pit road and will be going green as they come over the hill, and green flag is here in Group C. Qualifying races, we can feel the rumble from here as we look down from overhead into turn number 1.
Yeah, that's our Super Unlimited and ST1 going through turn 1 and 2. Their tires are cold. They're going to try to build heat into them. Ben Grimbeau and Jake Latham. Jake Latham on the outside there of Ben Grimbeau for in-car now. Jake Latham, this is the battle for first in ST2. Both of these are widened C5 Z06. Very tight in the section. They are side by side. Now they're on the outside at the bottom of this hill. Jake Latham going in deep. Ben Grimbeau has the outside had a little bit of speed. We're seeing that inside line down the color. I can't believe Ben Grimbeau getting a better exit out of that elevation change. Jake Latham goes on the outside into the S's. This is wild, folks. That was a very good move. I do not think that Ben Grimbeau was expecting that. You see Jim Stout's Viper right there. So Jake Latham making his way through some out-of-class cars. That's able to get him, have Ben Grimbeau move back a couple spots as he passes Brian Clark's Camaro in Super Touring 1. Jake Latham doing a significant job here at the start of this NASA Championships qualifying race.
There's the look from overhead, and the in-car shots are fantastic. We'll get some times for you here as they come by and see kind of what lap time turning. These won't be the fastest. Well, let me take that back. That's a quick lap right there. 143.822. Brian Fessler, that is an incredible lap here. DJ, he's getting it done as we ride alongside inside with Brian Fessler. A 143, and he takes us for a ride. Tell me about that lap.
That is an amazing first lap from Fessler. You know, we might get into the high 30s here with that Super Unlimited car. This car makes over 900 wheel horsepower out of a supercharged Coyote 5.0. Very impressive already getting to the start. He looks like he is just flying very under control, very smooth. Must have a shorter steering rack in that car. Look as he just builds the grip into the corners. You see very smooth through those S's for Brian Fassler. Brian Tyler in second currently. He has dropped back a place, but he was starting second. So Brian Tyler still in second, Chris Carey in third, Grant Reeves in fourth. Jake Latham, however, he's made up a couple spots and put a couple Super Touring 1 cars between him and Ben Grimbeau in second. Ben Grimbeau, no stranger to nationals here. The championships here with NASA. Ben Grimbeau running the last couple championships in Daytona, not needing as many transmissions as he's needed in the past, but Ben Grimbeau hopefully build back up speed, get back by Brian Clark here to catch back up to Jason Latham.
There is Clark. There's Grimbeau. Good battle there, Brian Clark in that black and sort of light blue machine, and there is Grimbeau in the 22X, and now he'll go to the inside. He'll take that spot back. Does he have the line? He does off the final corner, so move him up a spot as they go past start finish. Nicely done, and that's a spot I've not seen a lot of passing, that inside on that final corner, DJ.
No, and that he was able to put down the power and get by is impressive. Usually you go to the inside line there and then you're squared up for that straightaway. So Brian Clark may have realized this is not his race with Ben Grimbeau. They're two different class cars. Maybe let him get back by and get back on his line. Brian Clark may be able to learn a little bit from Ben Grimbeau's lines. That car kind of looks black and yellow in this light, but it is Michigan blue, as you see those Michigan stickers on the side of Ben Grimbeau's car. Very proud of that. He is a NASA Mid-Atlantic driver as well. He has to catch back up to Jake Latham's wide-body C5Z06. If he wastes any more time, that just means that Jake will get away. Jake right there showing on the screen.
Roll by. Oh, as we see the field roll by real quick, Fassler down to a 140 as we pick up the prototype here going down the hill after turn number 4. So you've got the Super Unlimited ST1, 2, and 3 and the prototype machines as that car just beautiful to watch making laps here at this racetrack. And we'll try to pull up timing and scoring and get a couple of his lap times here and see what kind of...
There is a battle right now between Mark Burt and Eric Magnuson. Their last lap by was within 200ths of each other, both in the high 149s. Eric Magnuson in that wide body yellow E46 M3, Mark Burt in that white wide body Corvette. Those two are right on top of each other. Mark Burt, a prior NASA championships winner. You can see them as they're going down the back straight right there. This battle is going to stay intense for the weekend. These two seem to be right on top of each other in lap time. A couple flames licking out the back of that S54.
And those are both in class. That's both Super Touring 3 cars. Magnuson in the 330, Mark Burt in the 222. So that is a battle on the track, and that is within their class. In fact, that's for the lead of ST3. Magnuson in the 330 and Burt in the 222. He'll see him come up the hill right here. Well, maybe 4-car lengths as these two guys will now head downhill, and let's see what they do at this end of the racetrack. It's now maybe 2.5 car lengths. Again, a battle in the race, a battle for position, and a battle for who will be on the pole for that class start tomorrow in the championship race. And DJ, what's the horsepower difference here in these cars? Are they pretty close?
They're pretty close. You know, Magnuson's car is a swap. It actually has a Corvette motor under it, so he may have a Corvette behind him, but he's also got a Corvette under the Corvette motor under the hood there. Eric Magnuson having Mark Burt catch back up by about 0.5 on that last lap. So Eric Magnuson off to a good start, but Mark Burt has been able to make it back the past couple laps. They still have 2 minutes to go. So this is going to be a tight battle to the end in Super Touring 3.
Beautiful view of the number 21. That's Chris Carey and his Ferrari as he begins to come up the hill. There he is in the 21. Again, that's Chris Carey as he goes downhill. That car not only looks beautiful on track, but I stood outside for a little bit. It just sounds absolutely perfect. If you're figuring out what a race car, if you want to say what does a perfect race car sound like, that 488 Ferrari there sounds absolutely perfect when it's at full song on the racetrack as he takes it through its paces here. Oh, not quite midway through Group C qualifying race. And this car, these are the cars where you stand outside and you hear some beautiful, beautiful sounds out here. Good throaty V8. We see, I believe that was Jake Latham coming up over the hill. So we'll catch up with Jake here in a second.
So this is a good battle between second, third, and fourth in Super Unlimited. Fassler might have pieced out down the road, but Brian Tyler in second, Chris Carey in third, and Grant Reeves in fourth, all within it's 300ths of a second their last lap by. So these cars, even with an unlimited class, are right on top of each other. So Brian Tyler there in that prototype, Chris Carey in that 488, and Grant Reeves in that Viper. They are right on top of each other.
So we ride with Jake Latham. He's your current, Super Touring 2, and Grambo is in second in class, and he's cut that gap down now to 1.5 seconds. So Super Touring 2, it's Latham in the car you're riding with right now, and Grambo in that 22X, and the gap there is 1.5 seconds. So, Jake Latham last year won the championship in this ST2 class. And right now he's trying to be the pole sitter for tomorrow. There he is off the corner. And let's see, the gap is still between the two of them. Latham, it's still now maybe about 2.5 to 3 seconds between them. So that gap kind of stabilized. That's the ST2 battle between Latham and Grambo. As you see Latham head back down the hill, closing in on about the 10-minute mark here. Now, Brian Fassler got that lap down to 140.241. And DJ, that's coming into track record territory right there.
Yeah, absolutely. These cars are really coming into their own. Those big tires are now up to speed. But we're seeing Mark Burt get right up on the tail of Eric Magnussen. So we had a couple car lengths back just 2 laps ago, but Mark Burt is right now on the bumper of Eric Magnussen in Super Touring 3. So 2 V8 powered cars, one a BMW, one a Corvette. They're right on top of each other in lap times.
As we ride with Jake Latham, closing in on about the halfway point of this event. Latham leads the way in ST2. And we'll try to join that race for Super Touring 3 here in a second. As we said, that one has really tightened up, gotten very close in that battle. In fact, there it is right in front of you, the 330 Eric Magnussen. And then Mark Burt in the 222. We'll stay with this one because it's maybe a half a car length between those two drivers, just literally in his wheel tracks as we come over the hill, using every bit of that curbing and going to get a good run now. Took a peek to driver's right, could not quite get it done as they'll be coming to these final corners before the start finish. And again, you see the car of Burt try to peek out. He's looking for a different line, but the cars are so closely matched, DJ. He's got a different line. You just can't get by him.
Yeah, absolutely. He's looking left and right. He's staying in Magnussen's mirrors, and that's a strategy in itself, going left, right, making sure that the person in front of you is looking behind them instead of focusing on their own lines. These guys are separated by half a country. Mark Burt, mid to West Coast, Eric Magnussen from the Northeast. These guys come together for the championships for this race. I'm excited to see this. They might be both powered by V8s, similar power plants under the hood, but definitely very different exteriors. Mark Burt seeming to be stronger through the S's and the middle portion of the track. Eric Magnussen seems to be stronger through the blind corners, turn 1, 2, and 3 and 4. But as we come up to the S's here, I expect Mark Burt will catch right back up, and they're actually coming up on some out-of-class traffic. So this is going to be a little bit interesting. This may play into one of each other's hands. Eric Magnuson probably going to be a little bit nervous coming on that out-of-class traffic to get by him as quickly as possible, as that out-of-class traffic was shown a blue flag. They get by cleanly and easily. So Eric Magnuson still having that lead over Mark Burt.
Let's check back in now to ST2. There's Ben Grambo. He is second in class. He's trying to chase down Jake Latham. So Grambo now, let's see how far back. Maybe 4 seconds, about 4 seconds between Latham in the 5X and Ben Grambo, 22 car. He is in second spot in Super Touring 2. There he is, second spot in ST2. But that gap has come down a little bit. As you saw the leader go by right there, and then there is Grambo. There is one car, there's an ST1 car that's kind of slotted in between them, and here Grambo is down the hill. His fast lap is a 149.7, and Magnuson is a 149.8. So those guys are running very close, almost identical laps here, and those guys are doing a great job. So let's jump back to that ST3 race. So this is fun. DJ, when we got to jump from race to race because there's stuff going on, that means a lot of action. Let's go back to Super Touring 3, and that is Magnuson and Mark Burt. We'll pick them up here in just a moment. There they are, and if anything, I'm going to say Burt's gotten even closer now.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much tighter it can be. You know, Magnuson looked like at the beginning of the race that he had a bit of a battle. As we see Fassler, this is our overall leader coming up on the race between the two Super Touring 3 leaders. So this Fassler's got to get his way by. He is in a race. He's the overall leader. But Eric Magnuson and Mark Burke are not going to want to let him by in a place where they will separate. So Fassler probably going to wait till the straights. He has some time in hand to pass when he would like to. He should be able to pass by with that superior power of the Super Unlimited car.
And we're riding with Fassler now. So Fassler tucked right in. So there's that battle for that race, Magnuson's ST3. So while they're battling, here comes Fassler. Fassler will get by before they get into that final complex of corners. He'll make that pass. So Fassler, the overall leader in Super Unlimited, he just put a lap on those guys. But that's so touch and go there because that could open the door for Mark Burt to get by. You know, Magnuson's going to try to give him room, DJ, but not so much that he loses the top spot. And he didn't. But that could be really tricky when you're trying to give room for that faster car to go by while you hold another car behind you.
Yeah, we saw Eric Magnuson showing his fenders a little bit, going into the kink on into 16, 17 there, trying to keep Fassler right behind him so that there's a car between him and Mark Burt. Fassler went ahead, dived on in, so that held up Magnuson into 17, allowing Mark Burt to get right back where he was before Fassler came through. So we're glad that that didn't interrupt the race. You know, Magnuson is losing his sticker on the front of his windshield right now. That's going to add a little bit of drag to that car. So this is playing into Mark Burt's hand, but remember, this is a qualifying race. So Mark Burt is going to try to get by. He's showing aggression. He's trying to get by, but he's not going to compromise his race unless he can get that pass done for tomorrow.
Yeah, if it ends just like it is right now, those two cars are on the front row. So again, there's a risk-reward equation that if I'm Burt there, I'm saying, okay, how important? Yes, I do get the gloves, which is important, but for the race and the championship tomorrow, how super important is it for me to go by? If he gives me a spot, if he makes a mistake, absolutely, I pounce on it and take it. But if I have to really, really work too hard to get by, well, then it's not worth it. Let's catch up with Andrew Stevens now in the 225 Super Touring 3 machine. There's Stevens, beautiful car. Running in ST3, running right now 4th spot, I believe, in S23. Stevens. down back at this end of the speedway in the 225.
Yeah, Ben Grimbeau in Super Touring 2, able to make up a little bit of time on Jake Latham this lap by. So he has stopped the bleeding loss there. Jake Latham able to make about a 4 to 5 second gap, but Ben Grimbeau is coming on strong now here at the end. So, yeah, we say the end. We still have a couple minutes to go here in our qualifying race. So we'll see if Ben Grimbeau can keep taking out some time. Only 2/10 that last lap by, so he's got to need a little bit more to catch back up to Jake Latham. Eric Magnussen, Mark Burt, that battle is still going on. What a fantastic race between those two. Half a second between those two this entire race.
There
Ben
is
Grimbeau, we
Grimbeau,
see.
you mentioned.
Yeah,
so
we
there's
see Ben
Grimbeau
Grimbeau
going by in the 22X machine, currently running second in ST2. He's got some ground to make up, working by the 77 machine. That is one of the ST1 cars, but now Grimbeau is clear. He can start to try to reel in the other car he's chasing, which is Jake Latham, the battle for ST2. What's that gap now? It's about a 7-second gap. So Grimbeau has got some work to do. As we see Grimbeau there through turn number 1, he's got about 7 seconds to make up, and we're in the closing stages, the back half of this qualifying race. The one that's been so good has been Magnussen and Burt. That's been a super battle because those guys are less than a half second apart. So as we see Grimbeau there going down the hill, he's going to set his sights on Latham. Brian Fassler leading overall, and there it is. There's the 3. And oh, did we have a swap in position? I caught it very. Yes, we did. I believe Burt and Magnussen have swapped positions, and yes, they have indeed. Mark Burt has made that pass and taken over the lead in ST3. And there you see him swapping those two positions. DJ, he was close. He probably just had to wait for the right opportunity to do it.
Yeah, this is kind of a surprise. They were on top of each other in lap times. You can see Magnussen struggling to put power out of turn 6, that off-camber uphill section. Very surprising. Mark Burt is pulling away from Magnussen strongly now that he's got by him. You know, these guys were on top of each other in lap times in qualifying. So Eric Magnussen maybe with that Mark Burt in his mirrors, maybe driving a little bit too much his mirrors, burned off his rear tires because he's sliding all over around trying to put down power. Mark Burt is able to make his way by. So this is a very back and forth. Oh, we see Magnussen going wide and sliding again. So you got to be so smooth in the technical sections of this track. We saw Fassler's very, very slow and intent hands up front there, putting down that 40.241. You know, and this is where Mark Burt's patience has paid off. He waited and he waited, and we see, you know, Magnussen getting a little wide, trying hard to put down the power at the end of this race, and he's able to put out a gap.
And we are in the closing stages. Next time by, the leader should see the white flag. Brian Fassler should see the white flag next time by. And there you see Brian Clark getting ready to get swallowed up by the car behind him of Mark Burt. So Burt trying to pass. That is not in class. I think that's an out-of-class pass there. But we should be in the final stages of this one.
Yeah, as long as he's not, Mark Burt not held up too long by Brian Clark in that Camaro. As we turn to our leader in Super Touring 2, he's got Fassler actually right behind him. We saw a glimpse in. This is out-of-class Fassler in Super Unlimited. He is our overall leader. We're expecting him to get the white flag next time by, but he's going to put a lap down to Jake Latham, flashing those lights, letting him know he's there. He's coming through fast. I don't think Fassler needs to worry too much about getting by on the straights in that 900 horsepower Mustang. You know, we look at Super Unlimited, Brian Tyler, Chris Carey, and Grant Reeves. They may be about 6 seconds apart, but their lap times throughout this entire race have been right on top of each other. So look to those three. So the podium round out in Super Unlimited, I think, is going to be very tight tomorrow. Yeah, these guys have been running lap times right on top of each other. Their fastest lap times are all within 200ths of each other. These guys may have had some out-of-class traffic coming up to speed, maybe the difference between those drivers. So look to those tomorrow.
Brian Fessler has seen the white flag for the final time. There is Latham. Looks like he's going to be able to hold on here for the win in Super Touring 2. And again, that 140 was one heck of a lap from Fessler a little while ago. There's Latham up the hill. And I believe he saw the white as well. I think Fessler had already gotten by him before the white flag came out. So final stages of this, Fessler leading in Super Unlimited, Latham in ST2, Kellerman in ST1, and we talked about Mark Burt, the 222 car, in ST3 as we watch Latham on what should be his final lap around this Pittsburgh International Raceway. Again, qualifying races here at the NASA Championships to set the field for tomorrow's championship races, and we have seen some surprises today. Some of the races have worked out exactly like we thought they would, but others have been surprises. Latham, and it looks like hang on, he's got just a couple turns to go to pick up the win there in ST2, and more importantly, be on pole for class when he starts the race tomorrow. There he is, and we'll look from overhead as he goes by, taking the checkered flag, and checker flag waving. So Fessler will get that win overall. As we said, Latham in Super Touring 2, Kellerman in Super Touring 1, and in Super Touring 3, Mark Burt, the winners. So that wraps up Group C qualifying race. We saw some of the fastest laps we'll see of the weekend right there as Fessler goes a 140.241. But that one wrapping up pretty much the way we thought it would, DJ, as far as who would be the fast cars.
Yeah, I think we knew Fassler's Mustang, from prior championships, just so fast, and you can see the in-car, they just so deliberate with the wheel. They were very much in control of that race at the front. Super Touring 1, Joe Kellerman, able to open up a 10.5-second gap to Ian Sims. So he was in control of Super Touring 1. Super Touring 2 and Super Touring 3, however, we saw in qualifying the first place driver during these races actually dropped to second. So you saw Jake Latham getting by Ben Grimbeau during this race, able to pull away at the end, only a 5-second gap, which might seem like a little bit, but that gap grew by a second a lap for a couple laps there between Jake Latham and Ben Grimbeau. So we've got a longer race tomorrow, so we will want to see between those two. Maybe Jake Latham was losing his tires at the end of the race there, Ben Grimbeau keeping the car a little bit more under him. And we watched that play out in Super Touring 3 as well between Mark Burt and Eric Magnussen. Mark Burt just so patient with his car. Eric Magnussen starting to burn off the rear of his tires, and you saw Mark Burt get back by and then check out from Eric Magnussen in the last 3 laps.
And there's the checkered flag on that group. We're getting ready for another qualifying race, and she's down in the paddock. She's got all the stories. Let's go down in the paddock and check in with Kelsey Hill.
Hey everybody, we're back here in the paddock at NASA Championships, and it's great to see you again. We're here with all the Spec Miatas, probably one of the fastest and most fun cars to drive for your dollar. And we were in talk to some of our guys here. Vinny Barata, tell us about where you're from and how today went in qualifying.
Howdy, we are from the Texas region, Houston specifically. Qualifying race was exactly what you want a qualifying race to be, which is uneventful. Just let dumb things happen in front of you. And we had some of that, managed to stay out of the mess, managed to not get involved in anyone else's mess, which is really, we've done this championship format, a few times before, and what we've learned is Saturday is a day for not being dramatic and having a nice, easy day. So that's what we got. We're all happy.
Awesome. And if you missed that action earlier, you can go ahead and scroll back on the live feed on our YouTube page, and you can see that action. We had an in-car here with Vinny, so you can see up close and personal exactly what he's talking about. So talk to us about Spec Miata. What's it like? How do you set the car up? Why do you love driving a Miata?
I like driving Spec Miata because it is the ultimate driver's class. There is Mazda and SMAC has set this up so well to where the cars are very, very equal. So it comes down to the driver and what little setup bits we can do. At any race in any region, you will find a strong Spec Miata field with some of the strongest drivers anywhere in any given region. And you're just constantly, what I love with Spec Miata is always someone faster than you. There's always a bumper to catch, and it just keeps pushing you as a driver and as a person. And there's just there's nowhere else that I really want to be racing. Originally, I thought it was where I was just going to be for a couple years until I found another class, and I just keep wanting to claw my way forward. And for someone who likes to drive themselves forward, it's a good place to be. So there's always something else.
Well, we have another special guest here of the Brada family, so Dad, as he's known here. Talk to us what's like your background in racing, how you got into this in general.
Sure. I've been playing with race cars since I was 16. I worked with a pro team out of Puerto Rico, Diego Febler's Racing, which started us on the number 58. That's why we use this, and our livery is also an homage to that car and to my racing godfather. So that's since then. And now I'm just thrilled that my older child is into this as much as I am. He's here, it's my fault.
Yeah, that's great. And you said your oldest child, do you have other children who are racing, or is Vinny the only one who's caught the bug?
He's the only one that has caught the bug. The other one likes it, but he's not in a place where he can do it on his own yet.
Yeah. And looking around this paddock, it's clear to us you've got plenty of other children, if you will, here in the Miata family. I can tell that you take care of everyone here as well.
Yes, in the Texas Spec Miata paddock, I'm the dad. I'm everybody's dad, and I say, look, if you punt my kid off the track, I'll fix his car, and then I'll help you fix yours.
Perfect. That's so great. So when you guys are setting these up and you're looking at your competition, do you find there's differences between your car and other Spec Miatas? Do you feel like everyone's pretty much really right on par with each other?
Everyone's right on par, but with any spec class, it's about the details. You're chasing tenths, and those tenths are found in car prep, in the motor. Massive shout out to our motor builder. I love him so much. We had him tattooed on us. Chris Haldeman, X Factor Racing, the absolute best in the Spec Miata engine game. Pappy back to the shop builds monster motors. So yeah, there's a lot of little bits and tenths, and then there's a lot of time to be found in the driving, and we're talking very, very nuanced things. Scott Adams is my driver coach. He was helping me with that on Wednesday and Thursday. So it's a lot of little details that add up in the car prep. It's all sorts of little things, and it's difficult to differentiate what's driver, what's car, and so we spend a lot of time looking at data, a lot of long nights, but we have a good time with it too. So.
Awesome. I love the fresh ink, if you will, for this. We also have another beautiful face on your car as well.
Yes, indeed. That is Mom. She lets us have all this fun. So there was a race that was on Mother's Day weekend, and we realized we couldn't let her go without a big old shout out. So we went around the paddock. We're all in pretty close quarters, and we had her sticker on pretty much every car in the Texas Spec Miata paddock. And it's like that. She's the track mom for everyone, and so we were giving her a big shout out on Mother's Day. And the other guys keep them on the back of their cars just to make sure that I don't hit them, so I don't hit my mom.
That's right. Don't be mean to Mama. Mom ain't happy, nobody's happy. We've also had races on Mother's Day. Same thing. We always rate moms and sisters and everybody on there. It's really important. Family is so big for everybody. But it's great when people support you, whether they're here in person doing that or away at home. So with this weekend and looking at what's coming down the pipeline for you, what are you thinking about tomorrow and your positioning?
So this field is tight. If you looked at the qualifying order from where I was at, from where I started today at 15th to 7th, it was 0.4. So what I think you're going to find is a lot of ambitious drivers and a lot of people trying to eke out that little time, which is really what we saw in the qualifying race as well. And this track punishes any overdriving. So what I think it'll end up being, at least in the mid-pack where it'll be a race of attrition. I think it'll be who is pushing things, who can maybe adjust with the tires across the longer race. So really the hope is to be fast, be consistent, stay out of trouble, and hopefully work our way up to a top 10.
Absolutely. And, with this being mixed class and groups, when you guys are out there, have you found any issues as far as, Mazdas are well known, the Miata especially, for being a car you have to carry speed with. And I know myself personally, when I'm racing in our Miata, you get up onto someone, they've got a lot of power on the straights, but you're right behind them going the turns, and you don't really need to be that heavy on the brakes. Have you been seeing that here at Pit Race at all?
No, not really. On our test day, we had a little bit of out-of-class traffic with some Spec E30s, but our race group is 944s and Spec Miatas only, so we haven't really had an issue. Everyone on the test day was super courteous and sweet and kind, and it hasn't been a massive problem. I'll take it. I'll take it when I can find it.
Absolutely. Well, good. Well, we wish you guys so much luck. If there's anything else, sponsors, friends, and family at home you want to give a little shout-out to?
Absolutely. Like I said, Chris Haldeman and X Factor Racing, they thrashed on these cars for weeks. Tugger, our crew guy, has been hustling. I don't think I've seen him sat down all weekend. He's keeping this entire paddock running. Tyler Quanson and Brett at home, thank you guys so much for your help throughout the years. Scott Adams, it really does take a village.
Awesome. And Dad, any words of wisdom, not just for your little pack here, but also for any racers and people out there?
Get the right combination of being competitive and having fun, and never forget that that's what it's about, having fun.
Great. Thank you so much. We're going to throw it back up to the booth and to Edwin.
All right. Thank you so much, Kelsey. As Group D qualifying starts to roll out onto the track, you see them there behind that GR Corolla pace car. And Kelsey, wonderful job. When we watch on TV, we just see cars on a track, which is interesting. When you could go into the paddock, talk to the drivers, get the stories behind the people, that makes it so interesting. Group D, American Iron Extreme, Camaro Mustang Challenge. These guys are a lot of fun. If you're hanging out and you're in the area and want something fun to do, go hang out in the Camaro Mustang Challenge paddock area after the racing is done tonight. DJ, this is an area where we can see some good full contact racing going on.
Yeah, we're moving into our domestic group, I would say. We've got our American Iron Extreme, American Iron, Spec Iron, and our Camaro Mustang Challenge class. So you see up front there, that is Team Gen X Racing and American Iron Extreme. This class actually going through a small change this year. They used to be an unlimited power to weight ratio. They're now to 5-to-1 power to weight ratio, extremely fast still at 5-to-1. We've got American Iron, that is 10-to-1, a power to weight class with some modifiers in there as well. We have Camaro Mustang Challenge. Consider this more of a spec group, but it covers actually all American sedans. So you'll see GTOs, you'll see the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s Mustangs and Camaros. All those cars are running in Camaro Mustang Challenge. There's a strong group of 12 here at the championships this weekend. We also have Spec Iron. This is going to be the newer Mustangs here in Spec Iron. That is a pure spec class. We've got 8 cars here this weekend for Spec Iron, so that's going to be a tight battle in that group as well. So kind of a mix that we haven't seen in the rest of the groups here, where we've both got spec classes and power to weight classes with modifications in the same race.
And you get a wide generation gap of different Mustang bodies out here. You get several generations of the Mustang all on the track at the same time. So it makes it visually delightful as well, as they're going to get lined up here to go. And again, you'll see a couple waves rolling off here on track. Multiple wave starts, a standing kind of piece of what NASA does. So let's see, lights are indeed off. So next time by, we come to the line, you see them breaking off into their waves for the start. It will go again, Group D qualifying race, the 2023 NASA Championships here at Pittsburgh International Raceway. These are the qualifying races. Where you finish today is where you start tomorrow. The first wave is now on to the front straightaway. The second wave there on the front straightaway. First wave is a wave as he waves the green flag. So they will roll down into turn number 1. Second group will roll off in just a moment. So the leaders there off turn number 1, there's green flag for group number 2. And now you see group number 3, they're going to come and do a standing start. So you got a rolling start, and then a standing start. You see a little dirt tracking coming through turn number 1. That's the second wave with the rolling start. Here's the standing start, green in the air, and we are now looking from above. And look how important that start is. In fact, they're already 3 wide, and they're touching. There's a little of that full contact race, and somebody had a slow start there. And DJ, he went to block, and I believe there was probably a little side-to-side contact there before they even got halfway down the front straightaway.
Yeah, we saw him launch off the line in second place. He got a bad start, so he moved over to protect his inside as much as possible off the start. Unfortunately, there were other drivers there, so they kind of stacked up behind him. He was a little slow into that first turn. As we get our final waving flag for Camaro Mustang Challenge, we're inside the car here. It's choosing the outside line. He's very risky, and it chooses to be even riskier as he touches the grass on the outside of turn 1. You know, being on the outside for a blind corner in the first turn of the track can catch you out. All the cars are diving in there. The inside, they can rub against you a little bit if they get too far out, but if you're out there, you go to the grass. So Team Top Dog right up front here in Camaro Mustang Challenge. That's our silver car right there. This guy is very, very fast. This is the Lytix father and son team combo. It's running in Team Top Dog. He is usually running up front here in Camaro Mustang Challenge, and he has the early lead.
If you're Bob Denton, who just went for that spin, you're the only one on the track that would like to see a full course caution. That's the only way you're going to get caught back up in this relatively short qualifying race. So again, you've got Camaro Mustang Challenge out on track. American Iron Extreme, Spec Iron, and there you see the leader in the CMC and really leaning on that left rear as he comes out of that corner. 17 car chasing him. That's a great battle right now, again, to set the field for tomorrow. They're coming off the last couple of corners here, and we'll set the field for you when they come back by, and we'll see how far Denton fell. I mean, there we took you for a ride from the start, and sadly he looped it around coming into the turn number 1. So once everybody comes around, we'll reset the field for you in American Iron, Bruce Byerly. And now we've got a yellow. Denton is probably the happy person. We're not sure why that yellow is out, but we'll look around the track and see if we can find what has caused our double yellow here early in this Group D qualifier.
Yeah, that Team Top Dog car, silver CMC car, driven by Hunter Lydic, the son of that father-son combo. He was able to inherit the lead from Tom Long. Tom Long qualified on pole in Camaro Mustang Challenge. He was able to get by Tom Long to inherit that lead in Camaro Mustang Challenge. We look to American Iron Extreme. Daniel Manis in that Fox body, black wide body Fox body, got by the newer generation Mustang of Team Gen X Racing in an American Iron Extreme. So big position changes across the field. American Iron, we see some winners in that. Christian Bach and Keith Powell both inheriting 2 positions in American Iron. And in Spec Iron, this is going to be probably the title battle between the field. Spec Iron, a Spec class. Robin Burnett leading from the start over Alex Schwarzenberger in second.
So we are full course yellow. One car has gone off track, so they'll need to go and retrieve that vehicle. So we'll probably be behind pace car here for a few laps. So that's why we have the full course yellow. Again, to let the fields all bunch up. Now, you saw the way we started it with rolling starts and standing starts. A restart is a traditional restart. It is a single file rolling restart, so the restarts don't get too crazy as we are in the very, very early stages of this one. Again, one car off course, and so we'll be behind the pace car for just a little bit. What they're battling for today, our gloves. Yes, on behalf of our official motorsports equipment supplier, Competition Motorsport, we'd like to award each pole-winning driver a pair of Alpine Stars Nomex gloves, a $210 value. Awards are based on today's qualifying race results and will be verified by NASA officials. If you have one, they'll send you an email and let you know how you can claim your prize. So, bragging rights, the pole for tomorrow's championship race, and a pair of Alpine Stars Nomex gloves. That is what is up for grabs here today. And you see that white flag, that means there is a vehicle on track, a slow vehicle on track, and usually a recovery vehicle going out to get that car that went off course. So that's what that flag means as the pace cars picked up the field. You see, we mentioned this in an earlier race. They'll let some of the cars come by. If the pace car will come out, pick up the field, but maybe not necessarily picked up the leader. So they're going to let the cars go around to get them on the same lap and same straightaway. They are going to do a little bit of a tire repair. So it lets me mention to you real quick here the Hagerty Drivers Club. Hagerty Drivers Club makes the experience of owning, driving, and loving cars better. Enjoy exclusive offers from brands you love like Michelin, Sawbelt, Brembo, and Extreme Experience. Members-only track events, roadside for trailers, unlimited classified listings on the marketplace, and more. Are you ready to ride? Then join the club at Hagerty.com. So it's going to be a little bit of a break here. DJ, they're going to do a little tire wall repair. So Denton, who we saw spin early, he'll get to catch the field, but he's going to lose some track time, not as much time to pass and work his way back up.
Yeah, that's still, I mean, he is sitting in 12th place right now, so he has his work cut out for him. Jim Mayer also losing a couple positions. He's down to third. Daniel Majeski really benefiting in that Camaro Mustang Challenge from all the kerfuffle up front. He is up 5 positions, so he's very happy. As we mentioned, Team Top Dog Hunter Leidick up front there in Camaro Mustang Challenge over Tom Long in second. Team TS Racing in third. Derek White in fourth. This must be very difficult for that pace car because you've got a bunch of Fox bodies and you don't know that whether that car is an American Iron Extreme car, an American Iron car, a Camaro Mustang Challenge car. So, you know, those Fox bodies a fan favorite, but I did not envy that pace car picking up the correct leader.
I tell you what, the Camaro Mustang Challenge is such a fun group. Like I said, if you want to hang out with some cool people in the paddock, do that. But it's a budget-minded race class, obviously, for Camaros and Mustangs. Generally 80s, 90s, some early 2000s, third and fourth generation Camaros. You just mentioned the Fox body Mustangs and some of the newer ones. The engines are all very close to stock, so somewhere 267 horsepower. So they want to keep those cars very stock. The idea is affordable way to go racing. There's a gap of what you need to weigh, and it's a lot of fun to watch. And of course, the whole Camaro versus Mustang part of the lore there makes it very interesting. So they are really, really fun group, the Camaro Mustang Challenge. I enjoy watching them, and like I said, talking to them after the event even more. So this will be a while. Like I said, they've got some tire wall cleanup to do and get a car pulled back in. So we'll follow the pace car for now. But again, this can be a frustrating piece, and it then can lead to feeling a little more desperate after we go back to green flag racing. DJ, you got a little pent up angst going on.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to give a shout out to our chat group on following us live here at the NASA Championships. I see some love from Fox Bodies from a historically Corvette shop. So we definitely have fans for this Camaro Mustang Challenge, even outside their own builds. Yet this pace car, we're running time down under this double yellow. So we're still live on our timing. So there's less time to get it done. I think you're going to see a little bit more desperation from the guys in back that may have lost a couple places. You know, Bob Denton feels like he might be out of place for where he should be starting his championship race. So he'll probably take a little bit more risk than some of the other guys further up the field. Yeah, Daniel Manis and Team Gen X Racing, those two were right on top of each other. Daniel Manis in that black beautiful black wide body Fox body ahead of that new gen Mustang. Those two were battling out. Daniel Manis able to get ahead of Team Gen X Racing. That's going to be a battle to watch at the start of this restart.
Looking ahead to tomorrow, it's busy right from the start. Starting 8 o'clock in the morning is round 4 for time trial. So we'll have Group G and Group H. That's tentatively set to go off starting at 8:05 tomorrow. And then our first championship race, Group A, will be 9:15. We come right back with the round 5 of time trials. And then let's see, we'll do Group B and C. Lunch break, and then come out with the final 3 races of the afternoon, Group D, E, and F. So you're going to have 3 championship races, and we'll wrap up time trial prior to lunch. And then after the lunch break tomorrow, the final 3 championships. All right, we're back
Edwin,
riding with Denton is back on track. He made the spin earlier. We call it the Camaro Mustang Challenge, but we need to add in one caveat for Mr. Denton's car, don't we, DJ?
Yeah, some with a keen eye might not notice, or might notice that is not quite a Camaro or a Mustang. The great thing about Camaro Mustang Challenge is it might be named Camaro Mustang Challenge, but we have seen a lot of different cars run this. It's kind of more based off American sedans, but you'll see overlap with that American Iron. But Camaro Mustang Challenge focuses in on the fun aspect. These cars got a bit of a power upgrade over the last couple of years. So those Fox bodies and those Firebird Camaro twins, so that's why they're both allowed in there, are in this group, and they got a little bit more power over the years. So this has seen a resurgence within NASA itself. You'll notice that there's a lot of father-son combos in Camaro Mustang Challenge, and we see a lot of the younger generation picking up these cars and racing them. They're still available. The donor cars are still cheap. The motors are cheap to run, and the cars are a lot of fun. You see them moving around on those Toyos, that, famously flexible body of these 80s and 90s domestic sedans moving around. One of my first experiences actually with NASA was riding around in a Camaro Mustang Challenge car and seeing the body flex separately from the roll cage, which, it's actually a lot of fun. The cars move around. They're fun to throw sideways. They're fun to drive. So it just adds to the excitement of those cars.
In the American Iron, we ride along with Christian Bach. Anything, do these cars, are they temperamental? Do they not like being riding around at these slower speeds? Or are you worried about tire temperature when you're Christian and the rest of this crew, DJ? What are you concerned about with a long yellow period like this?
Well, with the long yellow, they're getting the tires back under them. This is such a technical track that you don't have a lot of time to cool the tires. So the tires are liking this yellow flag. However, their brakes are cooling down. So they're getting outside the ideal temperature for these brakes. So you'll see some of the guys, they have different techniques for warming up the brakes. They might ride the brakes down the straightaways. They might do acceleration and braking, as we're seeing in front of us, and acceleration and hard braking. In American Iron, though, we haven't touched upon Bruce Byerly doing a very good job at the start of this race. He was able to pull out a gap from the rest of the field, but Patrick Weimeyer up 3 positions into second place in American Iron right now. So he's made up a couple positions. We'll see if he's able to put the challenge to Bruce Byerly when we go green again.
And we'll see. They were, looks like they were just about done with their tire wall repairs. Crew does an excellent job here at Pit Race. Chance for us to sneak in a comment on 812 Wheels. They strive for excellence with every wheel they produce, including road racing, drift, street, and autocross wheels. They continually analyze parts and procedures looking for areas to improve. Every wheel is engineered specifically for the vehicle it will be mounted to, allowing for minimal weight with maximum strength and performance you simply can't get anywhere else. Visit 812wheels.com today to build your own custom wheels. Most wheels ship in just 2 to 3 weeks. And be sure you stop and see the folks at Downforce Media. They're located at the Track Day Tire Tent. They'll be there this weekend, and you can order your on-track images. So we take care of a little business for you there while we're under the yellow. And now, DJ, we're past halfway looking at the clock, so they're going to have to get a hurry on here to try to get this one back green, because remember that clock includes that cool down lap after the green. If you notice, you're like, gosh, it seemed like they threw that flag a little early at the end. This time limit is from the time they roll on track till the time they have rolled off track. So something to think about as they're still doing repairs on the racetrack.
Yeah, we're seeing through the lens of Christian Bach here in his American Iron car, a little bit of debris on the front of that windshield, but the track is mostly clear by this time. Everything is dry. The grass may not be dry, so these drivers are keeping it well within the limits. This is a qualifying race. They want to make it to tomorrow. They have to make smart decisions as they work their way through. Pit race is just such a fantastic track. Priorly known as Beaver Run. It was freshly renovated in 2017. We see fresh pavement as we see out here on track. They've really renovated the grounds. This is going to be a premier racetrack, and I know that we have a lot of great tracks that we run through all of the 15 regions of the NASA USA field. But pit race is a little bit of a more technical track than some others. So these guys burn off their tires. And I think this is going to matter a lot more for tomorrow. Today's the slightly shorter race. Tomorrow is going to be where these drivers have to keep those tires underneath them.
So it looks like they're packing up and finishing the tire wall repair. And let's see where we are, if the lights will go out this time by. Now we're going to do at least one more lap. So at least one more lap. Lights are still on, and this should give them, I hope not. Hey, we saw this earlier with Spec Miata, DJ. We might see one more of those, the green and the white coming out at the same time. That didn't work out too well for a couple folks earlier today.
No, it puts all of the limit for one lap. That's all we have as we sit behind our GR Corolla pace car with NASA. Fassler's Mustang, he ran earlier today as well, but he holds the AIX lap record at a 148.073. We're not seeing those lap times today out of Daniel Manis and Team Gen X Racing. We'll see if they're able to bring down those times. We know Fassler so incredibly quick around this track. Spec Iron, we'll talk about them a little bit. This is a relatively new class to NASA in general. It's a spec class based off the 2005 to 2010 Mustangs. And we see this is already a very big field here within the NASA championship. So they all came up, showed their support for their race group, and are having fun. It's a nearly stock chassis, very limited mods. They weigh about 3,350 with the driver. Their horsepower to weight is about 11.75 to 1. So they're just about a 300 wheel horsepower range and run on that Toyo RR. Another spec class on that Toyo RR. We thought maybe that there might be some rain today, in which case they would run that RA1, which makes both a good rain tire, but also makes a very good intermediate tire. It used to be the class for a lot of these spec classes, used to be the tire. Toyo came out with an RR for a bit improved speed and durability, and that's been doing well across the breadth of NASA spec classes.
We're looking at the light on top of the GR Corolla pace car, and hopefully we see that light go out and we go back green flag racing. The thing we'll want to watch is to see if it's a green and white. We are just about in that window, but if we see the lights go out on the GR Corolla pace car, we will be going green. And again, we may be looking at a one-lap shootout here to determine the positions. And again, you know, if I'm anywhere in there in the top 5, I'm just going to let it finish like it is and gather myself up and go racing tomorrow if we can, because there's again, risk to reward. There's too much you could throw away here and not be in a good position for a championship race tomorrow. So again, it's rare that cooler heads prevail, but we'll see. And the lights are off. Lights are off, and we'll see from the starter stand, is it a green and white? If it is, Katie, bar the door for this final run to set the field for tomorrow's Group D championship race. And as you see, this is a big field. This Group D is a big field of race cars.
Yeah, we're going to have American Iron Extreme up front, the first 3 cars. Those cars will probably get away pretty quickly to that second row of Spec Iron. And it's not even a second row, it's just behind the American Iron Extreme. And then you have American Iron behind Spec Iron. American Iron is a little bit faster than Spec Iron, so we're going to see these drivers have to get through this field as we go green flag racing, single file rolling start for this Group D.
And it is green and white. This will be the final lap here to set the field for tomorrow. You look from overhead, a couple cars making moves down into turn number 1, finding the best line, or maybe not the best line, but the line that's going to get you by as we jump on board with Christian Bach. Bach coming up over the hill. Next time by, everybody sees the checkered flag. That left-hander before they start to dive down into that bowl. And then it takes all the horsepower they can to dig their way back up out of the hill. Christian Bach running right now 4th in American Iron. That's where he would start tomorrow if he finishes. There he is, that number 52 car. Easy to spot on the racetrack for sure as we get back inside, DJ, with Christian Bach.
Yeah, Christian Bach. Take a look to the inside. Bob Collins defending the inside there of the S's. This is where we talked about. American Iron is right on top of Spec Iron. Those American Iron cars are a little bit faster. So we're seeing this back and forth in the S's as American Iron trying to get through the Spec Iron class. Looks like they are through clear. It gets a little interesting going to the inside side by side. Bob Collins and Christian Bach. Bach going way wide, trying to put down the power. That has allowed Carmine Pace to be right side by side with Christian Bach exiting those S's. In Spec Iron, leader going on the inside of an American Iron Extreme car. This is a fight to the last lap. Last corner as they come onto the front straightaway in Spec Iron. Robin Burnett and Alex Schwarzenberger. Oh, as we see Schwarzenberger drop off a little bit at the end there. Robin Burnett had the better exit out of turn 17. In American Iron Extreme, Team Gen X Racing got by Daniel Manis. So that Fox Body Mustang got passed by that newer gen Mustang, Team Gen X Racing, to take the win in that championship race. In Camaro Mustang Challenge, Team Top Dog, that is Hunter Leidick in that silver Mustang, able to hold on to the lead over Tom Long in second, and Derek White Wright rounding out the podium in Camaro Mustang Challenge.
Very interesting. The one-lap finishes always put a lot of tension on it. Now, a one-lap finish in a qualifying race will be very different than if tomorrow we have some of these one-lap finishes, because it's a championship. You know, we talk sometimes, DJ, people are like, oh, you know, I'm good. We fought. We wanted to be on a podium. In a championship race, in the words of the legendary Reese Bobby, if you're not first, you're last. So the gloves are sort of off tomorrow because there's no again, the podium's nice, but this is a championship weekend. Here, it was just about where you start tomorrow, so people could be a little bit more relaxed in what they were doing. If that's any indication of what we'll see tomorrow, that will be interesting. We've got Group E qualifying race coming up next. ST4, 5, and 6, the GTS 3 cars coming up. We're going to go down to Kelsey Hill in just a second. She'll talk to some of those folks. Again, as we're coming up on Group E qualifying race in the day, quickly zipping by here for us because these guys still have a few more qualifying races and then another round for time trial Group G and H, and then we'll be all set for a championship Sunday. Tomorrow we'll send Kelsey to the podium where she can congratulate all the champions, but today she's grabbing drivers on the grid before they jump into the race cars. So again, weather's holding off and we're ready to go Group E qualifying. Let's check in down on the grid with Kelsey Hill. Kelsey?
Back here at the 2003. Hi everyone, we're back here at the 2023 NASA Championships. I am here not with a great friend, but also the fastest guy at the track right now. Please, Brian, tell us a little about yourself and where you're from.
I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio. Raced the Paul's Automotive Engineering 2015 Ford Mustang and Super Limited, American Iron Extreme, and Time Trial Unlimited as well this weekend.
That's right, you heard it here. Brian Fessler is racing in 3 separate classes. He's using the same car, the 018, for all of those. And one of the things that's really exciting about that is that this car is 100% built by Brian and his dad, Paul, out of Paul's Automotive Engineering. So, Brian, tell us a little about this Mustang. I heard you can buy this on the floor of a showroom.
Yeah, we started out as a V6. The 2015 Mustang was the first year that Ford was selling the Mustang globally. My previous car that Bob Collins now drives, we got that as a body in white, but Ford wasn't able to do that with the volume of car sales, so we had to buy a V6. Was the cheapest and fastest way of getting the car. So we started out as that, took it to a track weekend for a couple of days, and about 3 days later it was cut to pieces.
Awesome. So everything on this car is custom. Talk to us about what is actually going on here. This car is incredible to look at, so tell the fans at home some of the things that you did to take it from just on your dealership floor to what it is now.
Well, first off, we started cutting out everything in the car. I mean, we took out, I think, about 700 to 800 pounds from the factory Mustang. So it's now the second lightest Mustang, where Stu Frederick out of California now owns the lightest Mustang that we built. But no, it's a great Mustang. I think it's the 9th year on the car. We've kept developing it after 9 years. We've definitely had a lot of hours in getting it built to what it is right now.
Amazing. And so for those at home, if you've been following along, you saw Brian lay down some incredibly fast laps. He is the provisional track record right now, which is pretty exciting, so congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
I know this isn't your first track record. Talk to us about some of the other ones that you've gotten over the years.
I've actually, at least for now with this being my home region, the Great Lakes, I've got the Time Trial Unlimited and the Super Unlimited track records here regionally. So now, for now, I have the SU overall record, but it's definitely going to be challenged tomorrow. But yeah, all I know is I've got Mid-Ohio, I think, or just a lot of the tracks along the East Coast. I've definitely got a few track records.
Absolutely. And Brian, I've known for many years. He actually races endurance stuff with me as well. So Brian, talk to us about racing in general. How did you get into it? Obviously, I know your father and your mother, which I think is a great story, are both into racing. But for you personally, when did you know this is what you wanted to do?
Well, for me, when my dad won the 2008 AIX National Championship in Mid-Ohio, I was his crew chief. I've just been around racing since I was in the womb. My mom actually drove on Charlotte Motor Speedway while she was 7 or 8 months pregnant with me, I think. I've been around cars my whole life. Paul's Automotive Engineering has been around for 39 years, so I've been around it just about every day of my life. And for me, just the thrill of going out on track there's nothing that can beat it.
Awesome. And as far as this car goes, are there some parts and sponsors and people that you guys work with to help keep developing it? I know you build so much in-house, but are there other things that you get from other places?
Yeah, definitely. Technitron Rotary Interfaces is our primary sponsor. We also get great tires from Hoosier Tire, Tile Sport, great turbo from them, Hawk Performance, Brisk Spark Plugs, Ferreira Valves. I mean, just about everything, at least all the stickers on the car, great partners that we work with.
Awesome. Very cool. We're going to take you guys around the car, actually show you some of this aero in person. It is pretty impressive. As we go by the car here, you can see there's just so much to it, allowing great cooling here on the brakes. If there's any other features you want to talk about with your wheels, I think that's another great thing that we talk about, just how sturdy, and you need an actual race wheel to do the type of speeds and horsepower we have in your car.
Yeah, we've got Forge Line Motorsports out of Dayton, Ohio, wheels on the car. Thankfully, these are 3-piece wheels, so we've modified them starting out from a 9.5-inch wide tire when I raced American Iron, all the way now to 13 and 14-inch wide tires. So it's nice being able to just buy shells instead of having to buy a whole wheel.
Awesome, cool. I'd love to show people this back arrow on your Mustang here. This wing is like nothing anyone really sees that often, as well as the back and the underneath arrow. So what does this give you on track? What kind of advantage do you have here?
Actually, this is a pretty new wing that the APR partnered with Balls Automotive Engineering on just last month. So it's a new wing that we're trying out, and we're very happy with it.
Have to say it works.
Yeah, with the speeds, it definitely helps having just to keep the rear plated. So it's definitely a great wing. Just trying to learn all the little idiosyncrasies of the wing itself.
Absolutely. Well, we are so excited, Brian, to have you here today. Thanks so much for taking the time to talk. Are you going to be back out on track for any more today with the qualifying?
Yeah, I'll be doing the Time Trial Unlimited Group H third session, I guess, of the day. So we'll definitely see what the car is able to do then.
Awesome, very cool. If you missed the in-car camera from Brian's car earlier in the broadcast, you can just scroll on back and check that out. And that was in the Group C, correct, that we ran the in-car. So that is when his fastest lap in the record here got laid down, so make sure you can tune in for that. There's also a lot of great coverage of him just crushing it through the corners here at Pit Race. So we're very excited to watch you today, tomorrow, and onward in your career here. So thanks for taking the time with us.
Yep, thank you.
Awesome. Well, we'll be going back up to the booth and giving you guys more great coverage as we go into our next groups here at Pit Race.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road. These initiatives move the needle, like, at all? Well, let's shift gears a minute.
That'll be fine. We're just standing by and we'll monitor you.
Standard brakes are good for standard jobs. When you want absolute confidence in demanding braking applications, insist on Hawk Performance products. Proudly made in the USA, Hawk Performance far exceeds expectations, delivering clean, precise stopping power up to 40% more than original equipment brakes. So you may be asking, do I really need Hawk Performance brakes? Well, if you're into street performance and bolting on massive horsepower, the extra stopping power is a must. If you drive a truck and pull or carry heavy loads, Hawk will give you the power to safely bring your rig to a stop without breaking a sweat. And if you off-road or crawl in a Jeep, you'll get the toughness and holding power you need on extreme terrain. Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road. Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all? Well, let's shift gears a minute. We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Haggerty. Let's drive together.
And welcome back to the 2023 NASA Championships at Pittsburgh International Raceway. You can see we are ready for our next race as the GR Corolla pace car leads the field, and this is Group E. Group E, ST4, ST5, ST6, and the GTS3 as they're on track. And DJ, what can we expect here? What are we looking for in this qualifying race?
So this is our super touring group. This is our 4, 5, and 6, as you said, as well as GTS3. GTS3 at the front of the pack here. You're seeing a lot of BMWs at the front of the pack here. You're also going to see S2000s, older BMWs, Porsches within this class. Our first group up front there is our GTS3 group. Daniel Williams, today and yesterday has just been doing a dominating factor. He went for a low horsepower wide body approach. That's a low horsepower but lightweight. So he's got all the mechanical grip through these small sections over Roberto Crescencio in second, weighing over 3,000 pounds. He makes over 300 horsepower, but he's finding it difficult to keep up with Daniel Williams in the corners. Third place is Peter Goplou. He has a lightweight package as well, not as wide as Daniel Williams up front. And then right behind him is Eric Wong, who has a V8 swap in his E46 M3. So you're seeing so many different approaches within this GTS field, which is really cool to watch. GTS3 very strong here at the National Championships. Then you move back to our ST4, 5, and 6 group, mostly made up of those S2000s, E36 M3s, and then you'll see the black and red 350Z of Adam Chug. So we're looking here, Roberto Crescencio to make a move at the start. He notes Daniel Williams is very strong. If Roberto Crescencio isn't able to make that pass in the first few corners, he may see Daniel Williams pass off in the distance, and then he'll have the rest of the group right behind him.
And I believe it's Eric Wong who will be in car with for part of this race. As everybody's through those final couple of corners, they should be coming to the line, and we should see green flag here in just a moment. There we are. Overhead, we should see GR Corolla pace car take that slight bend to the left. They do. And your front row side by side. Beautiful view of the start here. 2023 NASA Championships Group E qualifying race. They come over this hill and they will look for the green flag side by side. You see they kind of dip and crest again into turn number 1. We look the starter over and we are green flag racing. There he is. Everybody on the front straightaway. And you see those front 6, in fact, front 8 cars still in formation. Are they going to go into 1-3 wide? Indeed, they are. Is there enough room down there? There isn't, but somehow they made that work. DJ, that was quite aggressive, and they're still aggressive off turn number 2 as they go racing. We'll look for the second wave of cars. Here they come over that hill. And again, it's over the hill and downhill to the start. Here we are, and starter looks them over. Green is underway in the last couple groups. Take off. Is there one more wave to come? I don't believe so. I think everybody now is under the green. And again, cars 2 wide. DJ, you do 2 wide in that turn number 1, but doing 3 wide can be a bit difficult.
Yeah, we're finding a couple people are getting caught out in turn one at the starts there, getting pushed a little bit wide. That's actually what we saw in the Spec E30 race earlier. We saw Jack Cabetto unfortunately going wide, losing places on that restart. This is a tight battle between Nicholas Barbado in ST5. So Nicholas Barbado in that E36 right side by side with Jeff Stutler in that S2000. That E36 having some torque up the hill, managing to pull away from Jeff Stutler into those S's. This is a tight battle in ST5. Off the start, we saw
together.
Oh, absolutely. In GTS3, we saw Daniel Williams. He actually got the start, the jump over Roberto Crescencio, but he must have had a misshift as all the rest of the pack caught right back up. There were early start for Daniel Williams. Roberto Crescencio going side by side with him into turn one. Nicholas Barbado already getting away from second of Jeff Stutler in that silver S2000.
They come down to put lap number one on the board. We'll give you a quick recap here. As you said, Williams leads in GTS3 in car number 36. Robert Crescencio, the number 7 car second, and the 288, Peter Agapoglua. And then we go to ST4, Scott Smith leads the 44 car, 305, Nick DeRosa, and the 38X, the Team ST. That is Super Touring 4. Super Touring 5, Nicholas Barbato, you mentioned, with the gap now 1.6 over Jeff Stutler in the 00, and the 108 Team Formation team in ST5. ST6, they're coming by start-finish right now. Andrew Janosic in the 552, Christopher Armbruster in the 125, and Isaac Beekman in the 14. So those are our groups as they run after completing lap number one. There's our overall leader, Daniel Williams.
Yeah, he is just pieced out from the rest of the GTS3 field. He looks hooked up. That is leaving Roberto Crescencio under attack for second, third, and fourth from Eric Wong and Peter Agopoulos. Roberto's still staying up front there. Eric Wong, we expected to be stronger at the start of this race. He's got a lot of horsepower. The problem is, the flip side of a lot of horsepower, he's got a lot of weight. He's going to burn off his tires quick. So he's got to make a move by Peter fairly quickly if he wants the podium in this race. Yeah, Peter Agopoulos, he was running real tight with Daniel Williams early in this. He goes wide, exit of 17 and 18. He's able to stay over the lead of Eric Wong. That looked a little sketchy on the outside of turn 18 there. You really don't want to drop the tires in today's race. It is still wet out there.
Yeah, going off track, as we've seen, is not a good place to be as we now ride along with Eric Wong with our in-car pictures right now. Wong running in fourth in GTS3 and trying to reel in the car 288 in front of him. In this class here, the GTS3 car, where are some of the places you want to pass? Where do you want to try to set a driver up as Wong's trying to do it right now with the 288 car?
Yeah, so these cars are totally different in their approaches here. As Eric Wong's got a V8 swap under the hood. He's running a little bit more weight, so he's going to fall behind in these S's and the more technical sections. He's got to make that move stick. He's got to get a good exit out onto one of the three straights here. We do have three straights here that provide great opportunities for braking zone passes. And I think if we're going to see a pass being made, it'll be there. As Eric Wong gets a little sideways over that elevation change, Eric already looking like he's struggling a little bit to put down the power. Roberto Crescencio up front there, he's right in the mid-range. So Peter Agopoulos is really just going to try to stick tight to Roberto Crescencio. These three have been on top of each other all weekend. I think we're really looking for a mistake from one of these drivers to make a pass.
And, of course, Wong will try to take advantage of a couple of those long straightaways, but he needs a perfect line coming off the corners. You see now, again, this is battle second, third, and fourth. And let's see if Wong, with the horsepower, can do something down the front straightaway. He had a pretty good exit off of the corner. Does he have enough power to pull by as we look at those? Second, third, and fourth place car. You saw the leader go by, and look what that gap is, DJ. That's a big gap back. And there is second, third, and fourth. That's a good race.
Yeah, absolutely. Daniel Williams about 3 seconds a lap faster last lap by. So he has the lead, but this battle is still very tight in second, third, and fourth. We have a position change for fifth and sixth. Joey Hutchinson, you're going to see that white E92 M3 as well. He's up 3 positions as Peter is right on the back bumper of Roberto Crescencio. This is the battle for second, third, and fourth, as we've been talking about. Oh, Peter going way wide exit. And he makes that mistake. He lightly taps the outside wall. Hopefully he'll be able to still keep going. That is the mistake we're talking about here. These guys are so close together in lap time that we knew there would have to be a mistake for that change in position right there. Unfortunately, Peter lost out. Hopefully he's able to repair that enough to keep going. It looked like it was a light tap. And
yeah, just
ST6,
barely. I didn't think he was going to get into the wall at all, and he just barely tapped it. He was offline trying to make that happen. Here's a good battle here coming down the front straightaway. Let's see. Let's see if we can pick up where these guys are on track. But those 3 cars are running real close as they roll into turn number 1. And again, gosh, everybody's using all of the racetrack right now.
Yeah, I'm impressed with these Super Touring 6 drivers. They're using all the track. They don't have much horsepower, so they're using all the track and momentum they can. These 3 are all within a second of each other. This is for the win in Super Touring 6. And you've got an NA generation Miata, you've got a Z3, you've got an NB generation Miata. So good mix. That NA's probably has the lead here. It might have the least horsepower, but those are typically the lightest weight here. That Z3 kind of that middle weight, and that NB having a bit more power, but not able to use it as much at pit race.
And those 3 drivers, the 125, Christopher Armbruster, Isaac Beekman in the 14, Andrew Janusik in the 552. Again, running 1, 2, and 3 in ST6. And there they are off the corner, about an equal distance between the 3 of those, and a nice mix of race cars. You got some different style of cars all running there together. And, well, third place car, he was driving it hard off the corner. Guys are using all the curb right now. And again, they're the front 3 in class. But again, pole position tomorrow means something. But how hard do you want to push it? We're still in the first third of this race. Again, 1, 2, and 3 that you're looking at right now in ST6. And now he's going to try to make a move. Kind of took a peek, the 14 car, Beekman, took a peek offline. Going to try to go a long way around, and then the old switcheroo tries to go to the inside, and now it's going to be 3 wide off that final corner is Beekman where he wants to be. Now he finds himself on the outside, won't get the pass done. Does he leave himself open now? Andrew's going to get to the inside. Andrew, that kind of green lime-colored car, will have the preferred line into turn number 1. Can he make it stick? Take over second spot for Beekman. He hasn't done it yet. And DJ, they're still side by side.
Yeah, what is interesting is that NA Miata actually pulled off, got a good head start off of 18, pulled away from that Z3 that closed up under the distance. So it looks like number 14's handling really well there. Unfortunately, that pass has had him drop back a little bit from our leader. So hopefully they'll be able to work together and work back up. Don't count out Jordan Fimple. He's 4th in Super Touring 6. He is up 8 positions, and he is running slightly faster than the front of this pack of Super Touring 6. So if those 3 keep battling, he might be in the mix within the rest of this race. We look to Super Touring 5 here. Nicholas Barbado opening up the gap over Jeff Stutler. Team Formation Engineering in Super Touring 5 only a second behind. So second and third in a battle there for Super Touring 5. And we move over to Super Touring 4. Scott Smith still in the lead, but only by 0.2 seconds. So 0.2 of a second between Scott Smith and Team ST Edge. Team ST Edge running that E46 sedan we saw earlier in time trial. Scott Smith running an unusual N52 engine swap in that vehicle. So those two are very close together. So we're still watching that ST6 battle down the back straight. It really looks like that Z3 is so strong in the middle section of that track. Isaac Beekman, so strong through those S's and the blind turn of 14 and 15. He's right back on the back of Christopher Armbruster. They come onto this front straight. Isaac Beekman, a little bit of a run. He's right behind him.
That's a good battle. Let's rejoin Eric Wong now in the GTS3. We ride along with Wong here. Wong is now up to third spot. He had lost his position, and now he's picked it back up. Here you see coming down the front straightaway. And what's the gap now? Crescencio is in second spot, and Wong is about 3.8 seconds behind. We mentioned Williams leads overall, the 36 car out front, but you ride along with the third place car of Eric Wong as he's trying to reel in car number 7, that car currently in second spot, and trying to get that spot away from him as he rides in third. Wong started third, dropped a spot, now has regained that spot. So right now, a podium finish, that would put him on the second row for tomorrow's championship race, but pick up a spot, you start on the front row. You get to control your destiny a little bit better there, DJ, when you can start on the front row and maybe get out of some of the kind of the traffic, if you will, on the start of the race.
Yeah, Peter in that number 288 ASF car, he was the one that we saw went a bit wide through turn 6. He has continued racing. He's holding on to that 4th position. So that mistake only cost him 1 position. So he'll be very happy with that outcome considering what happened. And back to Super Touring 6. This battle is not stopping between Christopher Armbruster and Isaac Beekman. Again, those two cars seem to have a big difference in speed between the midsection and this front section with straights. Wow, Beekman going way deep into turn 17. He's right now back on the bumper of Armbruster. Let's see if he's able to make this front section work for him as well. This is where historically the past couple laps he's fallen behind.
Well, that was one of those situations, DJ, where you had the overall leader coming to make a lap past them, and that's sometimes where you can take advantage of it if somebody leaves a door open. That gap now is only a car length. Janasic, who had fallen back a little bit, he seems to have reeled them in a little bit. So Armbruster and Beekman, let's see as they go by now, they make it 2 car lengths, but they keep, sort of an accordion effect. They stretch it out a little bit, then they reel it back in. Here they are down the hill past 4, and we'll see that gap staying about the same. But again, they're having to deal with some of the faster cars coming through. And can you make that an advantage? In other words, when that 7 car goes and passes the group leader, does the door stay open just a little bit where the 14 can sneak in? And that's where the nuances of multi-class racing is so interesting, because a 1 car passing you can actually be an advantage within your own class, but you got to know how to take advantage of it, and it's got to come at the right time.
Yeah, we saw Roberto Crescencio in second there with that black E46 M3, getting by the leaders in Super Touring 6. This is such a tight battle, but we also look to Scott Smith and Team ST Edge. That battle is still raging. That is only 0.2 of a second between those two, as we see in NA Miata getting wide under power through the exit of those S's.
Armbruster yeah, I was just going to ask Armbruster using every bit of the curbing here, and that's a good run. So that battle continues. That's been fun from the start, but now he's got his mirror full right now in that battle, which is, again, the ST6 battle.
Yeah, ST6. I talked about Jordan Fimple. He's up 8 positions. He's actually gained a couple seconds over the past couple laps on these top 3 leaders, and he's consistently running faster laps than those two leaders a little bit slower this last lap by. He may have been working through some out-of-class traffic. We see Eric Wong third in GTS3, making his way by the ST6 group right there. This is such a great battle between Christopher Armbruster and Isaac Beekman. Talk about two completely different platforms there. Strut-based suspension on that Z3 against the 8-arm suspension of that NA Mazda Miata. You know, Beekman's still able to do it under braking. He seems to close up under braking on that backside of the track. As we go to this ST4 battle, this is the one we've been talking about. Only 0.2 of a second difference between those two. It's actually opened up just a little bit just this last lap by, as Nick DeRosa, we see Scott Smith lose 6 seconds this last lap by. So Scott Smith was in the lead of this race until this last lap by. That lets Team ST Edge inherit the lead, and Nick DeRosa has closed up the gap to Team ST Edge. So Scott Smith leading this entire race. We now have a leader change in Super Touring 4. Nick DeRosa, however, trying to make his third place, now a second. Maybe he can go for first.
So closing stages here to set the field for tomorrow's championship. Williams, Crescenzio, and Wong, 1, 2, and 3 in GTS 3. Team ST Edge, DeRosa and Smith in ST4. Barbato, Stutler, and the team formation in Super Touring 5. And we've talked about this one, Super Touring 6, Armbruster, Beekman, and Janusik. That is ST6, your top three in each of the classes here. As we pick up the number 848 car, and that is the driver that is currently running. Let's go through timing and scoring here. If I can pick him up, currently running in 5th place in Super Touring 4. That's the Team Road Motorsports 848, currently 5th in ST4. So good racing here. You know, the other thing, DJ, is yes, you race for position, but you also learn some stuff about what you might want to change on that race car for tomorrow as we take another peek at the ST6 battle. But how much would you change your race car after today just based on performance?
Yeah, watching some of these cars, the cars seem to be a lot looser than a lot of drivers look like they were expecting. We might see some of them dial in a little bit of understeer. They're struggling to put down power. They might, you know, in Super Touring, a lot of these cars have adjustable suspensions. We might see them drop rear ride height, try to get a little bit of grip exit out of 6, which seems particularly difficult today to put down power. So yeah, we're definitely going to see some setup changes, especially from these Super Touring cars, which have so much adjustability through there. ST6, that battle has now changed. We're looking at Armbruster now in 2nd. He's been passed by Isaac Beekman in that Z3 over that NA Miata. And we're also looking at this battle in Super Touring 4 for the lead. Nick DeRosa has closed up the gap to Team ST Edge. MV Scott Smith falling back dramatically. His lap times are almost 10 seconds a lap slower. Something has happened to Scott Smith's car. He was the leader, and he is now leader in Super Touring 4, and he is dropping back fast. He's hoping to hold on to positions even with whatever is going on with his vehicle for tomorrow's race.
ST6 is still, as you said, Beekman and Armbruster. So let's see, Janusik is still in 3rd, so they go by reset timing and scoring. The gap between the 14 and the 125, 1.6 seconds, and can't be but a handful of laps left here. As you see those guys go by, that's 1st and 2nd in Super Touring 6, and now actually the leader in that class starting to pull it out a little bit. You see the gap there, as now Beekman has extended that gap a little bit now that he's gotten by Armbruster's 125 car. There they are down the hill.
That Super Touring 4, you're seeing the Super Touring 4 leader coming through our Super Touring 6 leaders right now. That's Team ST Edge. They've got that silver E46 in front of that silver E36 M3 with the wing. You can identify Super Touring 4 by those wings right there. So that is our Super Touring 4 type battle in front of our Super Touring 6 type battle.
We'll look at the flag stand next time by as we're getting into the closing stages here, but good racing. Be very interesting to see how many of these races, kind of pick back up where we left off tomorrow when we go championship racing here in the championships. But there you still staying with that ST6 battle, and those guys using every inch of the racetrack. And now, that gap was 1.6. As we come back to the line, be interesting to see where we are. And there is the white flag, so final time around. Let's watch ST6. It was a 1.6 second gap. They'll be coming back by start-finish here in just a minute, but it looked like Armbruster may have reeled it in just a little bit, and we'll see if he's made up some ground. If he's going to do it, he only has one lap left to make that final pass. So good racing there. ST6. Really good competition. That was fun to watch. And then, some of the disparity in speeds here makes it very, very difficult. And that'll be magnified tomorrow in the longer race as we take a look at the number 100 car in your screen right now.
Yeah, we see a lot of different cars in this Super Touring group. One shout out can go to Samed Rizvi. He has had his transmission out twice already this weekend. He has made up 3 spots in Super Touring 5. He's up to 4th position. Unable to make enough of an impression to get a little further up. I bet he would be hoping to grab one more position to put himself in a better position for tomorrow.
Nice, clean race here. And they're on their final lap. Again, that number 100 car, that's Kagri Yilmaz, currently running 7th in Super Touring 5. That car running 7th in Super Touring 5 on the final lap of the qualifying race. And one car off the pace a little bit there, the 061, just giving those guys a pass by, a little point pass by as they come down, and they'll be looking for the checkered flag this time by. We'll give you the top finishers in each class.
This is a last lap battle for GTS3. This is Peter, who went into the wall earlier. He is right back on the bumper of Eric Wong. He caught him very quickly from his mistake early in this race. He doesn't quite have enough to get it done here towards the checkered flag, but that shows the true potential of Peter's car during this race, that he was just in front of Eric Wong when he went off and tagged the wall, but he caught right back up to Eric Wong. So expect Peter to do a little bit faster in tomorrow's race.
And there you see flag flying. Let's give you the top 3 in each class here. Just saw that finish. Williams in the 36, Crescenzio in the 7, and Wong in the 121. That's how they finish in the GTS3 class. Super Touring 4, it was the 38X of Team ST Edge leading last time by. Nick DeRosa in the 305 and Keith Niswander in the car number 869. So the Super Touring 4 drivers. Super Touring 5, Nicholas Barbato in the 41, Jeff Stutler in the 00, Team Formation Engineering, the 108, Super Touring 5, and then Isaac Beekman, Armbruster, and Janasic in Super Touring 6. Those, of course, unofficial, but if those hold, that will be the way that we will start tomorrow. Now, I think these guys, I believe, already got the checkered flag in Super Touring 6. Beekman and Armbruster, they should have already taken the checkered. We'll keep an eye on them just in case. And yeah, they are off the pace now a little bit. So boom, that was a nice clean event. Coming up next, final qualifying race of the day. Don't go anywhere though, because we still have time trial after that. And this is going to be Group F, Honda Challenge 2, a couple others, legends in there as well. This is always a superb race. So it'll be our final qualifying race of the afternoon. And again, like I say, we'll go right back to time trial after this one, and that'll set everything for tomorrow. We'll give you a little recap of what to expect tomorrow, the times for everything, but it is Championship Sunday tomorrow here at Pittsburgh International Raceway. All right, well, our final qualifying group race getting ready to come up again. Group F, coming your way. And she's been, like I said, super busy all weekend long. She's caught up with a couple of the drivers that'll roll off on the grid in just a little bit. And she stayed dry today, so that's important as well. Let's go down and check in with Kelsey Hill with our drivers.
We're back here in the paddock at the 2023 NASA Championships, and we've got a really exciting class to talk about today. We've got Bob Denton here, and we're going to talk about the CMC group. So talk to everybody about the CMC and what that class is all about.
The CMC is really, there's 3 tiers of pony cars: CMC, American Iron Extreme. But this is really a budget-friendly class that people don't really understand how it is, because they think, oh, old V8s is going to be expensive to run. But we're limited to 260 rear wheel horsepower, and so you really can't. And we have a rule book that says you can only use a certain parts. So it's really kind of bookended on both ends. You can't spend your way to a win, and because you got to use these parts, and you got to have 260 horsepower. So it really makes it economical that way.
Awesome. And which region are you from with NASA?
I'm from Great Lakes region, and I've been racing CMC since 2007, I want to say.
Oh, wow. Awesome. Well, Great Lakes, I heard that over half of the CMC class actually comes from Great Lakes, which is awesome. As far as the other competitors go, do you see them throughout the year, or really just here at the championships?
No, we race wheel to wheel very hard all year long.
Very cool.
We have a really tight group in the Great Lakes, and we have a good group of guys that everybody shows up every weekend. They rarely miss a few weekends, so it's really nice.
Oh, that's so cool. Awesome. Well, if you were following earlier during qualifying today, we had an in-car camera here in Bob's car, had a little spin.
Yes,
we asked for excitement, but that was the best it could be.
Yeah.
So one of the things we've been talking with all the drivers about is really understanding the mindset of being here at the championships, and also what it's like to be a driver. So when those situations happen, kind of talk us through it. How do you recoup? What is it going through your head? And really, what do you do at that time thereafter?
Well, today's race, I kind of ran out of talent. We went 3 wide through 1, and the door closed, and I had to lift, and the back end came out, and I spun. So I ended up starting basically last. It was turn 1. So I was able to catch up, but it's a long race. You just step back, collect yourself, and go. And fortunately or unfortunately, there was a yellow, so I was able to catch back up with the group. So it was nice, but we.
Awesome. And then something that happens, I'm a driver myself, and it is, mistakes happen, and a lot of times you get in situations where, just like you said, it was too many cars in one situation. You knew the track, you knew you couldn't keep going, got a lift out of it, and then handle what you can.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. So in talking about CMC, and this is the Camaro Mustang Challenge group.
Correct.
It's 80s cars, 90s cars, early 2000, all that American muscle V8s.
Yes.
If somebody wanted to get into doing this, what's some recommendations you would give them?
Basically, over the years, it's kind of morphed. Everybody's running a fuel-injected car, but like my car, for instance, here, you can really we allow the 5.3 liter LS engine, which came in like every Chevy pickup truck for decades, and so you can run a 5.3. You get a 6-speed transmission. You can take a 6-cylinder car, which this started life as. And put it together, and it's really not that expensive. Mustangs are a little bit different. There's a lot more combinations on Mustangs, but I got to be honest, I don't know the Mustangs as well as I should. But a lot of the guys run the 4.6 liter, and that's a reliable engine as well. So it works out well. And when we restrict the horsepower on these, because we have to run restrictors because it's 260, they'll actually make more horsepower. The cars last longer, and you're easier on the transmission and everything and it's a nice balance between our tire size and our horsepower it's a momentum class. You can keep the car, kind of like a Spec Miata, believe it or not. It's more momentum than you would think, as you learn to drive a CMC car.
Absolutely. And I saw you've got a Toyo Tires hat on. You got Toyo Tires on your car.
Yes.
Talks about tires and what importance that makes in your class.
It's real important, obviously, tires, but we run a 275 17, and because we're lower power, the tires actually last quite long. There's guys that can bring new tires all the time, but in general, for me, hitting almost every single weekend throughout the year, because I'm the national director, the tires, I'll maybe go through 2 to 3 sets, maybe 2.5 sets for the entire season.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So even a big heavy car, the tires will last a long time.
Absolutely. That saves on cost, saves on headaches. I know when you're having to have tires and mounting and balancing and keeping track of them, it certainly makes it easier and you have one less thing to worry about that weekend.
And the Toyo RR is a great tire. I mean, they used to use their RA1, which was fine too, and then they went to the RR, and that's been a great tire. No complaints from our group.
Great. And I also see that you guys are running Hawk brake pads as well.
Yes, we run Hawk brake pads. The DTC 70s is what I like, so we run those because they're a nice sponsor for us and helps us out.
Awesome. And with that, too, it's interesting to know that Hawk does make pads for cars that go back several decades. It's kind of nice to see that. A lot of manufacturers and part people kind of take things out of rotation as they grow, and the cars obviously keep every year you get a new vehicle.
Yeah, right.
So with that as well. So we have about a minute left here. I was wondering any sage advice you have for people at home, either about your class, racing in general, and just why you love to be out here at the NASA Championships.
You got to love it. It takes a lot of motivation. It's not for somebody who likes to sit at home all the time, that's for sure. But it's just a blast. It's just a blast being out. And the camaraderie is with CMC, since we're running these older cars, you have problems. Everybody pitches in and helps everybody else out, which is half of it. That's a lot of fun, and, get in with a good group. Learn, take advice from your elders, so to speak, and listen to what they have to say. Because when you've been racing a long time, there's a lot to know that just does not come out of a book, So.
Well, great. Well, thank you so much for your time. Good luck the rest of this weekend. We look forward to watching you tomorrow as well.
All right.
And thanks everybody home for tuning in again. We're going to go back up to the booth and catch more action on track. And see you all soon.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high performance driver education coverage through Haggerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Haggerty, let's drive together.
And you're looking at a live shot of the Pittsburgh International Raceway and the 2023 NASA Championships. This is qualifying day. This is our final qualifying race of the afternoon. But don't go anywhere. We'll have 2 time trial rounds still to go a little bit later. But this is Group F qualifying, Thunder Roadsters, Honda Challenge 2, and Legends. So we'll have a round of starts, rolling and standing starts here to set this one. DJ, final qualifying race of the day, but a Honda Challenge 2, that can be quite a competitive group of racers.
Yeah, competitive and loud. I'm sure through the rolling hills of Pennsylvania, they are still hearing the words Honda Challenge being screamed from the rooftops. This is a good group of guys in Honda Challenge. They're very, very excited and forward about their class. So very looking forward to this Honda Challenge 2 race. Thunder Roadster Legends cars as well, not based on production cars. So, we'll be interested to see those races. They're built specifically for racing between Thunder Roadsters and the Legends. So those cars will be on top of each other in terms of competitiveness. Honda Challenge 2 starts with production cars from Honda itself. What you've seen over the past couple of years is a move to the newer generation of cars. You have cars being built from the 80s. We've seen Accord wagons in this class. We have seen things as new as the mid-2000s Civics in here as well. So there's a good group mix of cars in Honda Challenge 2. I'm looking forward to this race.
Yeah, and if you want a group that's visually diverse, the Thunder Roadsters, Honda Challenge 2, Legends cars, it's easy to tell these classes apart because they're absolutely the cars look nothing like one another, which makes this group kind of an interesting group to watch for sure. Again, these races today all set the starting fields for tomorrow's championship races. Today's qualifying races all done within a 30-minute window. Tomorrow we extend it to 45. And it'll change race strategy a little bit. I think the main thing that'll change for tomorrow is that you don't have to save anything tomorrow because there are no races here on Monday. Today, you probably have to be a little bit more cautious, but Sunday, it doesn't matter what you've got at the end of the day because you're either a champion or you're not. So we'll see that get very interesting tomorrow. I will have to go down the paddock and chat with Jack Cabetto a little bit, see what happened to him in his spec race earlier today as we now see, yep, there it is, a GR Corolla pace car on track, and there you see those Thunder Roadsters in tow behind.
This is a healthy class of 18 Thunder Roadsters this weekend.
Yeah, it really is. And they're such a unique car. You know, the car originally came out of the same kind of manufacturers that originally did the Legends cars, the 600 Racing, 600 Roadsters. And so while the cars look totally different, they look very different, but again, they're the same company originally started them. I think now there's an additional builder, DJ, I think for the Roadsters, if I'm not mistaken. But that's a very, very good field for those cars. And then you see the Legends cars, I think maybe 5 or 6 Legends cars here, but a huge field of the Roadsters. And then you've got coming in, you'll have your Honda Challenge cars coming in behind it. So very different looking vehicles here for our final qualifying race of the day.
Yeah, Honda well represented in this Honda Challenge 2 group in terms of the mix of cars that are competitive. We see mid-2000s Civic up front there. We've got a early 90s Civic in second. We have, just a Integras. We've got, I even know of on the East Coast, new TSX being built for this class. So, Honda Challenge 2, very strong historically in those 90s Civics and Integras, but they're getting the new builds as well. And when we see that, because up front, an early 2000s Civic is leading the way for this qualifying race.
So we mentioned the big field of Roadsters, and that's important because that makes this qualifying race important. You can't just sort of dawdle about and get yourself an easy top 5 to where you're got a good starting spot tomorrow. This one you're going to have to race because if you're not on the top of your game, you're going to find yourself buried deep in the field for this championship race tomorrow. So we'll watch, not necessarily the lead, but what's happening mid-pack as these guys get side by side. Lights are out, and we should see the green next time by. You'll have 2 rolling starts for the Roadsters, rolling start for the Legends, standing start for the Honda Challenge Series. So the well-orchestrated starting procedure here for the NASA Championships. You see them up over the corner, final right hand, left hand, and GR Corolla pace car is on pit road. And here we come off the final corner. We'll look for the green flag. And we will be rolling. Remember that wave for the Honda Challenge will be a standing start. And there is the green flag for the Thunder Roadsters and the Legends cars. Here's Honda Challenge. They'll come to a stop, and they'll roll off in a second as your leaders. That is a beautiful pack of the Thunder Roadsters into turn number 1. They're still 2 by 2, about 5 rows deep. Here's Honda Challenge now. Their standing start. We'll look at the starter stand, wait for the signal. Those are nerve-wracking moments right there as you wait. It's all in the starter's hands. Better be patient here. Here, green flag is going up, and we are away. Standing start for Honda Challenge as they roll down. And again, getting through that gearbox is important. And DJ, a couple of them, they're thinking about 3 wide into turn number 1.
Yeah, there's a couple waves of 3 wide as they go into turn 1. Another blind corner over turn 2. They follow each other, staying very clean through there.
There's a good look inside with Jeremy Lucas. Lucas giving us the in-car ride right now as he's trying to make a pass on the outside and then back to the inside. And Lucas now running, looks about 4th or 5th as they go down the hill. But in Honda Challenge 2, Lucas, oh, man, using all the curb and a little bit of grass there to get it done. He rides in 5th spot.
Yeah, Dylan losing out there into that tight section of turn 3. Jeremy Lucas, Jonathan Baker up on him. Jonathan Baker making that way into 2nd position for Honda Challenge 2. As we go side by side through the S's, this is probably not the fastest way through the S's for these drivers. That's going to let the top 3 get away as we have a first-person view from Jeremy Lucas as the RSX goes way wide exit of the S's. They are still side by side through this section. No one giving up. Integra versus RSX into our uphill section. This is going to be a left and then a blind right-hand corner.
Man, that's great. You can see Lucas really working it there to try to get by. That pack is so tight in Honda Challenge. And
Dylan putting Jonathan Baker under attack.
Side by side.
Yeah, Dylan going for the inside of the last corner here at the track, 17 and 18. He's got the run on Jonathan Baker out of that corner. Dylan in that early 90s Civic. Jonathan Baker has a power package underneath there. Jonathan Baker side by side with Dylan into turn 1. Turn 1, you're going to want that inside line that Jonathan Baker has. Jonathan Baker, prior winner here in the championships, but backs out as Dylan goes way deep into turn 1, able to make it stick over Jonathan Baker, able to keep that 2nd place position. That battle, though, is letting Brian Shanfield get away. So Jonathan Baker has to make that decision whether he wants to work together with Dylan Brennan and catch back up to Brian Shanfield.
Yeah, and then just trying to decide, again, how much do you want to push right now as, that's not a huge field, so you've got some opportunity maybe to be patient. We'll have to wait and see. Still early here as you got Shanfield, Baker, and Brennan 1, 2, and 3 in Honda Challenge. Let's pick up Thunder Roadsters because they're coming by to put another lap on the track. And right now, Jeremy Zumwalt in the 57 car. He leads, and nice lap of 156. James Wheeler, the 19 car, second. James Oler in the 74, and Derek Moorhead in the number 72 cars. There you see the leader in Thunder Roadster coming up the hill, headed for turns 3 and 4. He's got almost a 2-second gap, 1.7 seconds back to 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Now, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, as you see how close they are right behind him as they come down the hill. In fact, that's the battle there. That's great. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th in Thunder Roadster. That is really tight. In fact, now somebody off in the grass a little bit. That could have gotten a little bit hairy. That was a nice save by the Thunder Roadster.
Yeah, getting wide there at 6. We've seen this multiple times throughout the day. They lose wide, they lose that exit, but it doesn't seem to let them lose too much time, so we might be able to make up for that. As we pick back up on 4th, 5th, and 6th, Jeremy Lucas behind those 2 that were battling it out in the S's. Looks like they have now settled into their positions.
Yeah, Lucas lost a couple spots. Yeah, Lucas had lost a couple spots. Yeah.
We look up at Brent Bauer up 5 positions into 7th place. So he's doing very well in Honda Challenge 2, but Brian Shanfield still leading the way. It's identical lap times between Brian Shanfield and Dylan Brennan. So those two are doing well up front. Jonathan Baker just losing a little bit, but still right there in the mix. It seems Jonathan Baker's got some power behind him, seems to catch back up on the front of the pit race course section, while Brian Shanfield just motoring right ahead in first, but he can't lift. He's less than a second behind is Dylan Brennan.
So Honda Challenge there and Thunder Roadsters on your screen right now. And again, the leader had gotten out by about a second and a half, but it's all that battling back in second, third, and fourth. In fact, there you go. That's second, third. That's the battle for fourth and fifth and sixth. It's still Jeremy Zumwalt with the lead, but the battle for, second all the way back through about 10th is a close one. The red and white machine, that's Oler. He's in second spot right now. That bright green number 19 machine, James Wheeler, he's lost a couple spots, but the one that's really come through is that 74 car who started way back and has picked up some spots. So great racing in our Thunder Roadster class. Here they come through that S section of the track. You see a couple of the legends behind them. There is the leader.
Yeah,
there
Jeremy
is the
Zumwalt
leader.
Here in the lead of Thunder Roadster. He may have pulled out a gap, but that's more of a function of the battle for second, third, fourth, and fifth, because we actually have the fastest lap of the race held by Derek Moorhead in fourth. So Jeremy Zumwalt may have the lead right now, but if these second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth can work together, they have the speed to catch back up to first place of Jeremy Zumwalt.
So Thunder Roadsters, let's get a look here in just a moment of our Legends cars as well. Bobby Pugh leading over Bobby Christensen and Brian Pogue. Those are 1, 2, and 3 in the Legends class, just to update you on that class. And here I think we're going to pick up again the Honda Challenge 2 cars. There is, let's see, I think we'll see Brian Shanfield and that group of Honda Challenge cars come back in to our picture as we've completed, just coming up on about halfway. And there you go. There's 1, 2, and 3. Brian Shanfield, Dylan Brennan, Jonathan Baker, who just went by 1, 2, and 3. And then there is 4, 5, and 6 place cars in your Honda Challenge right there coming onto your screen. So it's the front cars of Honda Challenge in 6th place. That's Jeremy Lucas 08. That's our camera car. So you see the Honda Challenge, you've got the top 3 cars, then a bit of a gap, and then 4, 5, and 6 all together. There they are. There's 4th, 5th, and 6th place in Honda Challenge 2. And that's a nice race again. Lucas is there in the 6th spot.
Yeah, talk about differentiating the cars in Honda Challenge. You got a modern Civic, a 90s Integra, and an base S2000. That's so how they equalize the cars in Honda Challenge 2 is based off this rule set. So that S2000 has very limited modifications compared to, let's say, the 90s Integra in front of them, but it's showing how well represented that package is, where all 3 of those cars are right on top of each other. 3 very different generation cars, front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, heavier based front-wheel setup, lighter based. It's all over the course here in Honda Challenge 2, but they're all battling it out together with different platforms. We love to see that.
Back on board now with Jeremy Lucas. And you see, again, you mentioned it, DJ, different cars, but with the rules and all, they bring these cars so close together in a competition that you can have these different generation cars battling like this. 4th, 5th, and 6th spot. Remember, if you pass them today, that's one less car you need to pass tomorrow. Leland Wambolt is right there in front of Lucas. Wambolt gets a pretty good run off the corner. Lucas kind of tucks it in and trying to find a spot. But they're so evenly matched here. It's one of those things you almost want to push somebody into a mistake, a little bobble, or at least start to find the place where you're a little bit better. Now, right there might have been a little tire smoke, little brake lockup there on the number 203 car, 204 of Wambold. So just a little puff of smoke. And now they're going to try to go too wide at least back up the hill. Those guys are almost identical as far as their lap times. Unfortunately, they all want the same piece of racetrack. And again, this is a battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th. And now you start trying some other stuff and maybe trying a different line to get the driver to go where you want to. But that's a good race. You don't get any better than that. 4th, 5th, and 6th in Honda Challenge 2.
Yeah, Ben Linfield loving watching Wambold take a defensive line through some of those corners to hold off Jeremy Lucas, but it didn't work for long. They are already right back up on his bumper. So Wambold making defensive lines over Jeremy Lucas, but he must keep the race in mind that he's got Linfield to pass as well if he would like. You know, all three of those running right in the mid 203s, from the pack running 201s to 202s. Shanfield throwing down a little bit of a slower lap this lap time by, which has allowed Dylan Brennan to catch back up. You know, we see them kind of do this ebb and flow through the laps. Dylan taking very tight lines through each of these corners. As we see Shanfield, a front-wheel drive car, coming on power oversteer up the uphill in turn 6. Dylan right on his bumper. This is just getting more competitive. We might be seeing Brian Shanfield starting to lose his car a little bit. Dylan, keeping those tight lines, might be able to make a move for this first position in Honda Challenge 2.
Coming up just a little over the halfway mark, and there are your leaders. Let's catch up with our Legends field now, and there are the Legends car, Bobby Christensen in the 5C, Bobby Pugh in the number 3 car. They're running 1-2 right now. Brian Pogue rounds out the top 3, but those guys very equally matched machines. In fact, just a 1/10 of a second separating them on the last lap. Down the hill they come. Short wheelbase, twitchy little machines. You've got to be so precise with these cars as he tries to tuck in underneath. In fact, now we'll try to make a run up the hill, battle for the lead. Pugh to the inside. Can he make it stick? He does. Pugh makes the pass stick as they come over the hill, and Christensen now will try to battle back. So it's Pugh now in that black number 3 leading the way. They'll come into our view here in just a second. If Pugh can hang on and hang on to that top spot. He made that pass coming up the hill out of the fishbowl, and it indeed, he's made it stick. So move Pugh now to the spot. Bobby Christensen there in second, and Brian Pogue still third, but great pass for the lead in the Legends cars. And we'll see if Christensen in the 5C has anything for him. In fact, now Pugh starting to open up the gap just a little bit, make it 5 car lengths. But remember, those are Legends car lengths, so they're not as big as a real full car length. But, you know, the Legends car started as a oval track and dirt oval car and have become very popular on road courses across the country. So your Legends, again, run Pugh, Christensen, and Pogue as we're probably past the halfway point of this qualifying race to set the field for tomorrow's championship. So good racing all the way around.
Big changes in Honda Challenge 2. In fact, we even see a change over our timing screen as we look right behind this Thunder Roadster. Jonathan Baker's Integra now in first place. This was a big change up. Jonathan Baker, Dylan Brennan, and Brian Shanfield. Shanfield leading the way this entire race. He has dropped back to third. Jonathan Baker inheriting the lead. And now it looks like Shanfield's back up in the second. Dylan Brennan in third right there. So this is a big shakeup in Honda Challenge 2 and 1, 2, 3. And also looking at 5th and 6th position, Jeremy Lucas in that S2000 getting by Leland Wambold this last lap by.
And there you see the 32 machine. He's trying to hang on. That's Baker. And we'll wait and see here. This should reset timing and scoring. As you said, quite a shakeup there. And now timing and scoring resets. So Baker, as you said, to the lead. Shanefield now is back about a 2.3 second gap. And then Brennan still in third place in car number 139. So Baker takes the point here and starts to stretch out the lead. In fact, Baker now, as we said, a couple seconds ahead, and then it's another second back to Dylan Brennan. So that's how they run Honda Challenge 2. Baker in the 32, Shanefield the 17, as you see the leader come down the hill in the closing stages of qualifying race for group number F. That's been a good one. Thunder Roadster Zumwalt hangs on to that spot, and then Moorhead, and then it's Ayler, your top three in Thunder Roadster.
Honda Challenge 2, big field here of 15 drivers out on track right now. Big change-ups, and we might have seen this from, the different setups of these cars. Some cars are getting stronger. We're 8 laps into a green race here. Pit race is very hard on tires, and especially on these Honda Challenge 2 cars. For the most part, all of these cars are front-wheel drive, so they're not only trying to drive power out of a corner with their front wheels, but they're steering as well out there with those front wheels. So they're going to burn off those front tires very quickly. Surprisingly, we saw Shanfield get really loose in the back. They set up these cars to be loose on power off, so that gave some rotation on the cars. So we were a little bit surprised to see Shanfield go sideways at turn 6. I think his car was falling off. Unfortunately, Dylan Brennan dropping to 3rd, but Jonathan Baker up 3 spots into that first position.
We ride with Jeremy Lucas, currently 5th place in Honda Challenge 2. And then we pick up again the 17 car. That's the battle you were just talking about there. Shanefield and Brennan running 2nd and 3rd. And there is the leader, Jonathan Baker. So you see that gap Baker has, maybe 10, 12 car lengths, but the battle 2nd and 3rd, those guys literally nose to tail as Baker heads up the hill. And again, we should see a white flag here pretty soon in this qualifying event. We've had those gray skies overhead all day long and morning rain. And since then, maybe a sprinkle or two. But we got very, very fortunate with the weather today and actually saw a good number of spectators out here up on Spectator Hill. And that battle for 2nd now, DJ, that one's shaping up.
Yeah, Dylan Brennan was in 2nd and Brian Shanfield in 1st, and they were battling it out side by side a couple laps ago. Of course, the shakeup with Jonathan Baker getting up in front, he's pulling away each lap. But Dylan Brennan trying to get back into 2nd place over Brian Shanfield. Wasn't able to make it happen earlier, but Shanfield looks a little vulnerable at the end of this race.
Thunder Roadsters. Who is it? Zumwalt still in the lead as we pick up that pack. And he has about, about a 2.5 seconds advantage over the 2nd place car, which is actually tighter than it is. There's the leader. And then you see the orange and blue car using every bit of curbing as he tries to go by a car. So your top 3, again, remain the same. Ayler in the 74, Moorhead in the 72, Zumwalt up front in the 57 machine, as they work through some of the other traffic here in the qualifying race. There's the 2nd and 3rd place. Yes, the white and red machine. That's Ayler's machine running 3rd. There's the 2nd place car, the orange and blue of Derek Moorhead. And these cars get around the track pretty well. The fast lap is Moorhead's, a lap of 155.7. So the Thunder Roadsters with a pretty quick lap here around this racetrack. You saw the 72 go. That's Derek Moorhead there in 2nd spot. Gap now to the leader is 2.1 seconds. This is a good one there. There's the leader, and there is 2nd place. I think Moorhead is closing the gap, but he's going to have to do it right now because as they went by start-finish, I saw the white flag in the air. So, DJ, that's a good battle there for 1st and 2nd in Thunder Roadster, but he doesn't have much time, maybe about 3/4 of a lap.
Yeah, he's got to make it happen. Jeremy Zumwalt has been in control of this race from the start. Derek Moorhead making up a bunch of positions, so he's actually moved up at least 3-4 positions from the last time we saw. So Zumwalt might be under pressure this last lap. If he keeps a decent lap under him, keeps a cool head, he will be able to take the checker, but he's going to be in trouble tomorrow because there's some faster drivers right behind him. Moorhead throwing down a 55.733 over 0.3 faster than Jeremy Zumwalt. Zumwalt hitting some traffic in Honda Challenge 2. This is the last lap. He's getting through some out-of-class traffic. Zumwalt would not want that with Derek Moorhead right behind him for the end of this race.
And we'll pick up the leader here in just a second. That's one of the back marker cars right now in Thunder Roadster. I think that's the tail end. We'll try to pick up the leader, Zumwalt, here, as you said, because he was in some traffic there, and there he is. There's Zumwalt. So this is for the win in Thunder Roadster. And yes, that gap back to second place has gotten very narrow between Zumwalt and Moorhead.
That's right in the battle of That's right in the battle of 4th, 5th, and 6th there in Honda Challenge 2. So you've got the winners in one class in a tight battle of 4th, 5th, and 6th. And there's still one lap to go. That is the white waving flag out still for the leader of Thunder Roadster. So we have one more battle. Zumwalt did not want that one more lap in this race. We know that Derek Moorhead right behind him.
So Zumwalt will lead down the corner here, down the hill. And again, yeah, he thought it was going to be the checkered flag, and now you see the gap. It's closed up, maybe 5-car lengths, down to the bottom of the racetrack, and they'll begin the quick climb up the hill. But that lap traffic there, as they were, like I said, with those other class cars. And here he is, Zumwalt now with maybe an 8-car length advantage. About an 8-car length. There you see the third place Thunder Roadster, the white and red. He's not too far out. Let's see if any traffic will play into this final half a lap. Waiting for the leader in Thunder Roadster. There he is. And right now that gap, again, holding at about 10-car lengths. If he has open road to the finish, he should be in pretty good shape. Those would be the 2 cars that start on the front row tomorrow for the Group F Championship. Just a few more corners to go. Here again, we'll give you at least your top 3 in all 3 classes. That gap remaining the same. They've still got to come up through a couple more corners here. He's cut it down a little bit, maybe 8-car lengths. And DJ, that's turned into a good race. I'm looking forward to this Thunder Roadster race tomorrow.
Yeah, I think Moorhead has some pace in him. He might have started out of place at the beginning of this race, but he's definitely made it count. He will be starting second behind Zumwalt for the race tomorrow, which is the race for all the beans in the NASA Championship race. So Zumwalt's going to be re-looking at his car, seeing if he can pick up a couple tenths to match the pace of Derek Moorhead.
So your first 3 in Thunder Roadster goes to Zumwalt in the 57, Derek Moorhead the 72, and Jason Ayler in the 74 car. And let's ride with Jeremy Lucas in car 08. If he can hang on here, he's getting himself a 5th place finish. He still has a bit of track to go. So Lucas for his final time. It's Baker leading the way in Honda Challenge 2. Shanefield, the 17 car, sitting there second, and Dylan Brennan in third. But Lucas taking us for a final ride down the hill. Again, started in third spot, lost a couple places, actually lost 4 spots. He was back about 7th and then clawed back up, and looks like he's going to get a top 5 if he can hang on. And, you know, tomorrow the difference between starting in 3rd or 7th, that's a big deal tomorrow. As you see the leaders there, that's 2nd and 3rd place, Shanefield and Brennan on this final lap. But yeah, every spot counts. And here's a good race. Again, 2nd and 3rd on the final lap in Honda Challenge 2.
Dylan looking for any way by. He's been through here a couple times. He's been on the bumper of Brian Shanfield when Shanfield was in the front. He's now on his bumper for that 2nd place. So yeah, that was a tight battle throughout for Dylan and Brian Shanfield.
And so wrapping up our qualifying group Group F coming up. We still have time trial for Group G and H, but that was great. Again, looking forward to the Thunder Roadster race tomorrow and this Honda Challenge race as well. Pretty tight groups of racers here, and should be fun to watch. And again, it'll be interesting because guys will get back into the paddock tonight and decide what do they want to do, what changes do they want to make. What little tweaks can they do to improve the car for tomorrow? Because, again, today is important, but tomorrow is paramount if you're going to win the championship here at the 2023 NASA Championships at Pittsburgh International Raceway. Well, the busiest person in the whole racetrack this weekend is our very busy pit reporter, Kelsey Hill. Kelsey, take it away.
Hey everybody, we're back here in the paddock for the 2023 National Championships here with NASA. We are here back with Mike. Congratulations, still on pole. Tell us about qualifying today.
So qualifying was interesting. Obviously, it's still a very tight field given the Spec E46 class. Myself and Casey went in tight into turn one. Again, both strong competitors. Used every inch of room if you could probably see it. Ended up on the better side of that exit. And then it was just managing the car.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So that's so great. And Pete, talk to us about your run out there at E46. How was it?
So GTS3 was challenging. I was vying for second and catching up with second, and got into a big power slide coming up through fifth, corner 5. Didn't manage it. Ended up in the wall. Corrected, got back on track, passed P4 and caught back to P3, but didn't make it stick. So starting on the second row.
Not too bad. Second row, still podium potential right there with us as well. So talk about going off. Obviously, we see here Mike had a little bit of some paint job here on the car. That's new since we were here this morning. Tell us about this, where this happened.
This was turn 1, lap 1. Again, extremely tight field, right? So it is a tough track to make a pass on. So usually you want to get it done early or defend early. That's what I think everybody's thinking, right? And with a tight class like this, you don't want to yield, and you're using every bit of track.
Absolutely. And part of what Pete and I were talking about earlier is just the fact when you get off that track just by a little bit, the grass. Talk to people about what it feels like once you leave that track and you're out on a wet surface.
So it's like driving on ice or driving right in water. So you have to put all of your inputs in really, really slowly. You have to be really smooth because you're going to get stuck there or you're going to get into a big tank slapper again. So.
That's so great. And so one thing we're going to throw out to the fans later today is going to be, should he clean it or should he leave it dirty? So we'll get a picture out there on social later today, have you guys vote on that, and we'll see what happens. Drew, come on over here. Let's talk to you a little bit more. I know we were talking earlier today. You've got 2 of your drivers here. Flan as well. Come join us. We've got a great group here. Everyone's running in E46 cars in different classes here within NASA. And so, Flan, we'll chat with you as well. Say hi. Give them your name, where you're from.
Hi, everybody. Flan Lippincott from Rhode Island.
Excellent. And so, your race today, you had a little bit of a incident, or something came into a little dive bomb on you. How do you recover from that, and what do you keep doing afterwards?
Oh, foot down. Keep going. Didn't even flinch. Didn't, it wasn't too hard, so I just kept going. It's a quick turn coming up, so I didn't have time to think about it. So yeah, it didn't bother me at all.
Awesome. So strong-willed. It's so great. So Drew, you've got 3 great drivers here. Since they've been out on track, what do you guys do in between, both tonight for prep, talking with each other, looking at your drivers, and what do you do for tomorrow to get ready?
So every session we come in, we pull the video, we pull the data, we go, especially after the qualifying race, we go through the entire race, look for racecraft stuff. At this point, we've already figured out how to drive the car as fast as possible on the racetrack, so we're not looking at driver skills as much as we were yesterday. The other thing that we're doing is when I'm up on the hill, I have 3 different radios plugged into my headset all at once, so I have to talk to 3 of them at the same time. It's pretty insane. Yeah. But after we do our post-race analysis, right, then everybody goes and chills out. We fix the cars up, turn them all around, and then we come back again and we re-review one more time, right, to make sure everybody's in the right headspace.
Awesome. It's so great. And it's great to have friends here also. You all see each other throughout the year. All of you work on a similar platform. And with that in mind, each of you have little different components within your cars that you're looking at. So I know with yourself personally, I talked to you yesterday for quite a while. Great story. Give some people an idea of where you are right now in life and what you've been doing and what you decided to do a couple years ago.
Oh boy, that could be a very long story. But to keep it short, when I got to advanced, either you instruct, you want to go race. I just said, I just want to go racing. I didn't know anything about it. Didn't know what a combination wrench was. Didn't know what a differential was. And so it's been a steep learning curve. But after my first race at Watkins Glen in October 2020, I loved it. I went all in. I sold almost everything. Bought a 40-foot gooseneck trailer. Half I live in full-time, half for Frankie, my race car. And we drive up and down the East Coast, and I've done a trip or two out west, and now my daughter wants me to race at Utah, so it might be another trip out west. So, yeah, really love it. It's a lot of fun, and it's great because regardless of what track I'm at, my buddies, someone from our team is always there, so it's people are really half of the sport. They really are. So it's just a lot of fun. And the racing was great too.
Yeah, I would say for a lot of people, you're out there living the dream, just doing racing full time. So it's really, really cool. So words of wisdom will go down the line. What would you say to somebody who is getting ready for tomorrow here at the championships?
Focus on not making mistakes and get a good night's sleep.
Very good point. Don't stay up too late. How about you, Mike? Any ideas?
I'm going to double down on sleep. No drinking, good food, and don't overthink it, right?
Good. And from Drew, what do you have to share with some people at home?
Well, I think I told them that information yesterday, so that's the same thing. Get a good night's sleep, make sure you don't drink anything, and just like Mike said, remember I said yesterday, it's just a race like any other. Don't let it get to your head.
Absolutely. And last bit of advice from you for people at home?
Enjoy the race. Enjoy watching the race. And this is a great sport, and love to see more women here. I think I may be the only woman wheel to wheel. A little sorry about that, So
We'll see you next year.
Get daughters coming and karting and getting into the sport because it's really a fascinating sport that takes you down a lot of rabbit holes. The mental training is huge, and I found that really valuable personally. To have a sport this intense, a lot at stake, and it really forces you to work on your emotional state, your mental state, and as well as, hydration and diet and exercise are really key. So it's really comprehensive, fascinating sport that will take a very long time. I'll be getting better at it for a very long time.
Absolutely. That is true. As you've seen through all these interviews, we have different ages, people from all over the country running in different classes here at the NASA Championships. Thank you all for your time today. Good luck tomorrow. Good luck with those 3 headsets. Good luck again tomorrow. And also, everybody, don't forget to get on later and vote when we post that photo. Do we keep it dirty or do we make it clean? I'm really excited to see the outcome of that. We're going to send it back up to Edwin in the booth for the finishing rally of our qualifying.
Standard brakes are good for standard jobs. When you want absolute confidence in demanding braking applications, insist on Hawk Performance products. Proudly made in the USA, Hawk Performance far exceeds expectations, delivering clean, precise stopping power up to 40% more than original equipment brakes. So you may be asking, do I really need Hawk Performance brakes? Well, if you're into street performance and bolting on massive horsepower, the extra stopping power is a must. If you drive a truck and pull or carry heavy loads, Hawk will give you the power to safely bring your rig to a stop without breaking a sweat. And if you off-road or crawl in a Jeep, you'll get the toughness and holding power you need on extreme terrain. Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high performance driver education coverage through Haggerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Haggerty, let's drive together.
(2023) NASA Championships, Pittsburgh International Raceway. Been a great day, but it's not over yet. Still 2 more sessions of time trial. Group G coming up first, TT2, 4, 5, and 6, and then TTU, TT1, and TT3. So 2 more time trial sessions before we wrap up the day. Before we get into it, though, let's find out real quick from DJ. DJ, did you learn anything watching these qualifying races today? What can you kind of expect tomorrow? Weather-wise, it looks similar today, kind of overcast, but relatively dry. What do you think for tomorrow?
I think tomorrow, there's a lot of lessons learned here today. The racing was a lot tighter than even we expected. So many battles for first, second, and third across all the classes. Really tight racing. A lot of the time, some of these positions were made up from mistakes from these drivers. So as they're looking towards tomorrow, a longer race. So today was 30 minutes from out lap to the in lap. Tomorrow is going to be 45 minutes. So definitely 15 minutes more of green flag racing, which is going to put more pressure on these drivers. We saw such as in the higher horsepower classes, we saw in Super Touring 3, one of the cars starting to lose its rear tires. He lost a position because of that. So tomorrow as they look, they really need to focus on the same setup if they were doing good and in control. And some of these drivers need to focus on putting maybe a little bit more understeer in their cars so that halfway through the race, the car is still underneath them.
Time will tell. We'll find out tomorrow. That's Group G on the track now for their 3rd round of time trial. Do want to say one more time a big thank you to the official motorsports equipment supplier, Competition Motorsport. We awarded those gloves today. Every pole-winning driver got a pair of Alpine Stars Nomex gloves, a $210 value. So thank you to Competition Motorsport. Those were based on today's qualifying race results and, of course, be verified by NASA. And if you won, they're going to shoot you an email to the pole position winner and let you know how you can claim those gloves. So thank you so much to Competition Motorsport. TT2, 4, 5, and 6 here. The track, when these guys were out this morning, the track was a little bit wet, but I don't think track temperature has changed. If anything, it might be a little bit warmer this afternoon as the sky has lifted a little bit, and we've had a lot of action on the track today. So we'll see if we can get a couple quicker laps here in these groups, and as they go, we'll break it down class by class for you so you can see who's quickest in each one in session. And DJ, remind everybody that it's you have multiple sessions. The lap that counts is your fastest lap throughout the whole weekend. So I might have done my fast lap in session 2. Somebody else might do theirs in session 4, but it is for the your fastest lap of the weekend. So, and we should be turning them loose in just a moment.
Yeah, we're seeing some of the same cars that we saw earlier in the Super Touring races. Red Corvettes, Jake Latham leading the entire pack of Group G to the line. We're seeing him come into turn 3 and 4 right now. He won that qualifying race in Super Touring 2. He's right in front of David Kramer in TT2 as well, in that black Super right there. So it's really not going to be about position. So you see they're real tight together. Usually they try to leave a little bit of space, but maybe Kramer thinks it's better to get a bit of a drag across the track from Jake Latham because he's focused about his fast lap, not really worried about this positioning, whether he's behind or in front of Jake Latham, but they are in class together and he is going for his fastest lap. Jake Latham looking really buttoned down on this first lap. These higher horsepower cars, TT2, usually take 2 or 3 laps to build into their fastest lap. Such wide slicks take some time to get temp into their tires. David Kramer on a little bit of a smaller setup. That's a non-wide body Supra back there. So looks like he's expanded the gap a little bit, expecting a fast lap out of Jake Latham right here, as he is our Super Touring 2 qualifying race winner.
And hats off to the crews in the paddock, guys who are doing double and some of them triple duty in the same car. That's a pretty quick turnaround. You've got to, you had the car prepped for a 30-minute time qualifying race. Then you got to turn it around and prep it to do maybe a 3 or 4 lap time trial session. So hats off to those guys in the paddock area who are working with these cars. Latham goes out. And first lap, a 146.784 as we watch him from above. 146.784. Because, DJ, the way you set this car up to go racing for 30 minutes is very different than for a few quick laps, whether it's tire pressure or setup. These guys are busy to make it all happen.
Yeah, we saw, for example, Jake Latham up there up front. He was in a qualifying race. We don't know what changes he made between here and time trial. It's all about those 1 or 2 fast laps. So you can set the car up to be a little bit twitchier, a little bit faster for inputs. It might burn off the tires a little bit faster, but you're really only worried about that 1 fast lap for time trial. So he opens up real strong against David Kramer and Ben Grambeau. We've got time trial 4 here as well. Team ST Edge was very strong this morning. We now have a dry track, so we'll see what they can do in there as well. Ricardo Soares currently up front in time trial 5 with a 156.676. That looks like a good group here in TT5. Some of the same runners we see, Jeff Stutler, TT5, he was in ST5 championship race earlier today. But look at this. Looks like there's a lot of room between each of these drivers. They're not on top of each other, which is going to be great for time trials. You don't want it to be buttoned up right behind somebody and having them bottleneck you up. Those S2000s are probably better in the S's. They're very quick to move around, as we see some wide moves from that red S2000 exiting onto the back straight.
This morning we saw them get faster as the session went on, and that was because as they were going through the session, the track was drying. Here this afternoon, I'm going to assume we're going to see their best laps, the first or second lap, get all the good out of the car. This morning was a little bit different because as the track was drying, everyone was getting a little bit quicker. Let's take Jake Latham, for instance. He did a 146.7 on his first lap. His second lap a little slower, a 147.15. So I imagine you're going to see these guys log in 3 or 4 laps and figure that's the best they can do and roll back into the paddock area. So let's hit them for you real quick here. Latham, a 146.784 in TT4. That's the Team Edge, 155.351. Ricardo Soares, a 156.6 in TT5, and TT6, the Mick Blue Racing Team, a 207.326. So that's the quickest each class in this session so far. And again, we'll look to see. And of course, we saw that car go off and kick some dirt on the track. That doesn't help you with a quick lap either, does it?
No, we're, that obviously probably going to throw away that lap prep for the next lap. We're following right now with Max Gurley. These WXs were very popular about, 5, 6, 10 years ago in time trial with NASA. There used to be a whole flock of them in the time trial group. Max Gorley running here. He looks like he's got some wide fenders, big old wing out back. He's running in time trial too against these Corvettes. As well as that fast Supra of David Kramer. So Jake Latham, some of these guys already coming in. Ben Gerbeau pulling in, the Supra of David Kramer coming in, Max Gorley already done. So these guys have determined that they've got their 3 laps in. They've determined they can't go any faster. They're coming in. So We're going to see the rest of some of these lower horsepower cars seem to still be running, trying to put down a faster lap. And we see that in time trial 4, tight battle between David Farrar and Team ST Edge. They both come across the line with their fastest lap this lap by. So we're still seeing some of the times drop in this TT5 and TT4 group.
Yeah, there's Jeff Stutler you see on screen. His best lap was now his third lap, so 157.371 puts him fourth in TT5. But yeah, you're right. Some of the lower horsepower cars maybe take a few laps. He uses all the track there. Your bigger horsepower cars, they're going to get all the good the first couple laps. So not surprising to see most of the TT2 class is already back on pit road. Let's see. Yep, Jake Latham still. Latham went out lap 1, a 146.784. So
he got it done real early. We look at a strong time trial 5 group here. Ricardo Soares currently up front with a 56.212 to Tim Roberts 56.973. We've got 9 cars here. The top 8 all within 2 seconds of each other in a time trial group. So this is good competition in time trial 5 today.
And that quick lap by Latham, we'll double check, but that's getting down there close to track record, TT2 track record territory, a 146.784. So check your record books at home, but that quick lap by Latham may put him not only on the top of this TT series, but with a new track record. So there's the 43 car. That's Roberts still on track. And let's see what Roberts' best lap has been. Tim Roberts in TT5, lap of 156.973. That's in TT5. So Roberts second fast in this session. In fact, now he goes a little bit quicker, is he? 156.973. So still second quick. So the fastest there was a 156.212. Ricardo Soares has that for TT5. So Latham possibly with a new track record here, as these guys will do a few more laps and say, all right, I am pleased with it. It's a whole different mindset than racing. Racing, if you have a bad lap, you try to work your way back up to the front. Here, once you've done your best lap, you said, nope, that's it. I'm done. That car, but the 43 car using a whole lot of racetrack, Tim Roberts, but a different mindset. You might go out and run 2 laps and be done. So a different way of approaching it. But I would think we may see some really fast laps here in this final TT of the afternoon. The track might be in the best shape it's been in. It's a little dirty, but it's dry and it's been raced on a bunch today and rubbered in. So DJ, we may see some fast laps again. Like I say, Latham just setting a possible new track record for TT2, a 146.784. Let's pick up some of the cars that are still on course coming by us right now. Yeah, that car right there. Is that the 38? Yeah, the 38X. That's a TT4 leader right now. A lap of 154.845. The Team ST Edge currently leading the way in TT4. Let's see if he improves this time by. Actually, he does. Yep, that lap he just did a little quicker. 154.711. So the 38X, that won't be a very good lap and maybe a little bit of damage to the front of the car. So I would say that he's going to sit on that lap of 154.7. Wouldn't you, DJ?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're already 5 laps in. If these guys are running, typically they're running something like a Hoosier A7, which is only tolerant of a couple laps at peak grip. So probably done. He's slightly edged out by David Farrar of a 54.510. So that's very tight in time trial 4 for those 2 drivers. He's probably looking down at his dash, seeing what he did on that last lap by, and that did not help him entering turn 1.
Yeah, and the front end, we've got a good camera shot of the front end of the 38X car, and does not look like any damage that should give him problems the rest of the weekend, but he'll get it into the paddock area and take a look. But the front end of the car did not look bad at all. There it is again. So, yeah, he'll be good to go. I would sit on my lap time of a 154.7, makes you second fastest in TT4 in this session. Although the other thing is, you know what, you're almost getting, if you think about it this way, DJ, you're actually getting a couple like hardship laps here at the end, a good way to check it out to make sure you didn't do any more damage before you go racing tomorrow. So he might run a lap or two just to make sure everything's still pointing in the same direction as we pick up the number 81 car. That one. And let's go catch in now. Mick Blue Racing out of the SoCal region. Right now, they are a lap of 2:07.018. They are second in the session in TT6. The number 76 car. And there they are. Team Mick Blue Racing, a lap of 2:07.018, second fast in this session for TT6 as they go up the hill. And DJ, you nailed it. It's these the kind of lower horsepower, relatively speaking, cars that tend to do better as the laps roll on. As you see, like that Mick Blue, their best lap was the third lap out as they're working the bottom of the racetrack. Last couple laps here in this TT session.
Yeah, these cars have to weigh a minimum weight, so it's interesting to see some of these cars may have carried enough fuel to run the entire session, but we may have seen some of those time trial 2 cars and some of the others cars running real tight on weight, so having to watch how much fuel they burn. Fuel's about 6.5 pounds per gallon. So let's say you do a couple laps, that could be 2 or 3 more gallons that you've burned off, and that's 20 pounds. And so some of the strategy in time trial can get kind of weird where they only are fueled up for those 2-3 laps. You know, obviously some of these TT6 cars still out there, TT4, TT5 still running. They fueled up for the entire session, burning off that fuel. Maybe they'll get a little bit quicker, but they're still pushing hard. You know, they don't know what the weather is going to be tomorrow. So this is their first real dry session of today. They had the 3 sessions today. They only have 2 sessions tomorrow, and they're both in the morning. So what's going to happen is if they get a rain overnight, like we got this morning, this is the session that really counts. They really got to make it work.
Checkered flag is out. Checkered flag is out on this session, and we'll roll right in to the next group here for our final on-track activity of the day. Cars on their cool down lap here as checkered flag is out for the session. Couple cars going by. Let me tell you a little bit about our schedule for tomorrow. It is a busy one. We are on track at 7:45 for opening ceremonies. So again, join us. Our broadcast will begin 7:45 tomorrow morning for opening ceremonies, and then right in to Group G and Group H, their round 4 of time trial tomorrow. We've got, again, Group H coming up. Before we go off the air this afternoon, we'll throw it back down to Kelsey for some more interviews, and then we'll wrap things up here. But again, tomorrow morning, 7:45 opening ceremonies. We'll get Group G and H time trial for round 4. Then I'll give it a little break, a couple hardship laps for those who need it, and then right in to championship racing. And we start with a good one, Group A, Spec Miata and 944 Spec. You see the checkered flag. And again, our next group coming up in just a second is going to be Group H for their 3rd round of time trial. And I was very impressed today, DJ, the number of spectators who came out here sitting on the hill and spectating, because it was, turned out to be a pretty decent day. No rain, just cloudy, but not what you'd call, a Chamber of Commerce weather day, but a good group of folks out here watching all the action today. And if they liked what they saw today, they'll definitely want to join us again tomorrow for championship racing. And again, the skies continue to lighten up here. You can even see there on the screen that it's starting to look more and more like a pretty day, and the forecast tomorrow is improved. And luckily we got a lot of the rain overnight and, a hard shower early this morning. So those guys roll on to pit road, and our final group will be rolling out here in just a moment, and we'll take a look at some of their laps. Be a couple minutes before they roll out, so it gives me a chance to mention that as the official motorsport safety supplier of NASA, Competition Motorsports has the largest inventory of auto racing safety equipment and accessories in the nation, with an exclusive discount only available to NASA members. Competition Motorsport can get you what you need when you need it, no excuses. Visit DRIVENASA.com for more information. Make sure you visit Downforce Media, located in the Track Day Tire tent this weekend, and order your on-track images. Again, they're located in the Track Day Tire tent here this weekend. So another minute or so before this final group of the day rolls out. Again, don't go anywhere. We're going to jump back down into the paddock, check in with Kelsey for some final interviews of the day, and wrap things up on what's been a full day of track action here at Pittsburgh International Raceway. You see those cloudy skies, like I said, that's what it's looked like all day, but has been very little precip, so we will take it. And DJ, if you are in one of these classes, as you see the next group rolling out onto track, do you sleep well tonight? Are you excited about tomorrow? Let's say you got a car, you're on the front row or two, you've never won a national championship. What are your thoughts as you kind of think about the day ahead?
You got a lot of butterflies for these guys. We have a lot of prior NASA championship winners here, but the butterflies the day before that final championship race are going to be going through all these drivers' minds. Yeah, anything can happen tomorrow. We saw in the Spec E30 race, our pole sitter and driver who was leading most of the laps, he dropped out from an off. Then we had the next leader hold on for a couple laps, and he dropped off with a 4 off. So really anything can happen, and all these drivers probably have the butterflies because they know there is a chance they can put it together, they can drive well and make it happen tomorrow. So it's exciting. They probably have a lot of angst. They're ready to jump in their race car and drive, and maybe they have some things to fix. So they're maybe looking for even more time. So, but mainly they'll be in the paddock hanging out with all their friends. And that's what NASA racing is all about. We've got good, clean, tight racing, but you're also out here racing with your friends and having a good time. So you saw that in some of the interviews where, they're here, Vinny Barada's, father reiterating how much fun it is to be out here racing. And he's in, his son is in one of the most competitive races, here in Spec Miata, and yet they're here to have fun. They're here, father and son dual combo. We love to see that in NASA.
All right, let's have a little fun here with some fast laps. The conditions should be right, as long as there's not too much grit and grime on the racetrack, which there shouldn't be. We've not had, any major incidents that caused a bunch of track cleanup. It's just been off-track pieces. So let's see if we can get some fast laps here, as you see Jonathan Finstrom on track in the 2X. Brian Fessler's out there. I can't remember, what did we see Brian down to, like a 140, I think, earlier today. So let's see if he can improve on that. And these guys will do a couple 2 to 3 fast laps and then call it an afternoon. What do you think, DJ? Do we get down into the 139 bracket?
Yeah, I think in time trial, the golden hour is this last session of the day. It's at its coolest. The track is rubbered in, so it's got grip in the pavement. This is typically some of the fastest laps on Saturday evenings. Of course, we've had cloud cover all day, so the track isn't too hot, but it does have good grip and rubber in there. And wow, Finstrom just rolling through those sections. That car is so fast in the corners here at Pit Race. Fassler might have some trouble on his hands with Jonathan Finstrom working through right now.
So Finstrom headed down kind of that lower section right across from start finish, but it's such an elevation drop. You see that. That's one area we don't talk about how much they come back up the hill. So let's see. This will be Finstrom's first flying lap after taking the green, and let's see where he'll position that machine. That open cockpit prototype machine across the line, 135.762. That answers the question. Yes, they will get into the 130s. 135.762. And then Fessler comes right back with a 140.347. But holy mackerel, DJ, that car is a flying lap. And you see that car is glued right to the bottom. Those sparks you see coming off the car is exactly what they want. They want that thing glued right to the bottom of the racetrack.
Yeah, that's just such an impressive lap right off the bat. We might see, looks like he's going to give it one more try here at least. Give it another lap. Maybe the tires come up even better. So we're going to watch that lap time at 35.762. We're going to definitely check the record books on that one. Faster, putting a 40.347. We know he can probably go a little bit faster. He set a 40.347 in a race, so he might be able to improve on that in a time trial session. We looked at time trial 1, Johnny Miller with a 45.095. We're definitely in the 40s for these TTU and TT1 cars. Even in time trial 3, we have a 49.806 from Eric Magnuson. So we're definitely into the 40s in this entire group for the last session of the day.
All right, let's see what Finstrom can do. This is his second flying lap, trying to beat that 135. And, oh, he does. 133.268. 133.268. And that is an amazing lap. Now let's catch up with this machine. I believe I'm trying to get the car number there and can't quite pick up the car number. Is that the 04?
That's the 64 of Johnny Miller in time trial 1. He's currently leading in time trial 1 as he comes across the line. He does not improve over his last lap. His fast lap is a 145.095 on his first lap. He slows down to a 46.857. We see next is going to be Gil Smith across the line. We knew he actually put in a time that was within 8 hundredths of his last lap, but we saw him go way wide in that blue C6Z06 through the end of the S's. So he'll probably try to keep the car under him. Some of these drivers will actually go out there, run a couple hard laps, then let the car cool down, and then try to put down one more good lap. So we'll see if some of these drivers, looks like Johnny Miller in that red C606 that we're following right now, he's definitely on a cool down lap.
Yeah, an impressive 145. By the way, Fessler did back it up. He did a 136.899. Won't be the fastest of the session, but definitely got into those mid 130s. And you did say, again, Miller. Yeah, I think you're exactly right. There's Miller on a cool down lap. There's Finstrom going back by. I would not be surprised to see Finstrom go onto pit road here. Like I said, a 133.268. And let's see if you're right. Let's see if Miller is just doing a cool down lap before he makes another run at it. Final on-track session of the day, but don't go anywhere. Kelsey Hill has a few more interviews before we wrap things up, and then we'll give you the schedule for tomorrow morning so you can join us live from Pittsburgh International Raceway.
John Heyer right there in the 126, the C5Z06. So we're watching on screen Gil Smith right now. He's probably preparing for a good lap after his sideways action one lap ago. We'll see as he comes across the line. Does Gil Smith improve on his lap? He does. He pulls down a 149.584. That's going to move him into third position.
Nice lap for Gil Smith there in that blue 70 car. in TT1. That is well done. And I noticed Finstrom stayed out and kind of did a cool down lap. So I don't know if he is, he may have come now back onto pit road. So.
Yeah, these higher horsepower cars, they can only ask so much of these tires. They're putting down a lot of power to get out of a corner, so they can only ask so much. As we see our leaders in time trial 1 already in time trial 3, Eric Magnussen, 149.806, leads the pack, but John Heyer getting faster. He was in that Super Touring 3 race earlier today. He was only able to do 52s and 53s. He just threw down a 50.8, so he might be figuring out his way on the track. Maybe he will join that fight in Super Touring 3 we see tomorrow. I believe he ended up 3rd in his ST3 qualifying race. But if he's figuring out this track, he's within a second of Magnussen now. So that might be a battle for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd tomorrow.
The Viper, driven by Grant Reeves, the number 133. His fast lap, a 148.772. Let's take a tour here with Grant Reeves. Again, his fastest 148. Beautiful machine. Here he is off the final corner. Let's see what he can do. He's trying to improve on a 148.772 and won't do it. A little bit slower on that lap. So his fast lap will be his second lap out, the 148.772, and that is the 133 of Grant Reeves. So most of the cars now, quite a few of them, have gone back down into the paddock. John Heyer, Andrew Stevens, a couple of those guys back out, or I shouldn't say back out, but still on track here as we are wrapping up this Group H round number 3 for their time trial. A couple guys off the pace. Again, kind of doing a cool down lap here. There's the 225 machine still out there. And that is Andrew Stevens. Stevens in the 225. His fast lap, a 151.110. So Stevens down into the low 151s. And he said, you know what? I think I got all the good out of it for now. And you see Stevens take the car onto pit road. So a 151. Let's give you the class this one. TT1 right now, Derek Fletcher fastest. Or excuse me, no, 145. Jonathan Miller in the 64, the fastest in TT1. Michael Rupp there in the 013 car. Just put another lap in. There's Chris Carey on track in the 21 car. Carey's fastest lap came on lap number 2. Let's watch Carey here. A lap of 150.704. He's one of the TTU cars that's still out on track.
That Q1 Ferrari Challenge car. Yeah, that getting real loose. He seemed to have a very skittish lap, that last lap by Chris Carey in that Ferrari Challenge car. You know, you see it moving around a lot more. You have to wonder if he's using all the traction control available to him in those modern GT3 cars.
So Carey coming down the hill off corner number 4. And yeah, that car did have a little wiggle to it, so he may have already gotten all the good off of the tires. It looks like maybe he is on his cool down lap here. And so his best lap will end up being that 150.704 for Carey. In just a little bit, the party will shift from on track to everybody hanging out in the paddock and spending time together, which is so much fun. There's the number 3 car still on track, and that's Derek Fletcher. Fletcher did a 151 earlier. So Fletcher with the 3, that red and white Corvette you saw, car number 3, Derek Fletcher out there. and then the 192 car. So a couple car, that's Rob Turkansi. Again, wrapping up this session. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go check with Kelsey Hill. She's got, I believe, some of the Honda Challenge guys and special guests for us before we wrap up things here this afternoon. It has been a good one and sets us up for what will be a championship Sunday tomorrow, all part of the 2023 NASA Championships here at Pittsburgh International Raceway. So hold tight. Kelsey's gathering her group as these final couple cars take their cool down lap here, and we'll head back into the paddock area. And, the one thing we haven't mentioned is it is relatively cool and not a lot of humidity in the air. And it is also, not only is the track in good shape, but it's also a good time to make some horsepower. The atmospheric conditions are prime for making horsepower. So you've got a racetrack now that is dry. It's gotten rubbered in, has some temperature in it, and you've got cars making some good horsepower. And that's why we're seeing some of these fast laps, DJ.
Yeah, absolutely. That can be a double-edged sword. These time trial groups are a power to weight class. So, these fast laps, these guys definitely are putting down some good laps, but they're also going to have to back that up on the dyno and a weight inspection. So, as we go through all these qualifying races and we look at these time trials, compliance is here this weekend. They are making sure that these cars are legal. So most of these power to weight classes, that's going to involve trips to the dyno, trips to weigh in. And for these spec classes, they might tear apart. Spec Miata famous for, maybe pulling ahead on a car. But something as simple as in Spec 3, making sure they're running the right intake manifold or the right tire or the right brake pads, these type of things, they're checking compliance after the fact. So after the day is done, these drivers may still be in compliance working on their cars, making sure they're completely legal. And that's how we ensure good level playing field here at the NASA Championships.
And again, remind you, if you're new to the time trial format, it's not about being the first car across the line. It's being the first car, that the fastest car. And again, a lot of these cars, they're going to fuel them for a couple laps. They're going to put the good tires on there, which will be good for a few laps. We talked about temperature. The cars are cooler when they first come out. So for these guys, it's a situation of cool car. Well, they're all cool cars, but you know what I mean. Properly fueled just for a couple laps and getting the good off of their tires. So again, you can be the fastest car out there. You might only run 2 laps, but you got the best out of the car. Checkered flag is waving now. So checkered flag is waving now, and these flying laps will count. But again, we've probably seen the good ones already here this afternoon. DJ, we've got a moment or two before we go to Kelsey. Give me your thoughts, just what you are hoping to see tomorrow. We've talked about what you're expecting to see. What do you hope to see tomorrow?
What I'm hoping to see tomorrow is, some of these drivers, some of the names that, obviously we have our favorite drivers we like to see out there. I'm hoping to see some of these good battles continue. It was none of these races just were falling in line, people getting on their qualifying, and it was the way it was. We saw a lot of cars completely out of where they would normally run. They were battling each other. We had groups of 3 to 4 cars in each class that were battling the entire race. And I love to see how much these drivers can stay together for so many laps. That really improves the quality of the drivers out there to be able to stay and not make so many mistakes. Really, as we saw through all of those qualifying races, we've now been here about almost 5 hours of these races. We've only seen a couple big mistakes from these drivers, and hope to see that tomorrow, because we really want to see these drivers take it to the last lap in these battles. But we're definitely going to see a lot more risk taking, which can be fun to watch as a spectator.
DJ, thank you. Looking forward to having that event and being on the air with you tomorrow. The last couple cars are getting to roll into the pit road in the paddock area. Hand out the window means I am headed to the pit area. So that'll wrap up that driver's session as well. Well, as we told you, Kelsey's caught up with some of our Honda Challenge drivers. She's got a special guest as well. So one more time, let's send you down to the paddock, the busiest lady in motorsports, and check in with our very own Kelsey Hill. Kelsey?
Welcome back to the 2023 NASA Championships. We are here with a great group of gentlemen, a fun group of gentlemen, and by far a really good time so far getting ready for this interview session. So I'm going to go down the line. This is the Honda Challenge group. We have a really exciting thing to educate you on today with this group. There's so much to learn about these cars, and each of you can share your passion for why this is a class that you race with at NASA. So we'll start here at the end. Tell us your name and where you're from and what region you represent.
I'm Patrick Brunson from Austin, Texas. NASA Texas group.
Hi, I'm Brian Schanfeld from Columbus, Ohio, representing Great Lakes.
Hello, I'm Dylan Brennan, and I'm from NASA Northeast, and I race a Honda.
I'm Ben Linfield. I'm from NASA Great Lakes, and I race a 2017 Civic Si.
I'm Jeremy Lucas, and I'm also from the Great Lakes region, and I race in this 2000.
Hey, I'm Alex Herman from Philadelphia, and I race in Integra.
Awesome. So as you all heard, there's a bunch of different cars here in the Honda Challenge, which is what makes it really fun. So we'll just start here. Tell us, why Honda? Why this group?
I grew up around Hondas, and I really like the tuner culture around that, and I watched my parents owning Hondas, and so decided I wanted to get a Civic, and I kind of fell in love with how light the chassis was and easy to work on, so yeah.
Very cool. Awesome. And so with this race this weekend, talk to us. Unfortunately, you said that you were the pole winner earlier. We were talking about this, but you're not. So talk about the race today. I know you started out in front on the beginning of the grid. What happened, and where are you now going into tomorrow?
I started on pole after yesterday's qualifying. I led the first, half a dozen laps, and then made a mistake in the last corner and went from first to third in a hurry, and then managed to get back by into second, and that's where I finished. I'll be starting outside the front row tomorrow.
Well, that happens in racing. We've seen that before. Things just happen in racing. You got to be in it, stay in it. Anything can change at any point. So we got a couple more guys who just joined us. Talk to us about your name, where you're from, and what you drive here in Honda Challenge.
My name is Leland Wombolt. I'm from New Hampshire. I drive an Integra Type R.
Great.
It was a great race. We had fun.
Awesome. What'd you like to hear?
My name is Jay. I drive a Civic with a Type R swap, I guess. I also had a good time. Great race. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks so much. And sir, tell us a little about yourself and why you're here this weekend.
Well, I'm here to support all of these great guys here. They're coming from Great Lakes, Northeast, and Mid-Atlantic. And, I'm a huge fan of Honda Challenge. I support them with the Race FF pod. I've had a majority of the people on here, and, I'm just so excited to see not only good, close racing, but it's super clean. And, it's just awesome being here.
I realize Jaime. So what we're going to do, I'm going to turn the mic over to Jaime. I'm going to let you talk to these guys, get them into dynamic conversations about which cars are similar, different, those kind of things. Talk some tech to our fans and friends at home.
Oh, thank you. So I think we would be remiss without talking about one car here. And as you can see, this RSX is running 15-inch wheels. So why 15?
Well, it's a 2,700-pound massive car, and by doing that, it allows us to rotate it a lot more. It's got a lot of good front grip, so we run at really high temps in the back to rotate it. I'm sure some people saw that. Sometimes a little too much, but it makes it run that much faster, and the gears run that much further.
Cool. And you're coming from what state?
Texas.
Awesome. So, DC5 RSX is the only RSX out here, but aside from the RSX, we have other cars that are a little different. Yep. We have right here Mr. Schanfeld. Mr. Schanfeld had pole and then
threw it away.
put on an amazing show in his 8th generation Civic Si. Yep. And where are you coming from?
Ohio.
Ohio. So that car, I own one, and honestly, seeing one out here being as competitive as it is, it's honestly amazing, and I'm so happy that we have this kind of variety. And of course, now the man, the myth and legend,
Horse.
Dylan Brennan. Dylan, He's been a good friend of mine, and this is the first time I've actually met him.
I feel
in
like
person.
I've known you for.
I know.
It's weird. You're like a phantom in my closet.
So he's been on my podcast several times, and honestly, it's a pleasure to meet all of the people here, and particularly, as you can see, right here, representing
Northeast.
Sorry to cut this short, everybody. We got to wrap it up and get run with our live feed today. But I want to thank all of you for coming out, being part of the Honda Challenge group. A lot of great cars that are here. And with this in mind, we hope everyone's enjoying this live stream today, getting to know more about each of these cars. We're going to throw it back to the booth to close things out for today. Tune in tomorrow to watch them race. Back to you, Edwin.
Thank you, Kelsey. Wonderful job all day long. Kelsey will be busy tomorrow, and it'll be the place everyone wants to be tomorrow. She'll cover all the action from the podium. DJ Fitzpatrick, wonderful job. DJ will be back joining us tomorrow, and I will as well. Our coverage begins at 7:45 tomorrow morning for opening ceremonies. You've been watching the 2023 NASA Championship at Pittsburgh International Raceway. We thank Hawk Performance, Toyo Tires, TrackDayTire.com, Competition Motorsport, Haggerty, the Toyota GR Corolla, 812 Wheels, and Downforce Media. For the entire crew, we'll talk to you tomorrow morning as it's Championship Sunday of the 2023 NASA Championships at Pittsburgh International Raceway.